Podium Audio presents Blood Rains Down, Book 2 of the Stories, written by H.M. Wolfe, performed by Rita Amparita and Miko Gavia. This audiobook contains mature subject matter. Listener discretion is advised.
The Stories. Nimbria has come alive with hope and fear. For 9 months, whispers spread across the 5 realms, carried by travelers, merchants, and those who had witnessed the fall of Redelftum. Many spoke of the gods' arrival as the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. Others whispered of doom, fearing that divine presence would bring not salvation, but judgment upon their lands. In the sacred archives of Nethkar, this scribe has faithfully recorded the accounts brought forth by those who escaped the destruction. Most notable among these testimonies is that of Hyacinth, the god spoken of in the prophecy, and her companions, whose journey through the realms has become legend. They faced trials beyond measure, beasts of ancient nightmares, temptations of the flesh, and courts who schemed to take power. The company diminished as they traveled. Some fell to the dangers of the path, their memory forever living on through history, as others fell to greed and jealousy. The Cillians spread their corruption through Redelftum before its fall, and captured the god born to our realm. Yet, in their arrogance, they failed to contain what they had ensnared. From their stronghold, Hyacinth escaped with dragons that they had long imprisoned. Now, the houses of High that still stand prepare for war. Amord and the Cillians stand against Loch Dragoon and Ithia, promising to clasp their fist around Nimbria and take power for themselves. Loch Dragoon fights for freedom, to protect the people of all realms and restore the balance that has been lost to greed. Hyacinth stands at the center of this storm, her name now spoken in reverence and fear in equal measure. The god that could lead Nimbria to lighter days or pull us into further darkness. Those who have glimpsed her speak of a woman transformed by her journey. No longer the reluctant vessel of prophecy, but its embodiment. She trains for war alongside our king and his inner circle. Her companions remain steadfast, though some have said the losses they endured on their journey have crumbled the foundations of their bonds. New, fragile alliances have merged. Dukovich, the high priest of the Cillians, has now fled to Loch Dragoon and works to prove himself worthy to fight alongside Hyacinth. He has fed information to our king about the Cillian strategies and their relationship with the leaders of Amord. Nimbria stands at the precipice, the people of every realm rising up to arms for their realm, and I fear the conflict that is rising will be greater than any war these realms have ever seen. I pray that in this fight, the gods may have mercy on the innocent, and may give Hyacinth and her comrades the strength they need to guide Nimbria out of the darkness and into the light. Chapter 1. Hyacinth. I have died 1,000 times. Died in every second without Arden. Died in every day Taft stayed locked in the prisons below my feet. Died with every new face at a war to cope with her pain. But every day I've been reborn. Reborn with more fire and rage burning in the corners of my soul than the day before. I found that death is easy. Living is what hurts. So I have let it hurt. Let it hurt with each excruciating breath that fills my lungs, knowing that someday, when I'm called back to the gods, I can hold Arden in my arms again and tell him I did not break. I wrapped my fingers around the spike in the center of Nithra's spine and hoisted myself onto her back. My shadows sliding tight around her belly to hold me in place. She had healed well. I could still smell the ointment Andrews had made for her flowing out from underneath her scales. Marigold and honey, the same salve he had used to heal my burns. This had become our nightly ritual these last few months, taking to the skies when they were at their darkest and Nethkar slept below us. She stretched her wings, the canvas of them pulling taut against her bones as she let out a low huff.
"Where are we flying tonight, child?"
Her voice was tired, and I could tell she needed rest. We both did. We had trained together all day. Well, I had trained. She had soared around, trying every maneuver to shake me off so I could learn how to remount mid-flight, all while she was taking control of my vision. I had thrown up not once, but 6 times in the process of free-falling from the skies. "The perimeter, then over Pries," I said down the fastening, bracing myself as she thrust us into the heavens. I clenched my thighs around her as the night-chilled wind whipped through my curls. Letting my shadows bind me in place, I flung my arms into the open sky and closed my eyes. This was my sanctuary. I opened my eyes as we leveled out, focusing my energy on the fastening, willing my vision to shift.
"If you force it, it will not come."
I groaned at her words. Only twice had I successfully shifted into dragon sight on my own, and it had been by accident. I had spotted a wolf in the trees below us, prowling toward a group of children reading in an open field. It was the fear I felt that made my vision snap, fear that made it snap on the night ardent. I shook my head, pushing the thought from my mind.
"The perimeter is clear,"
Nithra stated as she plunged closer to the ground, pulling up just above the treetops to see the candles flickering in Pries' cottage windows. I didn't like the idea of her and Wren being so far from the castle, so far from us if something were to happen. So I had made her a deal that every night she would light undying candles and place them in her window so I knew they were safe. If those candles were not lit, something was very, very wrong. Nithra pulled back up into the sky. She knew the routine, knew seeing that candle was all I needed before I would call it a night. Her wings beat against the midnight air, and I let out a small breath as the castle grew larger in front of us. Everyone was safe. "I want to train for an extra hour tomorrow. I should be learning faster than I am," I said as Nithra's talons clasped onto the railing of my balcony. Inky wings flowed from my back, lifting me from her spine and setting me on the railing beside her.
"Sleep, child. Your mind will not learn if your body is not strong,"
Nithra said, as she pushed off the balcony and disappeared into the night. I stared after her for a long moment, knowing she was right, but scared that I wouldn't be ready to fight when the time came if I didn't push myself now.
"Are we safe?"
Landers' voice flowed to me on the crisp breeze, and I could hear the smirk in his tone without looking up at him. I smiled, pushing a curl behind my ear as I jumped off the railing. "Your kingdom is secure," I said with a dramatic bow before meeting his eyes and stepping through the open glass doors into our bedchamber.
"If you keep this up for much longer, I will need to appoint Elric to a new role."
I rolled my eyes, unbuttoning my leather jacket and flinging it onto the back of the emerald chair that sat in front of the fireplace. I flicked my fingers toward the hearth, igniting the wood as I turned to face him. "Good. I have a bone to pick with him anyway. I didn't see one guard on patrol tonight." Landers stepped forward, brushing his knuckles against my cheek as he swept a section of curls over my shoulder.
"We are safe, Hyacinth. You are safe."
I let out a huff of air and pressed my cheek into the palm of his hand. "I'm going to talk to Pri again. I really don't like her out there all alone."
"She is not alone,"
Landers said, sitting down on the end of the bed and leaning back onto the palms of his hands, the muscles on his bare chest flexing with the movement. "You know what I mean." I crossed my arms over my chest, pushing my lips together in a hard line. "Come here." He reached his hand out to me and I looked at it, releasing a long breath as I intertwined our fingers and let Landers pull me toward him. He swept his arms behind my knees and pulled me onto his lap. Straddling him, I let my nails scratch at the back of his head as his fingers kneaded into my thighs.
"You have every right to worry. I understand why you do. But my words will hold. They will give us a warning if anyone tries to break into Loch Dragoon."
I nodded, my forehead falling to his. With a sigh, I responded, I'm exhausted. I think Nithra's goal in training today was to kill me. Landers chuckled as I rolled off his lap and onto my back, the blankets rustling underneath me as he began to unlace my boots. I see she failed, so you must be learning something. I scoffed, learning that puke tastes just as bad midair. Lucky for us, you have those beautiful wings to break your fall, Landers said, a grin spreading across his face as his fingers slid up the length of my legs and hooked underneath my waistband. I lifted my gaze to his and raised my hips, his green eyes dancing in the firelight as he pulled my leathers down my thighs, letting his thumbs caress my skin with the movement. My magic flared at Landers' touch, light radiating out of me. A deep chuckle left his throat as he placed his lips on the top of my foot, planting a trail of soft kisses up my legs, over my hips, and onto my stomach. My head flew off the bed as he pulled away, and I propped myself onto my elbows. Excuse me, my king, but your lover demands release. Landers laughed, the sound so beautiful against the quiet night air. You need rest, Hyacinth. You have not slept more than a few hours in days. No. What I need is you. Now. I raised a brow at him as he lowered himself back onto the bed and climbed over top of me. Our chests pressed together as his breath flowed through my lashes. He pushed himself against my naked thigh, the hardness of him forcing a sharp breath to fill my lungs as I stared into his eyes. Rest. And once you have, I promise to fuck the exhaustion back into your bones. His voice was a low rumble as he pressed his lips against the base of my throat. I groaned, wrapping my arms around his neck. I would just like the stories to know that not once have you ever listened when I've told you to rest. I shot back as he pulled his lips from my neck and smirked. He pushed himself from the bed and walked over to the desk in the corner of our bedchamber, leaning against the ledge. Propping myself onto my elbows, I watched as he ran a hand through his hair, then crossed his arms over his chest. Taft has not given us anything, he said with a deep sigh as his hands fell to clench the edge of the desk. My stomach plummeted as I pushed myself fully upright. I knew what they had been doing to him in the dungeons all these months, the torture that was inflicted on him in an effort to retrieve information. Every time Landers or Elric had pushed and bled him for information, the only response they ever received was a request to see me. Do you really think he knows anything more than what he told us the night he came here? I asked. I do, Landers said, nodding as he ran a hand down his face. He is hiding something. And though I believe his greed and jealousy played a role in his betrayal, I do not believe that is all there is to it. I talked to Azrai, I said with a sigh. When Taft arrived at the academy, he would never tell her where he came from, and she's never seen him use more than lesser magic, even when he was appointed to the War Council and his use of it was approved. He always refused to tell me where he was from or anything about his past. I paused, my brows furrowing. I thought it was odd, but I just assumed it was too painful for him to speak about. Most children that ended up there had horrific beginnings, so I didn't press him for answers. I think it is time, Hyacinth, Landers said, his gaze holding mine as my back straightened. I knew this moment would come. Knew that eventually I would have to be the one to pry the answers from Taft. But I wasn't prepared for the rage that would flood back into me at the thought. We can't just give him what he wants, I clipped, crossing my arms over my chest. We can't let him control the situation. Landers tilted his head ever so slightly and studied me. You are in control, Hyacinth, he said, his voice softening as he sensed the anger and anxiety flaring inside of me. You are the one on the outside of those bars, the one that decides whether he lives or dies. He cannot hurt you. Not here. The muscles on his body flexed, the tattoo across his skin rippling with the movement as he tilted his chin up and locked his hands behind his head. His voice tightened as he spoke again.
If I continue on this path, I will kill him before we get any answers. We need to at least see if he will tell you anything. And if he does not, then the gods of hell can have him.
I nodded. I knew he was right. Knew the time would come when eventually I had to face him again. But I was scared. Scared of the emotions seeing him would fill me with. Scared that the moment I laid eyes on him, I would kill him for what he had done to us. What about Dukovich? Can't we let him try? I asked, brushing a curl behind my ear. The corner of Landers' lips tilted up at my question.
No, we cannot. He will kill him the moment he sees him. The man has no self-control.
I rolled my eyes, groaning as I lifted my hands to the back of my neck and looked toward the ceiling. What's your plan with Dukovich anyway? I know that he's been useful in gathering information about the Cillians, but can we really trust him?
He is on a very short leash. Andrews has been watching him closely, and it seems his loyalty lies with you, even if his ways of showing it have been unconventional.
I still don't trust him. I don't want him left alone anywhere of importance. If he's not needed for information, I want him confined to his chambers. He's lucky we even let him out of the dungeons after what he did to Ada. I spat. The memory of her hanging from those chains still haunted me, still made my heart clench whenever I thought about it for too long. The fear that had consumed me in that moment was etched into my soul, unshakable and unforgettable. No matter how hard I tried, I could never fully escape the weight of that gruesome image. Ren had beaten and tortured Dukovich for days after he arrived here, taking every ounce of pain and anger out on him for what he and his men had done to Ada and Pri, for taking Arden from us. I had never seen Ren so violent, so full of hate and rage, but I didn't blame him and I did not stop him. Dukovich never denied any of his actions. He took the beatings, the torture inflicted on him, without complaint, giving us any information we asked for. Eventually, we had all come together and decided that, as much as some of us wanted him dead, he would be an asset in the long run. I didn't like the decision, didn't think he deserved to walk the same corridors as Ada, but war was coming, and we needed as many allies as we could get.
Andrews and I will be headed back to Ithia in a week's time,
Landers said, pulling me from my thoughts.
The High Priest and Priestesses have requested a meeting with you.
My stomach churned at the thought of going back there, seeing the fields where my heart had been ripped from my chest 9 months ago.
I told them I would give them your answer when I return.
I nodded, the weight of responsibility I hadn't asked for pressing down on my chest. I had no idea how to lead armies, had no knowledge of war or the strategy it took to win one. Every second between training with Andrews and Nithra, I had spent in the war room, poring over texts, trying to learn everything I could about the realms, about the art of war. It wasn't until I began digging through Lochdragoon's archives that I truly understood all of the history and truths that had been kept from us. There were volumes and volumes of the stories I had never seen, never even heard of. Can I go with you so we can just get it over with? I finally asked, meeting Landers' gaze again.
Of course.
His words were soft as he pushed from the desk and reached for me. His fingers slid up the length of my neck, pulling my chin up to his eyes as his lips pressed to mine. The kiss was gentle, tired, and I let myself bask in its softness, letting it wash over me and seep into my bones, calming my body. I felt his hand reach up to tuck a stray curl behind my ear before he pulled away and smiled down at me. A yawn escaped my mouth as I dragged the blankets over my body, squirming into a comfortable position as Landers slipped into bed. He settled by my side and pulled me into his chest. I've been thinking, I said into the calm. Ada, I paused, trying to steady my voice. These days, more often than not, tears threatened to spill at the thought of her. The distance she put between us, the pain I saw whenever she let her eyes meet mine. I was losing her. I could feel it in every conversation we had, and I didn't know how to stop it. I didn't know how to fix it. I cleared my throat. Winter solstice is coming, and for her new moon gift, I want to give her a home away from the castle. I don't want her to be further from me, but she's always spoken of a house by a stream with a land of her own, and I want to give her that.
If you think it will help her, I will make it happen,
Landers responded, his lips brushing the top of my head. I can't lose her, I whispered. I didn't say the words to Landers, didn't even say them to myself. It was a plea to whatever deity would listen, a plea to bring my sister back to me.
Chapter 2. Atalia. The first blow landed across my right cheekbone, which was fine. It wasn't the first time it had happened, and I was used to the pain. It was the second punch that really pissed me off. A fist to the back of my head that, truthfully, I should have seen coming. I should have known it wouldn't take long for a friend to run to his aid. Not very sportsmanlike, I thought to myself as I rose from the tavern's floor, dusting off my knees before wiping the blood from my split lip. But then again, I couldn't blame them. These were men that had something to prove, so I didn't expect much of a fair fight. It was probably my fault anyhow. I had been beating the shit out of them for months now. So that one I'd let them have. But I would not give them another. I crossed my arms, smirking as the two men circled me. They towered over the body I wore, and still, they had no chance of winning this fight. But they didn't need to know that. You should have told me you needed help. I would have gone easier on you, I quipped, stepping to the side as the fist of the man I picked the fight with flew past my right cheek. If you could do me a small favor. I leaned back a half-inch, dodging another blow from his sparring partner, and aimed for my left side next time. I would appreciate it. I would prefer to have 2 black eyes than 1 broken cheekbone. In unison, they lunged for me, and I slid to the ground just before they made contact, rolling out from beneath them as they collided above me. A chuckle vibrated in my throat as the crowd that had gathered around us started yelling bets at the barkeep. You two don't fight together often, do you? I asked, tilting my head as my lips split into a grin. I watched them limp away from each other, groaning as they turned back to face me. I'm going to shut that whore mouth of yours for good, the first one spat, pulling a small blade from his boot as a feral smile slid across the lips of his comrade. I clicked my tongue. That is no way to talk to a lady. Didn't your mother teach you any manners? I questioned, my voice sickly sweet, as I slid my hands behind my back and pulled 2 karambits from their leather casings. I kept my arms crossed at the dip in the base of my spine, the silver hair that flowed from my head gently kissing the tops of my fingertips. I liked this body. It had become a harbinger of violence to the scum of Nethkar, small and slender enough to be unassuming, to seem so vulnerable and weak. It was absolutely lethal. Though I must admit, it was the hair that had quickly become my favorite part of this skin. It really made a statement when the moon-drenched locks were stained crimson with the blood of males. The men lunged again, this time with an added fury that burned behind their eyes. I danced around their blows with ease, my body moving in perfect synchronicity with the rhythm of their rage-fueled attacks. It was almost too easy. As the first man's blade sliced through the air, I spun on my heel, bringing my karambit up to meet his wrist. The sharp edge slid through flesh and tendon like a hot knife through butter. His scream filled the tavern as the blade clattered to the floor and he clutched his now mangled hand. Only a few more seconds, and it would have been lying on the floorboards next to his knife. The second man slashed wildly at me with a knife I hadn't seen him draw. I parried each strike with my blades, the clang of metal on metal ringing through the tavern. The gathered crowd cheered and jeered, their voices rising with each traded blow. I let the man push me back, feigning weakness, until my back was nearly against the wall. He grinned, and the satisfaction dripping from him told me he really thought he had me cornered. "Not so cocky now, are you, cunt?" Spittle flew from his mouth as he hissed the question, and I did not hold back the gag that rolled up my throat at the heavy stench of his breath. I smiled, a slow feline curve of my lips, and laughed. A sound that rang out through the tavern like the peal of a bell. I'm just getting started. I ducked under his next slash and surged forward, burying my knee in his groin. He doubled over with a grunt, and I brought my elbow down hard on the back of his neck, dropping him to the floor. I straightened and flipped my hair over my shoulder, glancing over at the first man who was cradling his ruined hand, his complexion turning a sickly gray. "Do you know why I picked you?" I asked, taking a step toward them. "It's men like you that create the need for women like me." They glared up at me, their faces twisted with hatred as they rose to their feet. "You talk too much," the first one growled. "Let's see if you're still smirking after we rearrange that pretty little face of yours." "And I suppose," I glanced at his hand, gesturing my blade toward it, "you plan to do that one-handed?" They rushed me. Again. They truly never learn. I spun between them, dropping low to the floor as my silver hair fanned out behind me. The first man's blade sliced through empty air, where I had just been standing, as I threw my arms out to the side. I felt the tearing of flesh as my blades ripped through skin and muscle on the backs of their thighs, tendons catching and snapping on the curved tips of my knives. Collapsing to the ground, they crawled away from me as I stood, slowly rising to my full height. They pawed at their fresh wounds as the unmistakable scent of blood flooded my senses. "I'll kill you for this." The second man spat as I closed my eyes, sucking in a deep breath as the tavern fell silent around me. I took a step forward, opening my eyes as I began to circle around the men, watching them writhe on the floor in pain. "You couldn't kill me if you had 1,000 lifetimes to try," I sang, with a sharpness that could have sliced through bone. Their eyes widened as I took another step closer, crouching down beside the man I had started this fight with, and tracing the tip of my karambit along his stubble-covered jawline, drawing a thin crimson line. He whimpered pathetically. Typical. These men were nothing but frightened little animals. You thought you could take what you wanted, hurt who you wanted, and no one would stop you? I asked, my voice low and menacing. "Please," he whispered, his eyes frantic, finally realizing his place. "Have mercy." I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Mercy? Like the mercy you showed those women when they begged you to stop? Stupid bitch! You know nothing! Cannot prove anything!" His friend spat as I turned toward him. I watched as he tried to crawl toward the door. In a second I was on him, my knee pressed into his chest as I held the point of my blade against his throat. He froze, barely daring to breathe. "I know exactly what you've done," I hissed. "I have seen the scars you've left, heard the cries and the horror stories of the women whose lives you shattered." I leaned in close, locking my gaze on his fear-dilated eyes. "If you ever lay a hand on another woman," I whispered, "I will find you, and I will end you. Slowly, painfully, until you beg me for the mercy of death." Releasing him, I stood, watching dispassionately as both men struggled to their feet, clutching their wounds. They backed away, keeping their eyes locked on mine, then scurried into the silent, crowded room. "What?" I snapped at the faces staring up at me in horror. The space broke into motion. The sound of feet scuffling against floorboards and tankards clanking against each other echoed throughout the room as drunkards began to scatter. "Atalia!" A voice called from behind me, and I rolled my eyes at the sound. I dragged a blood-stained hand down my face, groaning as I turned to see Elric, the captain of the King's Guard, standing with two of his men flanking each side of him. They both looked so small standing next to Elric's tall frame and broad shoulders. He was the picture of order and perfection like always, as put together as a man could be. His tight black curls were cropped close to his scalp on the sides, his golden armor glowing against the black and emerald leathers that popped against his melanated skin, his thick dark brows pulled together as he glared at me with deep hazel eyes. It was always a look of worry with him, as if we were seconds away from invasion. "Hello, Captain," I drawled, tilting my head as I grinned at him. "How can I assist you on this beautiful night?" I asked, sliding my blades back into their sheaths as I shoved past his men, moving toward the tavern's entrance. I stepped into the open air and sucked in a deep breath, bringing my fingers to the cheek that had already begun to swell. That will definitely turn black, I thought to myself as I began my walk back to the castle. "Atalia!" Elric shouted, his pace quickening as he rushed to my side. "We need to talk. You cannot be doing this night after night." I stopped, turning to face him. "Are you going to arrest me?" I asked, annoyance rising. "I should, but—" "Then there is nothing to talk about," I snapped, stepping around him and continuing my ascent toward the bath I desperately needed. He called my name again, but this time I didn't stop to face him, just waved a hand over my shoulder as I slowly slipped back into my own body. The body that did not just let me forget, no matter how long I stayed outside of it. The pain I held just beneath its skin.
Chapter 3. Hyacinth. My eyes snapped open, my head whipping toward the crashing sound at the other end of our quarters. Landers jumped from the bed, pulling a dagger off the side table as I pulled the silken sheets up to my chest. "I know. I just need to talk to her. I'll be fast." Ada's voice sounded from the sitting room on the other side of the double doors that led to our bedchamber. I could hear Elric trying to stop her from crashing into our room as I sighed in relief. It was too early for this. If Ada walked into our rooms with any face other than her own, I was going to unleash hell. "Good morning, Your Majesty," Ada drawled as the door swung open on its hinges, clashing with the marble wall. She bowed in mock respect then, smirking at Landers. She sauntered over to the end of the bed and sat. Her features were very much her own and much too animated for this early hour. I studied the fresh bruises scattered over her face, the eye that had been swollen shut. I knew what that meant, knew where she had been tonight, what she had been doing tonight. Landers dragged a hand over his face, setting his dagger back against the wooden table as he looked over at Elric. "And you are the man I am entrusting the safety of my realm to? The man who cannot keep this feral woman out of our chambers at 4:30 in the morning?" Landers asked. I groaned at the time as Ada grinned up at Landers. Elric's lips twitched upwards as he looked at the mischievous smile carved onto her face, then cleared his throat. "In my defense, Your Grace, she was wearing your face when she got past my men." Landers pushed a hand through his hair as he looked over at Ada for an explanation. She shrugged, picking at her nails as she sunk deeper into the bed. Landers let out a long sigh, his shoulders relaxing as he pulled a tunic over his head and gestured for Elric to sit. I motioned for Ada to come sit next to me, under the blankets like we used to do, as I flicked my fingers toward the balcony doors, shutting them to lock out the crisp wind that had begun flowing in. She looked at me for one hesitant moment before turning her gaze back to Landers. "What is it now, changeling?" Landers asked as he settled into the chair across from Elric. A pillow flew toward him, and Landers held 2 fingers up, stopping it inches from his face and letting it fall to the ground. "Don't call me that," Ada snapped, chucking a second pillow across the room. "Ada." I tilted my head toward her, plastering a smile on my face, and in the sweetest voice I could conjure, asked, "What do you want?" She rolled her eyes at my saccharine tone, then looked down at her hands as she pulled a dagger from her belt and began picking under her nails. "I had the dream again," she stated, the words sharp as they left her lips, and my back straightened at the sound of them. "It was different." "How?" I forced my voice to stay steady as I glanced at Landers. He ran a hand over his face, his brows pulling together as his jaw tightened and met my eyes. "It wasn't me burning this time. It was you," Ada said quietly. My skin chilled, my blood turning to ice as Landers stood. "When was the last time you had this dream?" Landers asked, his voice hard as he rose from the chair and began pacing in front of the fire. "The last time I told you, 2 weeks ago. It has never changed before," Ada said, watching as Elric's hand tightened around the hilt of his blade. "When Hyacinth was burning, where was she?" Landers asked, stopping his pacing and clutching the back of the chair he'd been sitting in. Ada's voice hardened as she answered, "In the throne room. Sitting on your throne." Elric's eyes flashed to me as Landers went wholly still, the phase stillness I only ever saw in him when danger was closing in. Landers' eyes darkened as he absorbed Ada's words, his grip on the chair tightening until his knuckles turned white. "Then, it seems, the dream has changed for a reason." He turned to Elric, his voice low, grave. "Get Dukovich to the war room immediately. We cannot push this conversation off any longer." Elric stood, nodding as he turned for the door. "Don't you dare," Ada hissed, sliding off the end of the bed, her tone menacing as she lifted her chin. Elric stopped, his eyes darting between Ada and Landers, unsure of whose directions to follow. "Did you forget which one of us is your king?" Landers snapped at Elric's hesitation. "No, Your Grace." Elric's back straightened at the bite in Landers' words. "It's just... she's so... Please." Landers sighed as he rubbed his temples, his middle fingers pressing hard into his skin. "Do not tell me you are afraid of her, Elric." "Are you not?" Elric shot back. Landers' eyes darted to him, narrowing with annoyance. I tried to hide the smile that slid over my lips at the exchange. It was so very Ada to have a war general frightened of her. "You should be scared, my king, of what I will do to you if you bring that man anywhere near me," Ada said, her voice a low growl as she took a step closer to the two of them.
You made a promise you would not involve him, and you will keep it. That was when these dreams only involved you. The terms in which I made that promise have now changed. I will not take the risk of endangering Hyacinth's life because you are scared." Landers snarled back at her. Only Atta seemed to be able to rile him like this. "Is that so? You're starting to sound more and more like the man you have chained in your dungeons." Atta spat in response, her tone venomous. "Atta!" I hissed, my head snapping to her as Landers took a step forward. I shot my hand into the air and he halted. "Both of you stop it right now." Atta smirked, throwing up her middle finger at Landers as he sucked on his teeth, trying to calm the anger those words boiled in him. She had meant for those words to hurt and had hit her mark, like an arrow in a bullseye. That was completely uncalled for, Atta. Never compare him to Taft again. Do you hear me? I said, locking my gaze onto hers. She let out a deep sigh before nodding. I turned my eyes to Landers. "And you are a 400-year-old Fae King. Stop letting her get you so worked up." Landers lifted a corner of his mouth at my words as he sat down on the arm of his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. I slumped back against the headboard and groaned. It was too early for this. I needed at least 2 cups of coffee before the theatrics of the day started. "Is there any possibility of revisiting this conversation over breakfast without you two murdering each other in the meantime?" I asked, glimpsing the small smile that flashed across Elric's face at my tone before I looked back to Atta. She let out a deep, dramatic sigh. "I suppose I can wait until lunch to kill him," she drawled, turning to the doorway. She slapped Elric's chest with the back of her hand as she passed him, and I gave him a grateful nod. "Goodbye, changeling," Landers sang over his shoulder, a smirk plastered onto his face. "Goodbye, Lord of Death," Atta shot back as she closed the doors behind her. I rolled my eyes, trying to mask the surge that ran through my veins at the sound of that name. I hadn't been able to bring myself to ask Landers what those names meant. If there was truth to the story Dukovich had told me about him in the Cillians, I wasn't scared of the truth. I was not naive to the fact that Landers had killed, had done things that he was ashamed of during the war. I could see it in him, the darkness that he kept beneath the surface, and all the times he had called himself a monster. I hadn't asked because I didn't want him to push me away, so I stayed quiet. "The 2 of you will kill me," I said, shaking my head. "It won't be magic, it won't be war. It'll be the 2 of you that drive me to utter madness." A soft chuckle caressed Landers' throat, rolling off his lips as he pushed from the chair and walked toward me. I wrapped my arms around his waist as he stopped at the edge of the bed, pulling him closer to my chest, and let out a long breath. "I'm sorry she said that to you. She shouldn't have. I will talk to her," I said softly into his tunic. Landers' fingers dipped under my chin, pulling it up until our eyes met. "There's truth in her words. I should not have made a decision in the moment like that. We will talk, and the 3 of us will decide how to handle this together," he said, taking a step back from me as my arms fell to my side. He slid a hand down his face. "Landers, you are nothing like Taft." I stood and stepped toward him. "Wanting me to be safe doesn't make you like him. You don't control me." I reached up, my palm connecting with his cheek as he leaned into my touch. "You don't hurt me," I whispered. Landers looked at me for a long moment before letting out a sharp breath and pulling me into his chest. These last few months had been hard on all of us. It's felt like we are scrambling, frantically trying to catch a crystal vase before it falls to the floor and shatters. Wren had taken over intelligence for Loch Dragoon, so Landers and Andrews had more time to focus on securing the wards around Ithia and help manage the damage our party had brought to their doorstep. Wren had buried himself in the work. He blamed himself for not seeing Taft's betrayal, that he didn't stop it before Arden paid the price. Pri and Azrai had set up a makeshift camp near Nithra's stables.
teaching the students who had come from the academy how to wield their magic. So far, they were all doing better than any of us expected. Azrai had been teaching so many of us for years, right under the nose of the House of High, and they had never known. She had been risking her life, all so that her students could learn to protect themselves. Pri seemed to be right in her element, and those children loved her. Occasionally, Ren would assign her a job that would take her out of Loch Dragoon for a few days, but when she came back, I have never seen so many smiling faces. Pri's methods were softer than Azrai's, but still effective. Though she had been on edge recently in a way I had never seen before. But we all were. I couldn't blame her for that. Then there was Ada. She had spent these last few months perfecting her shifting until she could wield it like she had been using it from the day she was born. It was an asset to us. It made her almost invisible inside of rooms she didn't want to be noticed. So, Ren had offered her a position as an officer within his ranks, and she snagged up the offer without hesitation. When she wasn't on assignment, she was starting bar fights, wearing another's face. The taverns in Nethkar had started whispering rumors of the woman of many faces, and when I heard them, I knew they were speaking of her. She wasn't doing well. I could see she was desperately trying to hold herself together, trying not to take her anger and heartbreak out on us. Instead, she was causing herself physical pain to distract from the turmoil she had tried so hard to bury. I wanted to scream at her to let me in, shake her until the wall she built collapsed. But I knew that wouldn't help. Knew forcing her to open up would only push her away. She had always come to me when she was ready, and I tried to trust that this time would be no different. "I need to get to the war room," Landers said, his voice snapping me out of my thoughts as he pulled away. I dragged my eyes away from the crack in the marble floor I had fixated on, falling back to the edge of the bed, and watched as he gathered papers from his desk. "She will be okay, Hyacinth," he said as he knelt down in front of me, cupping my face in his palm. "Give her time. If I have learned anything about that little beast, it is that she is a survivor, and she will survive this." My lips turned upward in a sad smile as I nodded. Somehow, he always knew the emotion that was flowing just under the surface, always knew what I needed to hear to quiet the thoughts in my head. "I'm coming with you," I said, pushing from the bed. I wanted to get some more reading in before the castle wakes. I pulled a black tunic over my head, then slid into my leathers and strapped a belt of daggers to my chest as Landers smirked at me. "What?" I snapped, and his smile widened. "Is there danger in the war room I should know about?" he asked, amusement dancing in his tone as he lifted a brow at my knives. I rolled my eyes, slipping into my boots and lacing them up. "Who knows? If you keep talking like that, you may just find one held to your throat. As I recall, you do love the sight of a dagger in my hand," I said, smiling as I stretched my hand out to him. He intertwined his fingers with mine, pulling me against his side as his lips brushed my ear. "Only when those long legs of yours are straddling me, Darkness," he whispered as I pressed myself against him. A low, throaty chuckle escaped his lips as his teeth connected with my neck. Then he tethered us to the war room. We landed in the center of the room as shadows shot from my back toward the door, locking it as I grabbed the collar of his tunic and pulled him toward me, my lips crashing onto his. It had been days since his hands had claimed me, days since the warmth of him seared into my skin. And my gods, I missed him. My family, my friends, were every beat of my heart, but Landers? Landers was the air that kept that heart beating. We had been busy, me exhausted from my training and him from his travels to and from Ithia, and I could not wait another second to be one with him again. I needed to feel his hands on me, his lips on me. My fingers dug into his hair, keeping his lips locked to mine, his teeth latching onto my bottom lip as his hands found the back of my thighs, lifting me onto the surface of his desk. My hands slipped from his head down to his chest, clawing frantically at his tunic, pulling it over his head as his hands stripped the boots and leathers from my body. I pulled away only for a second to pull the shirt over my head and watched as he pulled the belt from his waist and unfastened the buttons on his leathers. I sucked in a sharp breath as he stepped out of the last of his clothing, dragging my eyes from his body to meet his gaze. The desire I saw swirling in them forced a low moan from my mouth as I reached out and locked my hand around his neck, pulling his lips back to mine. My body ached for him, screamed for him. I wrapped my legs around his waist as his first thrust sent pleasure tearing through my body. A guttural moan rolled from my throat as my head fell back toward the ceiling, my nails digging into his shoulders. His forehead fell to my chest, nestling between my breasts as one hand clutched my thigh, the other buried into the curls cascading down my back. My heart beat frantically against his skin, threatening to explode from the emotion building in my chest. He was mine, my entire universe held together inside his body. "I love you," I whispered as he slowly lifted his head from my breasts. His lips crashed onto mine with bruising force at the sound of those words as he pushed into me again and again. I collapsed to my back, my arms succumbing to the pleasure coursing through my veins as papers and inkwells slipped off the desk's surface, clattering to the floor. "Gods, Hyacinth," Landers breathed, his voice a low growl as his hands gripped my hips and dragged me toward him, my back arching from the wood as I panted against the rising ecstasy filling every inch of my body. Words were flowing from my mouth between moans. How much I needed him. How good he felt inside of me. I opened my eyes to see his gaze already on me, and a fist clamped around my heart, emotion flooding my chest as I slowly drowned in his stare. His hands slid up my abdomen, circling my breasts before grasping onto my shoulders and pulling me toward him to meet each one of his thrusts. A groan escaped his lips at the sound of my begging, my pleading for him not to stop. He slowed his pace only for a moment as I pushed my hand under his chin and pulled his eyes to mine. "Show me," I demanded between gasps. "Show me how much you missed me." He lifted my legs over his shoulders at my command, slowly pulling himself almost fully out of me. "As you wish." The words were a growl as he said them, then buried himself into me again. A cry that was sure to wake the castle burst from my lungs as my fingers curled around the lip of the desk. The only thing grounding me to this room, the only thing stopping my body from slipping into oblivion. A snarl tore from his throat at the sound, and as he slammed into me one last time, an orgasm ripped through my body as lightning crashed behind my eyelids. I felt him let go as I clinched around him, the muscles on his body tightening, his own release flowing from him as he wrapped his arms around me. "I love you, Hyacinth," he whispered into the curve of my neck, his lips pressing against my skin. Our heavy breathing filled the silent space as we held each other and basked in the euphoria that surrounded us. After a long moment, he took a step away from me, taking my hand in his as he pulled my back from his desk and slid my arm over his shoulder. He didn't speak, only placed soft kisses from the base of my neck to the curve of my jaw. I leaned into the warmth of his lips on my skin before meeting his eyes. We stared at each other for a few short breaths, and then he let his forehead fall to mine. There had been something in the way he looked at me recently that I couldn't place, an expression akin to sadness or pain. "Hey," I whispered, pulling his chin up to meet my gaze. "Is everything all right?" I asked, my voice soft as it echoed through the room. He let out a deep sigh as he looked back at me, then ran a hand through his hair. "What is it, Landers?" I pressed gently.
I am not ready to fight another war. I am not ready for the violence it will bring to my people. I do not know how to protect them from what is coming. He finally responded. I nodded as he took a step away from me, plucking my clothing from the floor and placing them softly in my lap. He slid back into his leathers and pulled his tunic over his head as I dressed, the room falling somber around us. He fell into the chair across from me and I stepped toward him, placing my palm on his cheek as I lowered to my knees in front of him and met his gaze. I vow to you, I will protect the people of Loch Dragoon with every ounce of magic I have. You will not fight this war alone. To death, remember? I asked, as a sad smile lifted at the corners of his lips. To death.
Chapter 4. Atalia. I swear to the fucking gods, I don't care that he's a king. If Hyacinth didn't love him, I would feed him to her goddamn dragon. Andrews lifted a brow at the threat in my tone, but kept his eyes glued to the pages of his book. Who does he think he is? These are my dreams. He wants to give that monster, who literally tortured me just to save a little face, and kidnapped the supposed love of his life, access to my mind. I flicked my fingers and sent a vase full of blood-red rose mallow crashing into the wall behind me. Andrew slid a leather scrap into the seam of his page and closed the book. He tilted his head, resting his chin on his fist, and studied me. What? I snapped. He didn't deserve my anger, I knew that. None of them did. Not even Landers. Landers had done more for me these last 9 months than I was willing to admit. And I didn't know why that made me so angry. Why I hated him for it. Are you done? Andrews asked, his expression amused. No, I shot back. As a matter of fact, I'm just getting started, and I cannot believe you would even— Atalia, he interrupted. Are you done? Andrews gestured his hand over the length of my body, and I looked down to see hands that were not my own. I hadn't realized I had shifted. I didn't feel it. I sucked in a sharp breath, slumping into the chair across from him, and let the air seep out through my nostrils. As I took in another breath, I could feel my body, my face, morphing back into my own. I could feel my magic working when I was calm, focused. I was spiraling. I knew I was spiraling, but I didn't know how to stop it. Didn't know how to stop this vile darkness from poisoning my mind. Recently, when I got angry, I'd started shifting without realizing it. It was like my magic was trying to protect me. It sensed danger when rage flared inside of me and took control in an attempt to shield me from harm. You are giving your magic too much control. If you are not careful, it will devour you, Atalia. Your magic is not for the weak-minded. The tone in which he said the words was kind, but there was a current of concern that ran through the veins of them. I nodded, leaning back into the chair and lifting my chin toward the ceiling, hardening my face so he wouldn't see the pain, the tears begging for release just under the surface. I refused to let anyone see a single tear defile my face. Now, about these dreams. I scoffed, rolling my eyes at the ceiling as Andrews continued. I agree with Landers. We are no longer in a position to do nothing. There are too many lives at stake, he said, his voice calm. I sat up straight and narrowed my eyes, pinning them on him. Of course you would agree with him. You're basically his little pet. The only thing that upsets me about your opinion is that it doesn't surprise me. I snapped, watching as his thumb spun the ring around his right pointer finger, and the corners of his lips twitched upward. He ran a hand through his hair, brushing back the strands that had fallen over his brow. I know this may come as a shock, but this is not about you. It involves you, yes, involves your dreams, dreams that seem to be trying to tell us something much bigger than you or me. But I ask you, if it is a choice between risking the lives of the people you love, risking the realms, or facing the man you fear, what are you going to choose? I don't fear him, I hissed, pushing my chin up. Yes, you do, Andrew said slowly, his voice so deep, so commanding. You see him and you feel all the pain he inflicted. You are sucked back into those chains dangling from that ceiling. He stood, pushing the sleeves of his tunic up his forearms. The muscles underneath his skin tightened as he stepped directly in front of the chair where I sat and stared down at me. His sapphire eyes pierced through mine and I swallowed. No. The word came out of me like a dagger. I didn't want to hear this. I didn't want to remember this. I wasn't scared. I would not let myself be scared. Yes, Andrews responded as he bent over, both hands clasping the arms of my chair tightly as he leaned in toward me. What, Atalia? Are you afraid of a little pain? Scared of a bit of torture? Scared of a man weaker than you? Andrew's voice was a low rumble as the words left his mouth, his breath nipping at the crimson painted on my lips. I sucked in a sharp breath as I drew my eyes away from the necklaces dangling from his neck, the vein pulsating under his scarred throat, and met his gaze. I am not scared of him, but I will make him fear me. I growled the words at Andrews, and a charged silence graced the air as our breaths mingled in the small space between us. Good. Andrews pulled back, standing to his full height as my heart raged in my chest. Now we're getting somewhere. He smirked down at me and I shot from my chair. You're a fucking asshole, you know that? I stepped behind the chair, putting space between us. You've called me worse, he said, shrugging as he sat back down in his chair and pulled his book back into his lap. I swear to the gods I hate you. I really do. I spat the words at him as I started to pace. He was infuriating, using my own fear against me like that. No, not fear. I wasn't scared. For being someone you hate so much, I do find you in my quarters quite often. He smiled to himself as he said the words, opening his book and propping his chin between his thumb and forefinger. You're right. It won't happen again. I snapped and strutted to the door. Fear, Andrew said over his shoulder as I wrapped my fingers around the golden handle, refusing to look back at him. Keeps you grounded in reality. It is not a weakness. I hesitated for only a moment at his words, then straightened my shoulders and closed the door behind me. I stood in the grand hallway outside of his chambers and watched as a rat scurried across the polished floors. A small shudder ran up my spine at the sight of it. I fucking hate rats. The sun was starting to rise over the rolling hills, slivers of light seeping in between the flowing sage curtains and dancing across the gold flecks inlaid into the marble floors. The castle was quiet at this hour, peaceful almost. I let out a sharp breath as I began my walk down the corridor, my boots trudging along underneath me, the only sound in the otherwise silent space. Andrews, like me, never seemed to sleep, and something about him led me to believe that he was just as haunted as I was, haunted by the horrors life dealt to him. I'd started coming to his quarters a few months ago, when it felt like I had nowhere else to turn. Hyacinth had Landers, and I was so happy she did. She deserved that love after everything she had been through. And Wren had Pri. That left me alone, and I wasn't used to being alone. I was used to Arden. I shook the thought from my head as a lump caught in my throat, and my heart threatened to explode from my chest. On the nights where loneliness felt like it would consume me, I found myself in Andrews's chambers. We would read in silence, and more often than not I would fall asleep in the chair across from the fire. I always woke before him and left before he could see me. I wasn't sure why I did that, wasn't sure why I felt like I needed to sneak out. But slowly, those silent nights reading turned into short conversations, then longer ones. Eventually, we had stopped reading altogether and talked into the early hours of the morning until one of us drifted off to sleep. And still, I would sneak out before dawn. He spoke openly around me in a way I only saw him do with Landers and Pri. But when we were in a room full of people, he slipped back into his shell, and I would watch as he closed himself off to the world. In the last month, he had taken it upon himself to point out all my bad behaviors. There was something in the way he spoke to me, something in his brutal honesty that made me grateful he didn't see me as fragile, while simultaneously making me want to punch him directly in the face. I didn't see the problem with a few bar fights here and there. Men did it all the time. What was the difference if I did it? It was insulting for them to think I couldn't hold my own. Not one of the men I fought knew what was coming for them when they threw that first punch. I felt alive after each fight, like nothing would be able to get the better of me again. And it didn't hurt that for every fight I won, I added more coin to my coffers from the pockets of these vile men. So what if I chased that feeling a little? We all need something to keep us from being shattered by the losses. So what if mine looks different from theirs? I thought to myself, as I rounded the last bend of the corridor leading to my quarters. I had been so deep in thought I hadn't realized how far I had made it through the castle. It was beginning to come alive now, the sounds of guards shuffling through the halls and maidens rushing through the staff quarters to start their morning routines. I looked up from the swirling marble to see Elric leaning against the entrance to my rooms and rolled my eyes. Here we go, I thought to myself as I stopped in front of him. What do you want, Elric? I sighed, my tone unamused as I pushed the key into the lock and twisted. You made me look like an idiot this morning, Atta. You made me seem inept, Elric scolded, following on my heels into the sitting area of my chamber. No, you made yourself look like an idiot, I said, pulling my sweater over my head and tossing it onto the back of an armchair. It's not my fault your men can't tell the difference between their king and an impostor. I pulled my hair up onto my head in a tight bun, kicking off my boots and pulling my leathers and undergarments down my legs as my skin shifted. I tossed my clothes into the corner and walked through the double doors into the bedroom. Look at it this way. Now you know where you have a weakness, and you can fix it. I lifted a brow as I turned to face him, this naked body now on full display. Elric kept his eyes locked on mine, and I smirked at the willpower he was using not to look me over, not to let his eyes take in every inch of me. This... Elric gestured toward me with one hand, the other clamped tight around the pommel of the sword belted to his side. Doesn't change the conversation I am trying to have with you, Atta. He dragged a hand down his face, groaning as he lifted his eyes to the ceiling. Maybe not, but fucking me may give you a change of heart. I grinned as I slid back onto the bed, letting my legs open just enough for him to view what he was missing. His eyes stayed glued to mine for only a moment longer before they drifted over my body. This conversation isn't over, he growled, releasing control and letting his sword clatter to the ground. His hands moved frantically as he walked toward me, unbuttoning his tunic and letting his clothes fall to a pile at our feet. I slipped out of bed, where Elric still lay naked atop the sheets, his deep brown skin glittering with sweat against the sun that had finally made its full entrance into the soft morning sky. Why don't I come back and stay with you tonight? We can have a proper meal together and talk. Maybe with you staying in your own body? Elric asked, as I slipped a crimson robe over arms that slowly shifted back into my own and tied it at the waist. My brows furrowed as I looked over at him. Why? Oh, I don't know, Atta. Maybe to get to know each other better. To learn about the woman I am bedding. I rolled my eyes, pulling my hair from under the robe's collar. It's been almost every morning for 2 months now, and though I am not complaining, I would like for it to be something more. I would like to see you, to be with the real you. His voice was so kind, so sincere, and I knew he meant it. I knew he genuinely wanted to know me on a deeper level than the detached intimacy we used to fill a void. But I didn't want him to know me, know the black hole that consumed my soul. And I would never, never let him touch me in my own skin. This body would never belong to anyone else. It would always be his. We talked about this, I said, turning my eyes from his to hide the shame. If you're not satisfied with our arrangement any longer, I understand. But that's all this is, Elric. An arrangement. A service we are giving to each other to fulfill a need we both have. I couldn't bring myself to look at him as I spoke. Couldn't bear to see the hurt I knew I'd find looking back at me. It's nearing 8 and I need to bathe. We have a breakfast date with your king. I said the words over my shoulder as I stepped into the bathing chamber and closed the door behind me. Today I will do better. I will be better. I promised myself as I walked over to the vanity and gazed into the mirror. I made myself that promise every morning, but I never kept it. I couldn't seem to get through a single day without pushing the people that loved me, the people I loved, a little further out of reach.
Chapter 5. Hyacinth. I sat at the dining table in the center of the banquet hall, waiting for the others to arrive as I basked in the silence. The doors leading out onto the balcony had been pulled shut to keep the crisp air locked out. The pads of my fingers tapped against the mahogany table as I sipped my coffee and looked around the room. A grand hearth sat on the far side of the room, filling the space with heat from the fire flickering inside. The wood floors were a deep brown with emerald and gold carpets strewn over them. Tapestries and paintings hung from the stone walls. Portraits of warriors and the sprawling fields of Loch Dragoon. A gold chandelier hung from the ceiling above the table, its candles helping the fire light up the room. I studied a portrait of a young woman, holding a child in one arm and a dagger in the other as the doors to the hall burst open. Ada and Pre's voices began to fill the room, and I smiled into my coffee as I pulled my eyes away from the painting and focused on them. They moved toward the table, pulling out chairs as they sat. I still cannot believe you enjoy spending time with those children, especially when you could be gathering intel with me, Ada said, pulling out a dagger and spinning it between her fingers. Come talk to me in a century. By then, you'll be begging for a change, too, Pre chuckled, reaching for the kettle placed in the middle of the table and pouring herself a cup of coffee. She looked tired, stressed. The dark circles under her eyes were more pronounced than I had ever seen them. Doubt it, Ada retorted, leaning back into the chair and swinging her legs over the armrest as Landers, Wren, and Andrews stepped into the room. My heart fluttered at the smile Landers gave me as he strode to my side. Everything felt easier when he was beside me. Tucking a curl behind my ear, I set my mug on the table and smiled back at him before greeting the others. Finally, Ada snapped, slamming the point of her dagger into the table. I flinched at the sound and looked across the table at her. She gave me an apologetic smile as she pulled it from the wood and pushed it back into the belt around her waist. Well, aren't you in a lovely mood this morning? Wren said in Ada's direction as he kissed the top of Pre's head, then took the seat beside her, across from me. Landers and Andrews slid in on either side of me as plates and dishes of food began appearing on the table. Elric stepped into the room from the staff corridor, whispering something to one of his men before they scurried out of the room, then quickly took a seat next to Ada. I watched as she adjusted her body away from him. Landers slipped his hand into mine before he leaned onto his right elbow, resting his chin on his fist, and winked at Ada. A grin spread across his face as Ada rolled her eyes in an effort to conceal the smile the gesture forced onto her face. And though she tried to hide it, I could see the fondness she had for him just under the surface. I didn't know if I would ever get used to it, seeing him care for her as if she was his family. I never realized it was something I desperately craved. I'd been conditioned to justify my relationship with Ada, to defend the love I held for her. He knew how much she meant to me and wasn't threatened by it. But Taft? I might as well jump right in before Landers takes it upon himself. Ada started, her voice pulling me out of the spiral I was seconds from falling into. I had to go to the dungeons today. I needed to finally face him. The dreams I've been having, the ones where I am burning, last night they changed, Ada said, taking in a deep breath as she looked over at me. It's Sin now. She's the one burning while sitting on the throne. The room fell quiet and Ada cleared her throat, glancing to Andrews before meeting Landers' eyes. I've thought about it, and I will give Dukovich access to my mind under one condition. She lifted a brow in Landers' direction. Name it, and it is yours, Landers responded. When he betrays us, and he will betray us, I get to be the one to kill him. Ada's voice was sharp as the words left her lips, and a smirk slid across Landers' face. I can live with that. Landers nodded. We will meet with him tomorrow. Do you want me to come with you? I asked, silently begging her to meet my eyes, but she refused as her jaw feathered at the question. No, she snapped, leaning back into her chair and propping her chin into the palm of her left hand. Landers' hand squeezed tighter around mine, knowing the sadness that flared in my chest at her clipped tone without having to tell him. I knew he could feel it, the pain of her unwillingness to acknowledge me if she didn't have to. Ada's gaze drifted to Andrews as he gave her a reassuring nod, and I almost missed it. The small smile that flickered across her lips for only a second before she tore her eyes away from him. Has anything else changed in these dreams? Anything at all? Wren asked, his brows furrowing as he leaned around Pre to look at Ada. Other than the location and who is being burned? No, I do not think so. What about the length of them? Pre interjected. I don't know. Why? Ada responded, her tone sharpening with annoyance. Sometimes the smallest changes bring the most insight, Ren began, leaning his elbows onto the table. You should start tracking them, writing every detail down that you can remember when you wake. You should also start staying with someone just to be safe. What do you mean? Why wouldn't she be safe? I asked, my eyes flickering between Ren and Pri. I am not suggesting that is the case, but I think it would ease all of our minds if she is no longer alone. We are worried. I am right here. Do not speak of me as if I am not, Ada snapped, straightening in her chair. Ada? Rin said her name slowly, like he was trying to keep an animal calm. We are all worried about you, not only because of the dreams, but you have been acting erratic. You have not been yourself. I knew the moment the words left Ren's mouth, it was the wrong thing to say. And judging by the way his jaw tensed, he knew what was coming next. Ada shot from her chair, her palms pressing into the table as she looked over at him. Atalia. Andrews stood quickly, cutting in before she could speak. Ada's gaze snapped to him as he shook his head. I watched, unsure of what unspoken conversation was passing between them, as my gaze fell to where Ada's hands pressed against the wooden table. My eyes widened as I watched her hands shift back into her own. She took in a deep breath, closing her eyes as she let the air flow out from her nostrils. She was losing control of her magic. Eat, all of you, Pri commanded, shooting Ren a soft glance and breaking into the growing tension. We are not going to waste a perfectly good meal. Ada lowered herself back into the chair, Andrews's eyes still locked on her. We ate in silence for the next while, our silverware scraping against china, the only sound echoing through the tense space. I cleared my throat, setting my fork on my plate before pushing it away from me. I was thinking, when we go to Ithia in a few days, I want to bring Kai and Callista back with us along with the other dragons. Winter solstice will be here in a few short months, and I'd like for them to be able to celebrate with us for the new moon ceremony. Really? Ada snapped. You're concerned about a party with everything else that is going on? I sucked in a deep breath, closing my eyes, and tried not to let her words sting. But they always did. Not because I was hurt by the words themselves, but because it was her saying them. In the last 9 months, she had become cruel. And it seemed like no matter what I tried, no matter what I did to connect with her, it always had the opposite effect. She was angry. We all were. But it was as if her anger was infecting her, taking over the person she had been, and she didn't care to stop it. In the past, she would have killed people for the way she spoke to me now. I knew we weren't the same people that left the academy, knew we would never get those versions of ourselves back. But looking at Ada now, I didn't recognize her. The love and the kindness she had always held in her heart, despite the rough exterior, was being eaten alive by her pain. Yes, I breathed, turning toward her. It's important that we try to find any pockets of joy we can, knowing what's coming. And besides, it's not just any party, it's winter solstice. I think it is a fantastic idea, Pri added with a reassuring smile. I, for one, have been dying for a reason to get back into the kitchens to cook. So I will start planning the menu, and you plan the party. I could see the elbow she jabbed into Rin's side and smiled at her effort. I could always count on her. Yeah, of course, Sin, Rin said, rubbing his ribs. Just let us know how we can help. Ada scoffed as Landers's thumb rubbed over my hand in comforting, grounding circles. He understood my struggle with her, the heartache I felt every day seeing her slipping further and further away from me, away from us. He had held me on so many nights as I cried into his chest from the sheer pain of missing her. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I felt our bond stretching, fraying at the edges, threatening to snap at any moment. The thought of losing her, of watching our friendship crumble like a sandcastle against the tide, filled me with such sickening dread. But I didn't blame her. How could I? He had been protecting me, helping me. If I hadn't used my magic, if I would have just begged for his life, given myself over to them, he would still be here, and we would still be whole. 5 of us had left the academy, and the 3 that remained were nothing more than shells of our former selves. This castle hasn't been decorated in years, and the students are dying to come see it. They haven't been back since they first arrived in Loch Dragoon, so what if we let them come decorate for solstice? Pri asked, tugging me out of the black hole my thoughts were becoming. I smiled at her, though I could tell it didn't reach my eyes. I like that idea. I would rather fucking die than be trapped with children for another holiday. Ada mumbled as she picked at her nails. I stood, the movement quicker and sharper than I meant it to be as all the eyes in the room snapped to me. Sucking in a deep breath, I pushed my chair away from the table. I think I will get some air. My words were strained as I tried to mask the emotion that was seconds from spilling over. I was headed for the door before anyone could respond. I need out of this room. The lump lodged in my throat was suffocating me. I was already out the door and halfway down the corridor when I heard Elric call for me, his boots sounding against the marble as he hurried over to my side. Plastering on the most polite smile I could muster, I turned to face him.
I wanted to give you this.
He stretched his hand out to me, a key lying in his palm.
It is for a house a few miles past Pri's home. It's the only one that far out, so you can't miss it.
A smile grew on my lips as I plucked it from his hand. Landers did not waste any time. Thank you, Elric, I said as he bowed his head and turned to leave. Wait, I blurted as my fingers latched around his forearm. You and Ada spend time together. I hesitated as he shifted his weight, obviously uncomfortable with where this conversation had turned. Is she okay? Understanding washed over his face.
It may look like we are close, but I assure you, she does not confide in me.
I nodded, my eyes pulling back to the key clasped between my fingers. Thank you, I whispered as he nodded and strode down the corridor, disappearing around a corner. I tucked the key into my jacket beside my pocket watch as I inhaled a deep breath. I would stay in the skies with Nithra today.
Chapter 6. Atalia. I paced back and forth in front of the mantel, Landers and Elric flanking both sides as I flipped a dagger in my hand. I really should not have agreed to this meeting yesterday. We were in an unoccupied, windowless room, a neutral ground that Landers insisted would help ease the tension. The space was bare. Nothing but a few chairs placed in front of the fire and a desk pushed into the far corner. A pang of shame shot through me at the realization. Everything had been removed from the room so I wouldn't destroy it. Is that really who I'd become? Someone who couldn't be trusted not to destroy everything I came in contact with? I let out a sharp burst of air as I looked up to see both men studying me. What? I snapped. Landers smirked as he said, Please remember, today is not the day he dies. I rolled my eyes in his direction as I continued pacing. Would you like me to go find him, Your Grace? Elric asked, looking down at a small pocket watch. He will be here, Landers said, glancing at the door. He does love to make an entrance. Fucking males, I mumbled under my breath as I stopped at the desk and hoisted myself onto its surface. I dug the tips of my dagger into the worn wood, scratching a line into it as the door finally opened. "Apologies," Dukovich stated as he stepped into the room. "Save it," I cut him off, scoffing as I slid off the table and crossed my arms. The corners of Dukovich's lips tilted up as his eyes slid over my body. "I was informed you needed my help," he said, pulling his eyes from me to Landers. He had a slight accent I'd never noticed until now. Probably because he was doing more torturing than talking. "Yes," Landers responded, pushing off the mantle and tucking his hands casually into his pockets. "Since being in your—" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Possession. Atalia has been having unusual dreams. You will work with her to see if these dreams have any meaning, or if they are residual mental wounds stemming from the torture you inflicted on her. If they are the result of your torture, you will remove any of the Cillian's chaos magic still lingering in her mind." Dukovich nodded to Landers' words as his gaze wandered back over to me. "Seems simple enough," Dukovich stated as he took a step further into the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the small smirk that flickered across Landers' face. "If you say so," Landers responded, clearly amused. "You will meet every day in this room at noon for 2 hours, until we have an understanding of what these dreams mean." Landers' back straightened as he took a step toward Dukovich. "We are extending you trust that you do not deserve. If you break it, if you hurt her in any way—" Landers' eyes flashed to me, then back to Dukovich. "Let's just say there are multiple women waiting to wear your blood like a trophy." Dukovich placed a hand over his heart and bowed his head toward Landers. "I swear to you, no harm will come to her." I scoffed at the gesture. It was an empty promise coming from the man that had tortured me. "Elric and I have business to attend to. We will be back in 2 hours," Landers said as he strode to the door and opened it. Elric hesitated at the threshold, not wanting to leave me alone in a room with this monster. At least one of them cared about my well-being, I thought to myself as Landers called his name from down the corridor. I nodded to him as he closed the door behind him. "Well, doesn't this sound like fun?" Dukovich said, clapping his hands together. I tilted my head, studying him as he fell into a chair and crossed an ankle over a knee. I hadn't seen him since he came here, and I barely recognized him. His brown skin pulled tight over a sharp jaw that led to a strong neck and broad, muscular shoulders. His eyes, a mix of green and brown, were set underneath thick, dark brows that matched the deep brown of his wavy hair. His full lips were the only soft thing set into his masculine features, and I forced myself to look away before my eyes lingered on them. "Why do you look like that?" I asked, from my corner of the small room. "Like what?" he asked, as a smile slid onto his full lips. "Handsome, you mean?" A quiet chuckle rolled from his chest. "That's the last fucking thing I'd ever call you." I snapped and lifted myself back onto the table surface. Though I admit he was not ugly. If I was forced to be honest, he was beautiful, and that only made my loathing for him deepen. And yet the fact still remains. Dukovich's grin widened, his perfect teeth put on display as he said the words, and I scoffed. "Vile and arrogant. How charming," I sang, flipping my dagger between my fingers. Dukovich leaned further into his chair, resting his head on the back of it. "This is my true form. What you saw before was a glamour, a way of hiding what I truly looked like. Once the plan I concocted was pushed into motion, I could not have people recognize me. You glamour yourself for centuries, just in case one day you needed an escape plan? I huffed. Sounds like paranoia. No decent scheme is planned in a day, love. And it worked, did it not? He asked, tilting his head to the side. Let's just get this over with. The less time I have to spend with you, the better. I jumped from the table, my boots hitting the ground with a quiet thud as I pressed my hands against my hips. How does this work? Dukovich stood, and I forced my body not to flinch at the step he took toward me. Let me see these dreams of yours. He took a quick step forward, holding his hand out to touch me, and my heart ricocheted in my chest as I watched him move toward me. I moved quickly, snatching 2 daggers from my belt and held them to his throat and groin. He stopped, his hand only inches from my head as I raised onto the balls of my feet and lifted my chin to meet his eyes. Touch me without my permission, and I will cut the cock from between your legs and suffocate you with it, I snarled. Dukovich's lips split into a wide smile as his gaze fell to mine. You'd like that, wouldn't you, love? Having your hand wrapped around my cock. A gag lodged itself in my throat as I pushed him away and took a step out of his reach. You disgust me, I spat. He chuckled, running a hand through his thick, wavy hair, pushing it behind his ear as a few strands, too short to stay tucked away, fell back over his brow. I have to touch you in order to sense if any magic was left inside your mind. If you want my help, there's no way around it. He said the words gently, and I recoiled. Let me make one thing very clear to you, I hissed. I do not want your help, but I have no other choice. I am only doing this for the people I care for. If it were just for me, I'd let the throne burn. And I thought I was the pessimist, Dukovich said, chuckling as he clicked his tongue. Now, may I see what exactly these dreams are about? Why are you helping me? I asked, taking another step away from him and crossing my arms over my chest. He took in a long breath, his eyes studying me as he slowly exhaled and lowered himself back into the chair. Despite what you may believe, my intentions have always been to help. Now, we may have started out on the wrong foot. Started out on the wrong foot? I snapped, cutting him off. You fucking tortured me, almost to death. And you just want to casually say we started out on the wrong foot? That's fucking rich. I scoffed, the words bitter as they fled my mouth. I never laid a hand on you. I never touched you. Dukovich snarled, his eyes darkening with every word. And you think I would actually believe that? I spat back. If you recall, when they brought you to the pit, I immediately gave you a tonic to lessen the burn of the Utherans and any other pain that would be inflicted on you. Or have you conveniently forgotten that part of our little story? He asked, and I could hear the bite in his voice. And that suddenly makes what you did to me okay? I was still the high priest. I had a role to play, and it was either torture you myself, let my guards have their way with you, or let the high priestess and their minions soil their hands with your blood. I had no good option. But I was not about to let those fucking guards lay a finger on you, knowing the vile things they wanted to do. So I let the high priestesses and their lackeys handle your interrogation. I made the best choice I could, given the circumstances. You were never supposed to be there in the first place. His voice was a low growl as he leaned forward in his seat. One day, I will kill you for what you let them do to me, I said, the promise slithering from my lips as my chest heaved. By all means, love, do try. We sat there, staring at each other, my heart racing in my chest. I couldn't stay here with him for a second longer. I couldn't look at him. I'm not doing this, not with you. I will find another way. Dukovich stood from his chair, his frame towering over me. And I thought you were a fighter. It's a shame, really, to see that fighting spirit so broken. I stormed toward the door. If I stayed here a second longer, I would kill him. Pushing past him, I reached for the door handle as he grabbed my wrist, pulling me backward. My vision went black. Sirens screeched through my ears as I whirled on him, snatching a dagger from its sheath and plunging it into his side. "Don't fucking touch me!" I screamed, the sound snapping my vision back into place. Blood was staining his tunic, drenching his fingers crimson as he grasped his side. I told you not to touch me," I stuttered, staring at him wide-eyed. "You stabbed me," he gasped, looking from his wound to me. I reached for my dagger, quickly wrapping my fingers around the hilt. "Don't pull." I yanked it from his side. "It out." He winced as a low grunt left his throat. "Why the fuck would you pull it out?" he hissed. "Why wouldn't you stop me sooner if I wasn't supposed to?" I snapped back frantically. "I was trying to," Dukovich breathed. "I told you not to touch me!" I scolded again, watching as the blood began to trickle down his legs and form a small puddle at his boots. "Unless your plan is to watch me bleed out, I suggest you take me to your healer." Dukovich groaned, flinching as the words came out of his mouth, but I could hear amusement saturating his tone. "You knew I would stab you, didn't you?" I crossed my arms, glaring up at him. "Thought it might help." Another groan. "You feel better to know you have now wounded me too." He smirked at me through the pain. "Now, about that healer." I rolled my eyes, letting out a sharp breath as I took a step toward him and pulled his arm over my shoulder. "Get a single drop of your blood on me and I will stab you in your other side." A breathy chuckle left his lips at my words. "So many threats." I opened the door and made a left toward the war room. Landers was most likely there, and I knew I would find Andrews at his side. We didn't make it more than 3 steps before they tethered only feet in front of us. The corners of Andrews' lips turned up at the sight of us. "You owe me 50 coin, Landers said to Andrews over his shoulder as he raised a brow at me. A scowl seeped into my features. "You made bets?" "I thought it might take a little longer, but I did not expect Dukovich to make it out of that room unscathed," Landers said with a low chuckle. "I hate to interrupt," Dukovich cut in, "but if you could stop this bleeding, I would very much appreciate it." I turned my head, looking up to see his light brown skin paling. Landers gestured his head toward us, and Andrew strode forward, relieving me of the weight of him as he took my place at Dukovich's side. I stepped away from them, and a knot formed in the pit of my stomach as they tethered away. "Well," Landers started, dragging a hand through his hair, "do you feel better?" "As a matter of fact, I do," I said, turning on my heel toward my rooms. "Tomorrow, changeling, please try not to wound him," Landers called out as I strode down the hall. I smiled to myself as I rounded the corner of the corridor. There was no way I was making that promise. I walked to my quarters as quickly as possible, desperate to bathe the scent of him off of me. I closed the door behind me, locking it as I sighed into the familiar quiet of my chamber. The knot in the pit of my stomach tightened. I had never lost control like that, never hurt someone that badly on accident. I shook my head. He deserved it. He had let the priestesses do so much worse to me, let them tear me apart. There were scars strewn across my entire body that proved it. Andrews had not been able to heal them all. Not even the Yaldrin healers could fix all of the damage done from the residue. The Svek that had been packed into the open wounds to torture me. I had never spoken of it. To anyone. The pain I had endured. The fear and the utter hopelessness I felt hanging in that dungeon. I was sure I would die there. Sure that I would never see my family again. But then I had hurt them. And I willed every ounce of life I had left inside of me to the surface, praying to the gods that I could hold on. I pushed myself from the door and swallowed the sob racing toward the surface at the memory. I would never speak of it. Not ever.
Chapter 7. Hyacinth. I'd been pacing in front of the prison's entrance since breakfast, my shadows flowing around me as the 2 guards stationed at the gates exchanged a nervous glance. I kicked a loose stone across the floor with the toe of my boot as I let out a long sigh, studying the dank stone space. My guess was that I'd been here for at least 4 hours already, which meant Ada's meeting with Dukovich was probably over. I desperately wished I could have been there with her, that she had wanted me to be there with her. I groaned up at the ceiling as the same silent battle raged in my head as all the other mornings I'd come, only to leave with the promise that tomorrow I would do it. I had never made it past this room. It was time, and I knew it. The time for me to come was months ago, but if I was being honest with myself, I hadn't been ready to face him. To face the man that had taken so much from me out of blinded jealousy. I still wasn't sure if I was ready, but it had to be done. I tucked a curl behind my ear and turned to face the 2 men. Rolling my shoulders back, I cleared my throat and nodded. The guards bowed their heads to me in unison as they each pulled a key from around their necks. I watched as the gold stitching of their leathers shimmered off the dim light coming from the circular window inlaid in the ceiling. It was the only natural light these dungeons would ever see. I stepped up to the door as they pushed the keys into the locks, then laid their palms on the golden door. Forcing my breath to steady, I brought my palm to the door's surface. My skin heated as it connected with the prison gate, and a white light ran underneath the 3 of our palms as the locks began to click underneath the surface. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed through the small underground chamber until the final gear clicked into place and the door began to open. Watching as the guards grabbed the handles and pulled the doors fully open, I let out a sharp breath. The gate was warded, and anyone who entered these prisons was documented when they laid their palms against the door. If your essence was not mixed into the magic used to ward them, the doors would not open for you. As far as I knew, only those closest to Landers and Elric and his captains had access to the inside of these doors. I stood there for a moment, staring into the darkness that seemed to stare back at me. I didn't know what my plan was. Didn't know what I would say, but I just had to get this over with. I couldn't keep pushing it off. I took one step toward the stairs on the other side of the door, then another, then another. My stomach lurched as anger rose to the surface at the mere thought of seeing his face again, and when I took that first step down toward the cells, my veins filled with rage. Every emotion ignited in the pit of my stomach like a bonfire, and I pressed my hand against the damp stone wall to steady myself. I had to do this. Taking step after step down into the hole that was now Taft's personal hell, I forced myself to breathe against the claustrophobia that was beginning to push against my skin. Every level I descended was lined with golden cells. The first few floors were reserved for those who had indulged in too much drink, causing trouble in Nethkar or its neighboring towns and villages. They were only staying for the night to sober up. The next levels were occupied by thieves and swindlers. As the stairs winded down, the severity of the crimes increased until they reached the bottom floor, where Taft was locked in one of 2 cells. My boots hadn't even connected to the floor of the prison when a soft chuckle echoed through the small, candle-lit space. I stilled, listening as chains scraped across the stone floor.
"I was wondering when you'd finally come to visit me,"
Taft said, his voice rough and full of amusement.
"Why are you hiding, Hyacinth?"
My skin crawled at the sound of my name falling off his lips, and I clenched my fists, taking the last step onto the floor of the prison and rounded the corner. "That's not something I have to do anymore," I said, willing my voice not to shake as I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned against the stone wall across from him. He took another step toward me, slipping his hands through the gaps of his cell and resting his forearms on the gold bars. The manacles around his wrists clanked loudly against the metal as he smiled over at me.
"You are a sight for sore eyes. Did you miss me?"
His smile turned feral, and I scoffed in response as I studied him. His skin was caked in a layer of dirt, and his grime-filled hair hung over his face. It was longer now and beginning to mat. "Not even a little," I snapped, and watched the lines of Taft's face harden. "Arden is the only person that deserves to be missed."
"Arden's death is not on me. He was my brother. I loved him just as much as you," Taft spat.
"You don't get to speak his name. You know nothing of what it means to love," I snarled, that anger slowly starting to seep out of my skin. "Now." I took a deep breath in an effort to ground the emotions spilling out of me. "I've only come here for answers. Answers that you will give me, or I will rip them from you myself." I pushed off the wall and took a single step toward him, watching as a small flinch shook his body. He should fear me. "If you tell me what I want to know, I will end your imprisonment and send your soul back to the gods in one piece. If you refuse, I will spend the next 100 years having you cut apart, piece by piece, only letting you heal enough to carve those pieces from your body again and again and again." The words were soft as they left my lips, the sound gliding through the air like a sinister melody. Taft took a step back, his fingers wrapping around his cage.
"Only a few short months, and I no longer recognize the person that stands before me,"
he said, his voice a low growl, but I could hear the unease tugging at the seams of it.
"What happened to the girl who loved me? Who once called me family? The girl that would die for her family?"
I scoffed, amused at the manipulation that used to make me feel guilt. "What makes you think I want to be recognized by you?" I asked, my voice cold, hard. I pulled a dagger from my sheath and let the shadows pluck it from my hands. Taft staggered deeper into his cell, away from the tendrils flowing toward him, his back pressing against the hard stone. "The thing is, Taft, you are not my family, and I know now you never were. I am no longer that same gentle, submissive creature you once knew. You are right about one thing, though. I will no longer die for my family. I will kill for them." Shadow wrapped around his limbs, and he struggled against them, fighting as they pulled him back toward me and pushed him to his knees. The dagger fell into my open palm as they coiled around us, wrapping around his throat and squeezing as I crouched down to meet his gaze. "Answers, Taft. I need answers. War is coming and you have used up all your grace. He lifted his eyes to mine as he tried to claw at the tendrils around his neck. I will never tell you anything, he spat. You will lose this war and the gods will condemn you for this. I will pray for you. Pray they give you leniency. He gasped as his tendrils tightened around his airway. A corner of my lips lifted as I reached through the cell bars. He recoiled as my hand connected with his skin, pushing a strand of hair behind his ear before my fingers slid down his jaw and pulled his chin toward me. Hear me when I say this, I breathed, my eyes locking on his as his skin turned red from the lack of oxygen. I am your God now. You pray to me, and I will not answer. Taft jerked his head from my hands, gasping as my words hit their mark and allowed him air again. He hissed at me as he scurried away from the bars. Where are you from, Taft? I asked, knowing that he would not answer. I clicked my tongue into the silence. Unfortunately, I have no more time to give you this morning, I said, turning toward the stairs and taking the first step up, then paused. Think about what I said here today, and choose wisely, or the next time I see you, you will not be left whole. The threat flowed from my lips over my shoulder as I turned my head back to the stairs and began my climb. Is this a bribe? Wren asked, setting down the last of the crates we had hauled down the hill from the castle as the five of us stood in the entry of a house that would soon be Ada's new home. I wasn't aware we had received gifts for bad behavior. I slapped Wren's chest playfully with the back of my hand as I stepped further into the large, circular foyer, trying to imagine how Ada would decorate it. 2 large staircases stretched upward before us on the opposite side of the foyer. The one on the right led to a den whose balcony overlooked the main level, and the other led to the bedrooms and washrooms. That's the only thing she has ever asked for, and after what she has been through, she deserves to have some place to feel safe, I said, turning just in time to see Elric and Wren exchange wary glances. What? I asked, my eyes flickering between them. Elric and I have some things we need to discuss, Wren said as he took a small step backwards toward the door. Pri tilted her head toward him, shaking it as a knowing smile split onto her lips. Besides, I know nothing about decor, Wren said, flashing me a sheepish grin as he gestured his head to Elric, his eyes darting to the door. Go, I said, waving my hand toward the door as I rolled my eyes. Be free. They tethered from the room in the next breath, and Andrews chuckled as he stepped between me and Pri. Are you sure you don't want to flee with the others? I deadpanned as I glanced up at him. A small smile crossed his lips as he pointed to the den. I will take that space. He was striding toward the steps before I could respond, and I smirked at his back. Who knew Andrews would be into this? Obviously, the kitchen is where I will be headed. Pri sang over her shoulder as she headed across the foyer to the back of the house and disappeared down the hallway that connected the front of the house to the kitchen. Magic began to flow through the air as the 2 of them began conjuring items from the crates stacked in the entryway, and I sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm the adrenaline still buzzing through my veins. I should have stayed longer with Taft, pushed him harder for information. But the longer I stayed trapped in that dungeon with him, the faster my confidence began to drain from me, as if he was sucking it out of my body. There was something darker, more sinister about him than I remembered, an aura of evil that unnerved me. Maybe it was the prisons and the horrors those walls had seen, or maybe it was just him, and I was finally coming face to face with the man he truly was. But I had done it, and that was all that mattered. I had broken that seal, and next time it would be easier. For now, I was going to focus my energy for the rest of the day on this house. Focus my energy on the things, the people that mattered.
Chapter 8. Atalia. Ata? Sin's voice echoed through my chambers, and I recoiled at the softness of it. I snapped my book shut and set it on the table beside me, clearing my throat as she entered the sitting room. "I hear you've had an eventful day," she started, and I rolled my eyes as a smirk crept across my lips. "I'm sure you'll be heartbroken to know, but the high priest has healed nicely," Sin said, as she plopped into the chair across from me and pulled her legs underneath her. "I really don't know what Landers expected, putting the two of us alone in a room," I said, picking at the red polish around my nail beds. I glanced up at her as she shrugged, tucking a curl behind her slanted ear. "As far as I'm concerned, he deserved it after everything he's done to you." Her voice was soft as she said the words, but there was an edge to them. I studied her as she watched the flames lick the inside of the hearth. She never ceased to amaze me. Somehow, through everything, she managed to keep her kindness intact. She still kept the softness that I loved so much about her. That's not to say that she hadn't come into her own, because she had. She just wasn't afraid anymore. Wasn't afraid of herself or her power. She wasn't afraid, and I envied her for that. She was so beautifully brutal and loving. After the way I treated her since coming to Loch Dragoon, there were times I questioned how she stayed so patient with me. "Ada." Sin's voice pulled me from my thoughts, and I looked over to see her eyes already on me. "I'm not going to ask if you're okay, because I can see that you're not. But it's time to let me help shoulder the pain you have locked inside you. You made me a promise that you wouldn't hide it from me anymore, and I'm begging you to keep it." Her voice started to waver as she said the words, tears filling her eyes. My stomach knotted as I watched her. "I can't lose you. I can't watch you disappear into nothing," she whispered as a tear slid down her cheek, and I swallowed the lump that had formed in my throat. My fingers dug into the arm of my chair as I stared at her. I didn't know what to say that could convey the depth of the emptiness I felt inside. I wouldn't put this on her. I didn't even know what this was. It was just a hole, a void, that I didn't know how to mend. And it was growing by the second, eating me alive. I was the strong one. I was the one that was supposed to pull her out of her grief and tell her it would be okay. Not the other way around. It wasn't supposed to be like this. "I miss him, Ada." Sin's voice was barely audible over the crackling of the fire. I couldn't meet her eyes. I couldn't look into the pain I knew was dancing behind the tears I could hear in her voice. A sob built in my chest, and I strangled it as my heart clenched like a fist had clamped around it. I didn't just miss Arden. No, miss was too weak to describe what I felt. I was suffocating without him. I was decomposing slowly, in every way. I could still feel the weight of his dead body in my arms as I pulled him against my chest. I could still feel the shredding in my throat from screaming his name into the burning sky. Could still taste his blood on my lips as I kissed his face, begging him to come back to me. I would never let myself love like that again. I would rather die. Sin's fingers brushed a tear from my cheek, and my eyes snapped to hers. I hadn't realized I was crying. had seen her kneel on the floor in front of me. I shot to my feet, wiping my eyes and sniffing away the tears as I took a step away from her. I need to get to sleep. The words were harsh as they fell from my lips, and I sucked in a sharp breath at the sound of them. Sin slowly rose from the floor, the sadness in her face deepening as she wiped her nose with her sleeve. Her gray eyes locked on mine, and I forced myself not to recoil in shame. I love you, Ada. I will always love you. I'm not going anywhere. No matter how far you try to push me, I'm not leaving your side. Her voice was so full of love as she said the words, but somewhere, deep in the veins of them, I could sense fear. A nod was the only response I could muster, as she took one last long look at me before turning to leave the room. I watched as the doors closed behind her and let out a long, shuddered breath. I had to get it together. My hands dragged over my face as I fell back into the chair and groaned as I glanced at the clock ticking away on the wall in the silence. It was only 9 o'clock and I needed to get out of this room. I needed to get out of the walls of this castle. I stood, snatching my jacket off the desk tucked into the corner of the sitting room and strode to the door. Vatham Street was calling my name. Nethkar was alive with the hum of energy under the dusk sky. Merchants lined each side of the narrow cobblestone road of Vatham Street, peddling their goods to villagers as laughter and songs spilled from the tavern's open windows and doors. The city was Loch Dragoon's capital and stood at the base of the hill where the castle stood. It wasn't grand by any means, but it was vast, sprawling out for miles in every direction. Farmers and traders came from all across the realm to sell their goods along its streets. Anything you could ever need could be found at one of the merchant tables that were set up night after night, or the stone shops with straw roofs that lined the twisting city roads. I was no one here, and that was comforting. Just another person lost to the sea of people that constantly crowded the narrow streets. I pulled my hood over my head to shield my face as long crimson locks began to trickle over my chest, the blunt ends brushing over the belt of daggers cinched tight around my waist. A smile crept onto my lips as I meandered through the packed street, letting the energy seep into my skin. I could breathe outside of my own skin, could finally fill my lungs with the oxygen they so desperately craved. The glitter of gems caught my attention, and I stopped at a small table strewn with weapons. My fingers slid over the surface of them as I plucked up a dagger I knew Sin would love to add to her collection. Black gems covered the hilt and sparkled against the golden blade that glittered in the dim lighting. "See something you like, love?" Dukovich's voice sounded from behind me, his breath kissing the back of my neck. "Yes, a new toy to stab you with if you ever call me that again," I snapped, keeping my eyes glued to the goods on the table in front of me. A deep chuckle left his lips as I gave the merchant an apologetic smile and set the dagger back on his table. I would have to come back for it another time when this demon wasn't hovering over my shoulder. I turned, taking a few quick steps down the street in an effort to shake him, but his long legs kept a relaxed, steady stride beside me. "Shouldn't you be in the infirmary?" I muttered, snaking my way through the crowd. "You really thought you could put me down with a little puncture wound? You'll have to do better than that if you want me dead," Dukovich responded, ducking his head under the colorful awnings of the peddlers' booths we passed. "If I wanted you dead, you would be," I retorted, turning off the main road into an alleyway that connected Vatham Street to the Cold Light District. My, wherever are you going? Strathbane Street is no place for a lady." I could hear the amusement in his voice, and I spun toward him. "Why are you following me?" I hissed. Why are you going to the black market? He challenged, raising a brow. I was not in the mood to answer any of his questions. How did you find me? If you are going to shed your skin, love, you really should make sure no one is watching, he said, as a grin spread across his lips. I stab you and you decide it's a good idea to stalk me? Are you fucking daft? I snapped, walking the remaining distance of the alley. Dukovich shrugged, that smile still plastered on his face. Maybe a little. The energy in the air shifted as we stepped onto the lower streets of Nethkar. Dukovich was right. The cold light district was no place for a lady. A smile split my lips. I was no such thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I said, pulling my hood further over my face. I have business to attend to. I took a step further into the street and he snatched my arm. You are not. Get your fucking hands off me. It was a snarl that left my mouth as I cut him off. I didn't turn back to look at him. If I did, I would kill him this time. I felt his fingers flex around my bicep for one quick second before his touch was gone and I strode into the sea of people. I ducked into the crowd, letting my skin shift again in hopes that this time he would not be able to find me. I really needed to hit something, I thought to myself, as I made my way down the night-covered street. I weaved through groups of people clutching tankards as they made their way from brothel to tavern before stepping into a poorly lit shop just off Drathbane Street. A rat scurried between my feet, and I jumped back, tightening my fingers around the handle as I recoiled away from it. The door knocked the bell hanging from the ceiling as it opened, alerting the shopkeeper of my presence, and her voice rang out through the space like a melody. Miss Italia, I was wondering when I would see you again. I lowered my hood as my eyes searched the cramped space for her. Herbs hung from the ceiling, swaying softly above the tonics and potions, stacked in every corner of the room. Every surface was covered with items that I didn't recognize. Steam hung in the air, the sound of boiling water filling my ears and heating the area. Finally, I spotted her, crouched over a large cauldron behind the shop's glass countertop, slowly dropping in what looked to be the innards of a small animal. She let the last of the bloody organs slip from her hand and the boiling came to a pause, the contents turning into a liquid that resembled melted silver. She stood, licking her fingers as she turned to face me, and the sight of her tongue lapping up the blood made my stomach lurch. She wiped her hands on the black apron tied around her waist before unfastening it and tossing it across the shop. She stepped over a few parcels strewn across the ground, hay and glass vials spilling out of them across the floor. Her eyes met mine, and her lips split into the most beautifully haunting smile. A shudder skidded down my spine. She was blind, her eyes white and cloudy as if magic swirled inside of them. But she always knew who I was when I walked into her shop. Always knew it was me, no matter the skin I wore. Her dark brown skin was radiant against the velvet purple dress that hugged every curve of her body, and somehow I was never prepared for just how mesmerizing she was. "Are you back from more valerian root?" she asked, as she pulled on the string holding her hair on top of her head. A mixture of snow-white curls, dreadlocks, and braids cascaded down her back and over her chest as she removed the tie, the ends brushing against her hips. I smiled as I stepped up to the counter. Actually, I was hoping, this time, to find some kind of sleeping draught that could stop a person from dreaming. I tapped my fingers against the glass counter as her brows furrowed. To stop a dream is to close the mind's eye. I rolled my eyes in her direction, and her fingers shot up and pointed at me. I jumped back at her quick movement as her fingers shook in my direction. I may not have my sight, but I see you clearly, girl. The The words were sharp as they left her lips. What the fuck does that even mean? She lowered her fingers slowly as a quiet chuckle escaped her throat, and she began digging through boxes stacked on the shelves behind the counter. I leaned my elbows on the glass, studying the rabbit's feet and petrified bat wings inside the casing as I cleared my throat. Can I ask you a question, Madam Shath?
Dinna call me that. I've told you a million times. Madam Shath is me mother, and the old hag refuses to die.
I smiled to myself at her words, the bluntness of them. That's what I liked about her. There wasn't a moment spent in her presence that wasn't honest. Okay, Yen, how do you know it's me when I come into your shop before I've even spoken? Aren't you blind? I asked, blowing hot air onto the glass in front of me and sliding my finger through it. She tapped 2 fingers on her forehead and then ran them to the tip of her nose and tapped it twice.
Sight is an hindrance to what truly lies in front of us.
I stifled another eye roll. Almost nothing she said made sense.
Now, get your grimy hands off me glass,
Yen snapped, dropping a wooden box in front of me as I pulled my fingers away just in time.
This potion is going to cost you. The ingredients are pricey, and my fee goes up for magic I do not like.
How much? I asked, studying the contents of the box.
600 coin.
My eyes darted from the box to her. 600 coin? That is absurd.
Told ya. There is a price for closing the mind's eye.
She reached out and flicked my forehead, and I swatted her hand away, rubbing the skin her fingers had connected with. How long will it take to make?
Suppose I could have it done before morrow's moon.
I nodded, pulling my hood back over my head. Thank you. I'll be back. In the meantime, I will take a dose of valerian root for the night. Yen swiped her hand over the glass, and a perfectly wrapped package the size of a small stone appeared underneath it. She picked it up and held it out to me with a smile.
I knew you wouldn't leave without it,
she said, as I plucked it from her hand, shoving it into the pocket of my jacket. I dropped the coins into her palm that was still outstretched.
There's a man waiting for you outside,
Yen stated as I turned to leave. I groaned, dragging a hand over my face. And you know this how? I asked, turning back to look at her and scanning for any alternate exits. She grinned back at me, saying nothing as she tapped her forehead twice and flicked her fingers toward the door and opened it on a phantom wind.
Chapter 9. Hyacinth. Candlelight flickered against the throne room walls as I made my way to the war room. The quiet thud of my boots against the marble floor echoed through the silent chamber as my mind flooded with thoughts of Ada. Tonight was the first time she hadn't said she loved me back. I stopped at the heavy wooden door, taking a deep breath in before pushing it open. Landers sat at his desk, reading through stacks of parchment as Elric, Asrai, Wren, and Andrews stood around the table in the center of the room, studying its moving landscapes. Landers' eyes flicked up to meet mine, and a smile flashed across his lips as he stood and moved toward me. "Hyacinth?" Elric said quietly in greeting as he bowed his head toward me. Nodding in response, I leaned into Landers' chest as he slid behind me and wrapped his arms around my body. My fingers curled around his forearms as I watched the 3 of them circle the table. It was then that I noticed Pri in the far corner of the room, crouching down and digging through an old crate of scrolls. She glanced up from her search and smiled as our eyes connected. "Is Atta coming?" she asked from the corner as she straightened to her full height, her arms filled with stacks of parchment and scrolls. "I doubt it," Wren scoffed. "She hasn't come to the last 3, and I don't see why she would start now." Pri elbowed him in the side as she passed by him, glaring as she dropped her items onto a scribe's cart. "You need to give her some grace. She has been through more than any of us since leaving your academy," Pri scolded, her tone firm as she dusted off her tunic. "She may have loved Arden, but he was my brother, and—" Pri threw up her hand, cutting Ren off. "This is not just about Arden. His loss has left a hole that may never be filled. You did not endure endless torture without breaking, without giving up an ounce of information. You did not lose the love of your life only to turn around and be asked to allow that same man, the man that inflicted that pain, to penetrate your mind. And not because it is what she wants him to do, but because, even underneath the turmoil that is swimming inside of her, she knows it will keep all of you safe." Ren's jaw flexed at the bite in Pri's words, and from the corner of my eye I could see Elric's back straighten. "She is the only reason you are not drowning at the bottom of a bottle. Do not forget that," Pri added as I leaned further into Landers. I had never seen Pri talk to Ren like this, never heard her aim such sharp words at him. Ren looked at her for a long moment, then let out a sigh as he dragged a hand down his face. "You're right," Ren said, nodding as Pri moved to his side and brushed her hand down his back, her features softening as she looked up at him. There is still so much pain in each of us, none of us knowing how to move forward without him, though we pretended day after day.
"We should get started,"
Andrews said, breaking through the heaviness in the room. I nodded as Landers shifted at my back. "Any news on Redelftum?" I asked, as Azrai pulled her eyes away from the table and met mine. "No. Not since the last group of Drow refugees crossed into the Loch Dragoon last month. My lines of intelligence in Revol have gone quiet since," Ren said, worry braided into each word he spoke as his eyes stayed fixed on the battle scene in front of him. "Quiet is not comforting," Azrai responded, her tone sharp. "It seems odd, doesn't it, that neither the Cillians or Amord have tried any kind of attack since they followed me into Ithia?" I asked, my brows furrowing. "No," Azrai cut in. "The high priestesses of the Cillians are smart and calculating. Now that they have seen a fraction of what your magic can do, and lost Dukovich from their ranks, they will not risk attacking based on emotion like they did in Edvir." Landers straightened, his hands sliding up my arms before slipping out from behind me and taking a step toward the war table.
"Time is running out, Azrai,"
Landers said, tilting his head in her direction, and I forced myself not to recoil at the look she shot back.
"They will come, and when they do, they will be more ready than they have ever been."
A shiver ran down my spine at his words. "How can we win a war with no real army?" I asked, my eyes flashing between Azrai and Landers. "The Laith and the Yaldrin are not fighters. I know that they will fight if they must, but it will be a slaughter. They are farmers and healers. They don't stand a chance against Hanth or Marzog armies, especially not when trained by Drow generals." "I will train them. I did it 400 years ago, and I can do it again," Azrai snapped as I pushed myself from the desk. "That is not enough, and you know it. You cannot train healers and farmers for only a few months and expect them to survive a war." Azrai's spine straightened at the bite in my voice, and I crossed my arms over my chest to hide my shaking hands. We were all on edge. I could feel the tension buzzing through the air, brushing against the frayed ends of our nerves.
"Hyacinth is right, Azrai,"
Andrews said, his voice cutting into the silence that lingered between us.
"With the soldiers and refugees Dukovich was able to smuggle out of Redelftum, we still only have a fraction of the army we will need. And if the Cillians and Amord truly have the leverage over Redelftum as it seems, the rest of your soldiers will be on the other side of the fight."
Azrai's complexion paled at his words, and she closed her eyes, resigned to the truth as she sucked in a deep breath, slowly opening her eyes again.
"We do have another option," she said, lifting a brow toward Landers.
I watched as his muscles went stiff, his knuckles turning white as he fisted his hands.
"No,"
Landers snarled, his eyes growing dark as he met her stare. "What are you talking about?" I snapped, taking a step toward Azrai. "What is the other option?" Landers' jaw clenched as Azrai pulled her gaze from him and locked eyes with me.
"We wake the fallen ones."
I froze. I had read the name only once in the altered versions of the stories I had access to at the academy, that I now knew I couldn't trust. "What does that mean?" I breathed, turning toward Landers. The vein running along his neck pulsed under his tattoo as he dragged a hand over his face. "Who exactly are the fallen ones, Landers?" Landers stared at me for a long moment before answering, something akin to fear flashing behind his hardened eyes.
"They are gods, exiled from Idridora, the celestial realm."
Elric and Rin exchanged glances, but remained silent as Azrai cut in.
"They were banished from Idridora with their dragons. Their title of god, as well as the higher magic that came with it, stripped from them, and their bloodlines cursed."
Azrai's tone was cold as the words slipped from her lips.
"Those 5 gods were turned to stone, cursed to never die and never fully live, only to watch as Nimbria moved on without them. Their children fled from Idridora to the furthest corners of Nimbria, afraid of your grandparents' vengeance, and determined to keep whatever curse was placed upon them secret."
"Why were they banished?" I asked, my mind racing as I processed the information.
"Because they did not think there should be one god to rule the realms. They wanted each realm to have their own celestial hierarchy, and they wanted to be the ones to rule over them. Your grandparents refused to give up an ounce of power, so they exiled them, made them an example to anyone else in Idridora who thought for even a second about going against their wishes."
I could feel the vitriol spewing from Azrai with each word she spoke, the hate she still held for them after all these centuries.
"The gods are not immune to corruption."
"And their dragons? Why were they exiled with them?" Landers started pacing as he slipped a hand through his raven hair. From across the room, I could see Andrews watching him closely, studying him.
"Because the dragons answer to no god outside of who they are bonded to.
There are only 12 dragons left in existence that we know of. Nithra, and the other 4 you freed from the Cillians, the 2 that are bonded to your grandparents, and the 5 that returned to stone alongside their masters," Landers answered.
"And these gods, are they dangerous?"
Ren asked.
"It is impossible to know. This happened over 1,000 years ago. We have no way of knowing if they will be willing to help us. No way of knowing that they will not kill us the moment we wake them. Which is why we will not be doing it."
The words were daggers as they left Landers' lips, aimed directly at Azrai. She smiled softly, unfazed as she turned her attention back to me.
"Ultimately, this is your decision, Hyacinth," she said, crossing her arms over her chest. "You are the only one who can wake them."
From the corner of my eye, I could see Landers stop pacing, his jaw tightening at her words as a lump formed in my throat. "How? If I decide that is what I want to do, how would I do it?"
"A god's blood must be spilled across them. God's blood still rich with higher magic. Then, dragon fire must be used to seal it into their stone tombs. You are forgetting one very important detail, Azrai,"
Landers said, his words a low growl. I turned to face him, my eyes locking onto his.
They are in the Blackridge Mountains. They are in the Cillians. Getting a dragon into the Cillians undetected would be nearly impossible, Elric blurted, his brows furrowing as he looked between Azrai and Landers. Unless, Azrai started slowly, you have someone with you, practiced in the art of glamoring. You? I asked, confusion seeping into my question. She was from the Cillians, and the ability to glamour came with their chaos magic. Or maybe she meant Landers, since he had Marzog blood in his veins. No, Ren said, shaking his head as a small smile crept across his lips. Dukovich. He is an expert at glamoring. I sucked in a sharp breath. He had glamoured himself for hundreds of years, glamoured armies during the Great War to sneak them across enemy lines. Could this really work? I breathed, my eyes meeting Andrews's. It could, Andrews said, nodding as he twisted the ring on his pointer finger with his thumb. But can you trust that he will not betray you? Trust that he will not notify the high priestesses of your presence and leave you there unguarded and unglamoured? A heavy silence fell across the room as the weight of Andrews's words sank in. After everything that had happened, everything that he had done, could I really put my life, the lives of those I cared about, in his hands? We have no other choice, I finally said, forcing my voice to steady. If waking the fallen ones, if trusting Dukovich, is our only chance at winning this war, then we have to take that risk. Landers's gaze burned into me, his disapproval palpable in the charged air between us. Hyacinth, please reconsider, Landers said slowly, carefully. We do not know what kind of power we would be unleashing. They may not have higher magic, but they are still pure-blooded gods. The consequences could be catastrophic. I met his eyes, my resolve wavering, seeing the fear reflected there. I understand that there are risks, Landers, but I also know that if we do nothing, if we face the Cillians unmoored with the forces we have now, it will be a massacre. He stared at me for a long moment, a war raging behind his eyes. A heavy sigh slipped between his lips, his shoulders relaxing as he ran a hand over his face. Will you think on your decision until after our meeting with the Yaldrin leaders? He asked. Pri and Atta will be in Amord in a few days, and they may be able to learn additional information that could give us a better option than this. I agree, Pri interjected, leaning against the table's ledge. This decision should not be made on a whim, especially if there is even the slightest chance of finding another way. A weighted sigh slid over my lips. Okay. We will take the next month to find any way around this. But if by our next meeting we have found no other option, then I will go to the Cillians. Can everyone live with that plan? I asked, as nods of agreement were passed around the room. My eyes locked on Landers's, and I could have sworn I saw him blanch. Saw something behind his gaze pull away from me. A heaviness lingered in the air as everyone began filing out of the room. I leaned against the table, my mind swirling as the weight of the decisions we had to make settled into my stomach like lead. Pri squeezed my hand, pulling me from my thoughts, and gave me a reassuring smile. I watched as she slipped her other hand into Ren's and slowly let mine go as I left the room. My eyes stayed glued to my hands as I settled between my thighs. Nerves bubbled in my chest as my mind played that look in Landers's eyes over and over again. Maybe I overstepped. He was the king, the one that should be making these decisions, not me. Landers handed Elric a stack of parchment, gesturing his head to the doorway as he glanced over to me. Elric nodded, bowing his head to me as he passed by and stepped from the room.
A long moment of silence passed before Landers let out a deep breath and leaned against his desk across from me. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my eyes still locked on my hands. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Hyacinth." His words sounded sincere, but strained. "You're not upset?" I looked up to see his eyes already on me. A small smile flickered across his lips as he chuckled softly. "No, I am not upset. I do not like the idea, but I meant it when I said you are my equal." He pushed off his desk and took a few steps toward me, pushing a curl behind my ear. "Technically, you do outrank me, being a god and all." He grinned, sliding his hand under my chin and pulling my eyes to his as I let out a sharp breath. "We will not agree on everything. Leaders rarely do. That is why we hold these meetings, why we have these discussions, so that we can all be heard and make the decisions needed to win this war together." He let his lips find my forehead as he pulled me against his chest, and I leaned into the warmth of him. "How about I stay in tonight instead of taking Nithra out, and we have dinner together in our rooms?" I asked, pulling back from his embrace. I have this sinking feeling that it's all about to start, that it's coming faster than we had hoped. I don't think we are going to have many more quiet nights alone. Landers studied me for a moment, letting my words hang between us as he pressed his thumb against the crease that had formed between my brows and nodded. I tethered myself to our quarters, narrowly missing the wall as I landed into our rooms. An armchair flew across the space as I toppled back onto it in a failed attempt to break my fall. A laugh rolled out of Landers as he watched my backside connect with the marble floor. I glared up at him, but couldn't help the smile that broke out on my face as he stretched his hand out to me. "I see practice is still needed," Landers said with a smirk as he lifted me from the ground. He'd taught me to tether when we first came to Loch Dragoon, and it was the hardest of all the magic I'd learned to wield. No matter how hard I focused my mind on where I wanted to go, I always landed a few feet off. "I may need more practice in tethering," I said, sauntering over to the glass doors separating the sitting room and balcony as a mischievous smile spread across my face. "But I have gotten quite good at other things." I pushed open the doors and walked out onto the terrace as Landers followed after me, his arms crossed across his chest. Pulling myself up onto the stone railing, I started walking on it like a balance beam. Landers took 3 rapid steps toward me as I feigned falling, and a laugh flew out of me at the bewildered look on his face. He ran a nervous hand through his hair as his eyes narrowed on me. "You have made your point." He stretched his hand out to me. "No, please, come down from there." I grinned down at him, winking, and pushed myself from the ledge. My name exploded from his mouth, the sound of it frantic as his body shot over the edge of the railing and watched me fall through the air. Wings erupted from my back and beat against the wind, bringing me back to the balcony's ledge as Landers dragged a hand down his face. "That was reckless," he said, amusement braided into the worry that coated his words. "That, my king, is called fun, and you should try it. It's good for the soul." Landers smiled up at me, finally letting out a long breath as he hoisted himself up on the railing beside me. "Do you trust me?" I asked, slipping my hand into his. His eyes locked onto mine. "With my life." A smile split across my face at his words as I slid my arms around his waist, then stepped off the ledge. We fell, careening toward the ground as I laughed against his chest, the sound echoing into the night. "Hyacinth, open your wings!" Landers yelled as we quickly approached the earth, his grip tightening around my body. His heart raced against my cheek as my shadows detonated from me. Tendrils reached out, grabbing hold of the castle's structure and held fast as we bounced inside the inky net that caught us. Landers clutched his chest, panting as he looked over at me with wild eyes. "Who knew?" I sang, my shadows pushing me toward his side. Our great leader would be scared of a little fall. I leaned over him, my curls falling over my shoulder as I looked into emerald eyes that glittered back at me. A laugh bellowed out of him, a loud, full-bodied sound that made my heart swell inside its chamber. My smile grew wider at the joy that seeped into the usually hard lines of his face. His laugh was my favorite sound. Landers slipped a hand behind my neck, pulling my lips to his, and kissed me. I poured myself into that kiss, poured every ounce of love I had into it. It was a kind of kiss that scribes wrote legends about, that they would speak of when they thought of love. I love you, I whispered against his lips, leaving a gentle kiss on each of his cheeks as I slid into his side, nuzzling underneath his shoulder. His arm wrapped around me as we looked up into the night, the stars sparkling above our billowing hammock. I love you, Hyacinth. Landers breathed into the sky. Tucking myself further into his side as the wind seemed to chill through my body, I let myself feel it. Feel this small moment of joy before it was ripped from our lives.
Chapter 10. Atalia. "What do you want?" I asked, shoving past Andrews as I exited Madame Shath's apothecary. The door slammed closed behind me, the wooden sign chained to the frame swinging with the movement. "You missed tonight's meeting in the war room." Andrew's tone was dry as he said the words, and a lump formed in my throat. This was the 4th month in a row I had missed it. I couldn't bring myself to go. I couldn't bring myself to help plan for a war I knew we had no chance of winning, when I was already losing a battle to myself. "Oh, was that tonight?" I asked with mock surprise, smirking as I started back to Vatham Street. There would be no indulging in drink tonight, it seemed. Not with Dukovich and now Andrews tailing me. He ignored my comments, quietly walking beside me as we weaved our way through the streets. I stopped, turning to face him, and crossed my arms over my chest. "Are you planning to leave me alone at all for the rest of the night? Or are you my new watchdog that comes out when the sun sets?" I arched a brow as the corners of his lips lifted. I scoffed, knowing that there was no way around him. Dukovich I could shake, but Andrews, he knew me too well. Knew my scent well enough to track me with his eyes closed, no matter the skin I was in. "Very well," I said, rolling my eyes as I stretched my hand out to him. Andrews tethered us to the doors of my rooms, dropping my hand as soon as our boots hit solid ground. I pushed them open, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the mess he was about to see as I gestured my arm toward the open sitting room. I hadn't realized until now that he had never been in my quarters. I had always gone to his. Shame pricked at my cheeks as I started gathering the clothing strewn about all the furniture. A shriek burst from my lips, the clothes in my arms flying into the air as I jumped onto the armchair closest to me. "What?" Andrews hissed, spinning in my direction, his sword half drawn. "There's a fucking rat!" I yelled, grabbing onto his shoulders and pulling him in front of me. "There it is!" I screamed, pointing my finger to the ground as it peeked out from under the chair across from me. I flung a dagger toward it and watched as it scurried across the floor, disappearing underneath the hem of the curtains. A deep chuckle left Andrew's throat as he slid his sword back into place at his side and stepped out of my white-knuckled grasp. "It's not funny! That's disgusting!" I scolded, cautiously stepping off the chair and scanning the perimeter of the sitting room. "Well, maybe if you do not live like a wild beast would not find your rooms a cozy place to hide," Andrew said, lifting a brow in my direction. I scoffed at him, picking the clothing back off the floor. "I'm messy, not dirty. And I swear to the gods that thing has been following me around for over a month now. I see it everywhere I fucking go. I snapped as I shoved my clothes into a basket beside the double-arched doors opening into the bedchamber. Andrews walked over to the window, pulling back the curtains, and smiled. The rat was sitting on the windowsill, propped up on its hind legs with its long, furless tail draped over the ledge. "You are afraid of this, little guy?" Andrews crooned as he leaned down to look at it. The rat stilled, staring back at Andrews with two beady eyes. "It's a rat, Andrews," I scoffed, walking over to where he stood and tried to shoo it from my window to no avail. "Rats are still animals, and it seems you have found your familiar," he said, inspecting the thing. "More accurately, your familiar has found you." He glanced up at me with a devious smile. "What the fuck is a familiar?" "A companion that binds themselves to witches, though I have not seen one since the war." I groaned at his words. A rat bound itself to me? A smirk slid across Andrew's face. "Seems fitting, does it not?" he asked, chuckling as I scowled at him. "How do you know it's a familiar and not just some vermin?" "I could be wrong, but it has your scent, and I can sense magic coming from it." I recoiled. "It fucking smells like me?" "Or maybe you it." This time, Andrews grinned at himself, and I sent a book flying toward his head. He caught it inches from his skull without looking away from the small animal, and gently set it on the windowsill. "Regardless of what it is, I don't want a companion. What I want is to be left alone." "You do not have a choice," Andrews said, finally pulling his eyes away from the rodent and standing to his full height. "Familiars attach themselves only to witches, and make themselves known only when a witch's power surpasses a certain threshold. They were rare even before the war. There have been few witches throughout history that possess magic great enough to require one." He lifted a brow at me, and I groaned. "It seems, Atalia, you are more powerful than we thought." I turned away from him and slumped into my favorite armchair. "One of these days you'll learn to not underestimate me." I kicked off my boots and flung my fingers toward the fire, watching as flames burst to life against the ash-coated stone. "What exactly are these things supposed to do?" "I do not know the full extent of it, but they are known to be an extension of the witch they are bound to. Once a familiar attaches itself, their life force is tied to yours. They cannot live if their witch's heart ceases to beat," Andrews answered, unstrapping the sword from his side as he fell into the chair across from me. I swore up at the ceiling. "A new responsibility I didn't ask for. Lucky me," I deadpanned. Andrews leaned back into the chair, making himself comfortable as he clasped his hands over his abdomen and ignored my statement. We sat in silence for a long moment, my words quietly lingering against the popping of the fire. Finally, I broke the silence. "I don't need you to stay with me, you know." I looked down at my nails, picking at the polish painted across the pointed tips. "I know," was all Andrews responded, as he pulled a small book from his coat pocket and opened its pages. I studied him in the silence. My mind wandered back to the first time I saw him, the beauty and darkness that was mixed into his features. Something in the moment he lowered his hood and his eyes locked on mine felt familiar, like he knew there was a darkness in me just by looking. That had always scared me about him. It still did. I could hide from everyone, but not him. He was no stranger to the dark. and it almost felt as though our darkness called to each other. That's why I loved Arden. Why I needed Arden like the air I breathed. He brought out the light in me. He brought out the good. All of which had been snuffed out when he... I shook my head, clearing my throat before the sob building there could escape. I stood abruptly, turning my head to hide the tears threatening to pool behind my eyes. "I'm going to bed," I said. The words clipped as I strode toward my bedchamber before Andrews could respond, the static in my ears growing louder with each step I took. I grabbed the handles of the double doors as quickly as I could and shut them behind me, pressing my back to the cool wood. I let out a shaky breath as I sniffed away the tears I refused to let fall and pulled the valerian root from my pocket. Sleep. All I wanted was sleep. Andrews was gone when I stepped into the sitting room the next morning, and I thanked the gods I wouldn't have to see him. I had woken myself in the middle of the night screaming, like I had every night since we arrived in Loch Dragoon. It wasn't the dreams that Landers was concerned about that haunted every single one of my nights. Those only came every so often, and I could handle them. It was the pain of the Euthrons wrapped around my body, the Svek being packed into open wounds. It was reliving every moment of agony in those chains, watching Arden's murder that tore me from sleep in terror. The valerian root was not helping like it had when I first started taking it, and I'd been slowly taking more and more of it at a time. But these last few weeks it seemed to barely touch the dreams, which was why I needed that tonic. I pulled on my leathers and plucked an apple from the parlor table. Elric would show up at my door any moment now, and the thought of seeing him this morning made my stomach churn. I did not have the energy for him today. Just another person I was avoiding. The list was getting longer by the day. My head poked out of my chambers, glancing down both sides of the corridor before pulling the door closed behind me. I took a few quick steps across the hallway, slipping into the chambermaid's passage, and tossed the apple into the air as I took my first step down the enclosed stairwell. As the apple fell back into the palm of my hand, I brought it to my lips and let my teeth sink into its skin. Pri and I would be leaving for Amor tomorrow, a day earlier than we had originally planned. Apparently, one of the Drow generals had been taken to the Cillian to meet with the High Priestess, and Nox, her informant, had information for her that couldn't wait. I, on the other hand, would be scavenging. It was my favorite part of this job, when I had no task to complete other than listen to what the people of the realm were whispering about. I smiled to myself at the thought. Atalia. My name echoed through the enclosed space, and I jolted. Fuck, I hissed, as Dukovich stepped out onto the stairs from a connecting corridor. What the hell are you doing here? I snapped, pressing a hand to my chest as a low chuckle rolled from his throat. Why do I always seem to find you in the most peculiar of places? Dukovich asked, casually ignoring my question as he slipped in front of me and began his descent. Seriously, stop following me, I barked, chucking the core of my apple at the back of his head. It missed its mark and flew past his cheek. I didn't even have to look at him to know the satisfied look that was plastered onto his face. From the looks of it, you seem to be the one following me. I rolled my eyes, shoving past him as our boots hit the landing and pushed open the doors to the kitchens. I would not be stuck in another enclosed space with him. The doors swung open, revealing the large circular room with a vaulted ceiling that pitched upward into a chimney. Clay baking ovens lined the back walls, all filled with bread as a pig spun on a spit in the far right corner of the room. A large cauldron hung over an open flame beside it, filled with broth boiling for soups and stews. Long rectangular windows sat high on the stone walls, letting in natural light. They were all cracked open to filter out the excess smoke and heat. Herbs and pans hung from the ceiling that I knew I wouldn't be able to reach without some kind of stepping stool. Barrels and baskets of fruits and vegetables were pushed into the corner to the left of us, further away from the heat. Large tables were situated into a square in the center of the room, where the meals were prepared, and one small table was pushed to the side, where coffee and other hot drinks sat warming on a hot plate. The kitchen staff froze as their eyes landed on us, confusion furrowing their brows. Dukovich's head dipped down in a slight bow as he reached for the pastry stacked on a platter at the edge of the workers' table. "Do not mind us," he said, plucking two from the tray. "We are just passing through." He bowed his head again, winking at the baker on the other side of the room, and I watched as a devious smile spread across her lips. Her cheeks flushed under the flowers speckled across her face as her gaze connected with mine. She cleared her throat, focusing back on her work as I rolled my eyes at him. He was definitely betting her. "You're a fucking pig," I murmured, striding across the room to the door in the far left corner that led to the castle grounds. "I prefer to call myself a savant of women's bodies," he responded with a sly smile. "Gross," I spat, the corners of my lips turning down at the thought. He pushed the door open with his back, and we stepped out into the morning air. I turned away from him, taking quick strides in the direction of Pree's cottage as I lifted the hood of my jacket over my head to shield myself from the cold and shivered against the biting wind. I hadn't expected winter to come so suddenly. "Seems we are heading to the same place," Dukovich said, appearing back at my side with a complete disregard for my personal space. "Also, you have a rodent following you." "Two, if you count yourself," I mumbled, glancing at my feet to see the familiar weaving in and out of each one of my steps. My head snapped toward him, stopping dead in my tracks as his statement sunk in. "What do you mean we are going to the same place?" "Are you not heading to Priyanan's home?" he asked, a corner of his lips tilting upward. This was not my fucking day. "Landers requested I meet him there this morning, so, like the good little prisoner I am, I'm following orders," Dukovich said as he continued walking down the hill toward her home. I clenched my teeth, trapping the scream I wanted to let rip through the frigid air. All I wanted was a nice fucking walk on my own to clear my head, to have one moment of silence before this day began. Was that too much to ask for? I thought. In that case, the sooner this meeting is over, the better. I hissed at his back, then tethered from the hillside. I landed in the trees surrounding the clearing where Pree's cottage sat, and let out a deep sigh, trying to ground myself. Trying to push away the anger that had already begun to rise inside of me, before I let it seep out onto anyone who didn't deserve it. Landers, however, did deserve it, for not telling me about whatever plans he had for this meeting. It was supposed to be just me and Pree like it always had been. It was my time with her. "Hey," Ren said, materializing beside me as I jolted from my thoughts. A string of curses fell from my mouth as I jumped, taking a step away from him and grabbing a tree branch to keep my balance. "What is it with you people today, showing up out of nowhere?" I snapped, as he grinned and took a step toward me, throwing an arm around my neck. His grip tightened as I tried to shrug off his hold. "You know, little sister," he started, dragging me out of the tree line, "no matter how hard you try to push us away, no matter how much you aggravate us, which frankly seems to be every day," he smiled to himself, "we will still love you." His voice softened as he said the last words and looked down at me. "You're my family, Atta." I let the words linger between us for a long moment, trying to let go of whatever anger clamped around my heart every time I was reminded that I was loved. I finally looked up at him and smiled softly before slipping out of his grasp. "So, was it Sin or Pree?" I asked, with a knowing smile, and he grinned back at me. Bree may have brought it to my attention that I have been a bit of an ass. I chuckled as we took our final steps to the door of their cottage. I mean it, though, Atta, Ren said, placing a hand on my shoulder, stopping me before I pushed open the door. I may not understand what it is you're feeling, but I am here for you, should you ever need me. I met his eyes, and saw the sincerity of his words flicker in the blue swirling behind them. I nodded, wrapping my fingers around his forearm and squeezing. I know you are.
Chapter 11. Hyacinth. I sucked a sharp breath through my nose and opened my eyes, rubbing my hands together as I brought them up to the hot air flowing from my lips. Nithra watched us from the far corner of the field that was covered in a thin layer of frost. Winter had come in the night, turning the world to glass. The ice coating every surface shimmered in the early morning sunlight that was now void of any warmth. The once mossy hills were now dead and decaying for miles in every direction from where we stood, a symptom of the death magic Andrews had been training me to wield. My control of it had gotten better as it was no longer tied to my emotions, and that was a start. I watched as Andrews laid a dead calf yards away from me. It had been split from its herd and cornered by the wolves that roamed these hills. It did not survive the ambush. Andrews refused to take life from any animal in order to teach me how to wield. He told me it was a waste of an innocent life for our own selfish needs. So every morning he scoured the hills for the carcasses of animals whose souls had already been sent back to the gods. I had never met anyone that cared so deeply for animals and creatures until him. We had spent so much time together these last few months, not only in training, but in Nithra's stables, away from the noise of the world moving around us. Her stables had quickly become one of my favorite spots to hide since coming to Loch Dragoon. The quiet of them helped calm the relentless static in my head. I had slipped into the stables one morning after a particularly restless night, to find Andrews tucked into the canvas of Nithra's wing, reading while she slept. Since then, we had been sitting together in silence a few times a week to clear our minds before returning to the responsibilities our positions demanded of us. Andrews knelt down beside the calf, pressing his palm to its forehead, and whispered the dead language into the crisp morning air. The decaying limbs began to twitch to life. I could see bone where the flesh had been ripped from its body as a green and black aura began to glow around it. I stared at it in awe. I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing you do that, I said, my voice flowing across the field to Andrews. The corners of his lips turned upward.
Give it time. Things will begin to impress you less once you hit a century,
he said, glancing over his shoulder at Nithra, who was eyeing the calf. You really know how to get a girl excited for immortality, I deadpanned as he grinned back at me, shaking his head.
You need to focus,
Andrews responded, lifting a brow and gesturing his head toward the calf. I let out a long sigh as I turned to face it.
Will your magic to aim for the chest. Try not to harm its body as you remove the life.
His words hummed out slow and steady as I lifted my hands and opened my palms. Green and black tendrils began to flow from the surface of my hands, coiling around my fingers as it started to inch its way toward the animal.
Breathe, Hyacinth,
Andrews said quietly as I let out the air I hadn't realized I was holding in. My head dipped in response, pulling a deep breath in through my nose, then rounding my lips and blowing it out to steady myself. My body swayed, moving in the direction I wanted the magic to go, and Andrews clasped his hands on my shoulders to stop me.
You need to learn to do this with your mind, your will. Your movements will give your plans away in battle if you're leaning into the direction you're aiming.
It's not that simple, I hissed, trying to focus on the calf as the magic began to flow faster out of me. The tendrils crept closer to the animal, twisting and writhing like snakes in the air. I could feel the power surging through me, a dark and seductive force that both thrilled and terrified me. I tried to focus my mind, to direct the magic with precision. Suddenly, the calf let out a plaintive bellow, its reanimated body collapsing and thrashing on the ground. The magic had struck it in the side, tearing through flesh and bone with sickening ease. I groaned, my concentration shattering like glass as the tendrils of magic dissipated into the air. "Damn it!" I muttered, clenching my fists in frustration. Andrews sighed, his hands still resting on my shoulders.
"This magic is not a blunt instrument. It requires finesse. Control," he said, his voice calm but firm as he flicked his fingers toward the calf, bringing it back to life. I nodded, taking another deep breath to steady myself. Raising my hands again, I focused all of my willpower on the calf's chest. The magic flowed out of me, and this time I kept it tightly leashed. The tendrils wrapped around the animal's torso, sinking into its flesh like claws. I could feel the life force within it, pulsing and struggling against my grip. With a final surge of effort, I yanked my hands back, pulling the life out of the calf in one swift motion. The creature fell, its body going limp and still as the green and black aura faded away. I let out a shaky breath, feeling a rush of exhilaration and nausea all at once. Andrew squeezed my shoulders, a genuine smile gracing his lips. "Well done. You are making progress."
I couldn't shake the unease that settled in the pit of my stomach every time I touched this magic. The power it held was intoxicating, addictive even, but it felt so wrong, a violation of the natural order. I shook the lingering feelings from my limbs as I turned to Andrews. "So, how well do you think the meeting at Breeze is going?"
"She will not be happy about the decision."
Andrews shrugged, pulling his jacket up around his neck to block the harsh winds. His brows furrowed.
"Did you know she wakes up screaming in the night? Screaming for you. For Arden."
My gut wrenched at his words, my heart dropping into the pit of my stomach. I took a deep breath, trying to control the knot forming in my throat. I didn't know what to say. Didn't know what words could possibly describe the ache that my heart felt knowing she was in so much pain.
"I will continue to stay with her. Make sure she is not alone,"
Andrews said, sensing the heaviness that clung to me. "Thank you," I whispered, nodding as I blew a deep breath from my lungs. I needed to focus. Tomorrow we would be leaving for Ithia, and I needed to have a clear head. "What are we going to do, Andrews?" I asked, tucking a curl behind my ear as I glanced toward him. I'm scared. I'm scared that we have already lost this war before it's even begun.
"It is not the first time we have fought a war we did not know how to win. Yet we are still standing,"
Andrews responded as he gently bumped his shoulder against mine in reassurance.
"And we have something they do not."
What could we possibly have? The question came out harsher than I intended, and I sighed, giving him an apologetic glance as I looked over the open fields.
"You, Hyacinth. We have you."
I walked up the 3 steps that led to the doors of Azrai's small cottage. The entire home could have fit into her office at the academy, but she loved it. She didn't like leaving the students alone at the training camp with how close it sat to Nethkar, so she and Wren had built this tiny cottage in 2 days, and it was as if nothing had ever made her so happy. It sat in the very center of the rows of cabins that housed the students. From her front door, you could see the castle looming at the top of the hill, and from the back, you could see Nethkar, less than a mile away. I had always thought, when Nithra and I flew over it that the layout looked so similar to a spider's web. I brushed my knuckles over the wooden door lightly before knocking. "Come in!" Azrai's voice rang from the other side, and as I pushed the door open, heat came flowing toward me. I froze in the doorway, the shift in temperature making my body tense as Azrai's head popped out from behind the wall that led to her bedchambers. "Shut the door, child," she snapped, stepping fully into view. She flicked her fingers toward me, and the door shut loudly at my back. "How can I help you, Hyacinth?" She didn't look up at me as she lowered herself into a chair pushed against a small dining table that only held room for two. Her eyes locked on texts and scrolls in front of her. "Just thought I would stop in before we left tomorrow and make sure you're okay handling our duties while we are away," I said, looking around the stone room that doubled as a dining and sitting room. She was not one for decor, or anything outside of what she needed to survive, and I could see that in the dreary space she called home. My heart tightened at the sight of it. It felt lonely. Azrai chuckled, pulling her eyes away from parchment in front of her. "This is not my first time managing a realm, but I do appreciate your concern," she said with a small smile as she gestured her head to the empty chair across from her. "Sit. Let me hear what you have really come here to say." I stopped the eye roll that was about to grace my face and made it to the table in 3 strides, sitting as commanded. No matter what our roles were now, I always felt like a child in her presence. A fire sat at my back that she used to warm the home and cook. A row of dishes and utensils were neatly organized atop the mantel like a kitchen shelf. She truly did not need much. "I'm worried. It's the first time all of us will be outside of Loch Dragoon at the same time. What if something happens?" I asked, my eyes glued to the papers scattering the table. "I assure you, Landers would not leave this realm if he believed it was in danger. Elric is captain of his guard for a reason, and I am here to support if needed," she said, leaning back into her chair and studying me for a long moment. "Out with it," she finally scolded, and my gaze snapped to hers at the bluntness in her tone. I let a slow breath seep out between my teeth before responding. "The Fallen Ones. I want to wake them, and I don't understand why Landers is so scared if it can protect us, if they can help us." Azrai nodded, as if she already knew what I had been thinking, and turned her gaze toward the window that was situated into the back wall that was only a foot from us, and looked down at Nethkar. "He is not wrong to fear them. Fear the consequences waking them may bring. But I do not think he fears them as much as he fears what he may have to become to stop them if they do not agree to help us." My brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" "You have heard the name they call him, I assume?" she asked, pulling her eyes from the window and focusing her attention back on me. "Yes. Lord of Death," I whispered. "It is not my place to tell his story, but when you are ready to know the truth, ask him. And once you do, ask yourself if you are ready for the possibility that he may have to become that again to win this war." Azrai's voice was low when she said the words, as if it was a warning. My heart raced in its cage. It was all so vague and cryptic. I just wanted someone, anyone, for once in my life to tell me the full truth without having to beg for it. My fingers balled into fists in my lap, and I pushed my hands under the table to hide the resentment that was beginning to simmer under my skin at all the secrets. "What about you?" I asked, straightening my shoulders. "What about the name they have given you?" "Ah," Azrai chuckled. "Mother of Bloodshed. It is appropriate, I suppose." "Why do they call you that?" I snapped. "Because I have spilled blood, Hyacinth. Because I have killed tens of thousands in my lifetime, and I do not apologize for it. I do not regret the things I have done, because I did them in the name of my realm, my people. There is nothing I would not do to protect you, to protect my homeland and return it to what it once was. The bite in her tone silenced me, and I watched as she leaned back into her chair and let out a breath. Quiet fell for only a moment before she spoke again. I can promise you, once you see the cruelty of war, there is not much you will not do to keep the people you love alive. When this war comes to an end, rest assured you will wear a name much like my own. I recoiled at her words, at the promise of who I would become, and a shiver ran down my spine. And though I tried to deny it, I knew she was right. Knew that I would burn the world down before I let anyone take another piece of my heart from me.
Chapter 12. Atalia. I'm not fucking doing it! I hissed at Landers from across the small kitchen. I have already agreed to let him into my mind. I refuse to babysit him while I'm working. Well, Landers said, bringing a mug to his lips and sipping, that is the beauty of being king. I do not have to ask your permission. I scoffed, looking to Pri for support. I could see it in her features that were now set in hard lines, that she was just as unhappy about this as I was. So, Pri started, crossing her arms over her chest as she leaned against the back wall of her cottage across from Landers. You want us to just take him on an assignment and pray that he will not betray us, that he will not give away our position. Correct, Landers casually responded. If I may, Dukovich started from the corner of Pri's small kitchen. No, you may not, Pri snapped, her eyes shooting daggers at him. Let him speak, Prianen, Landers commanded, and my back straightened at the sound of her full name rolling off his tongue. The room fell silent only for a moment before Dukovich pushed from the counter's ledge and stepped toward us. You do not trust me, I understand that. I would not trust me either after everything that has transpired between us. But this fight is tired. I have passed every test you've given me, have followed orders like a loyal dog. Just because I am not part of your little family does not mean that I do not care about winning this war just as much as you. There are people in the Cillians who have suffered because I chose to help you. Families and children that will be slaughtered because I am no longer there to protect them. You may not like how I chose to help you, but that does not change the fact that I have helped you. This is war. We do not have the luxury of time. The room fell silent again on the tail of his words. There was truth in what he said, no matter how hard I tried to deny it. I watched his jaw flex before he spoke again. There is no stopping what comes next. The truth of who Hyacinth is, what she is, has spread to every corner of Nimbria, and you know that as well as I do. She has given the people of the realms hope. Those who want change, who want freedom from the confines of their realm, and to use their magic without being murdered for it, are already rising up against the houses of High, and the priest and priestesses of Amord and the Cillians know this. So they will not stop until she is dead, until they can snuff her power out. Dukovich's words clasped around my organs, twisting them together as the truth of them settled into my bones. He was right, and I was letting my hatred for him blind me to the fact that this was not about any of us. This was not about what he had done to me or some cruel punishment Landers was giving me for how I'd been behaving. I looked to where Landers sat at the small square table pushed against the wall and swallowed my pride. Okay, I finally said, breaking the heavy silence. If this is what you think is needed, I will do it. Surprise flashed on all of the faces staring back at me, and I avoided Dukovich's gaze as my eyes fell on Ren and watched him nod in approval before pulling Pri into his side. If we decide that Dukovich... Ren paused as he looked at Dukovich. If we decide that you are needed, this assignment will help us gauge the responsibility we are comfortable putting on your shoulders. Understood, Dukovich said, clasping his hands behind his back. I still don't like it. Pri hissed, twisting her golden locks to the top of her head as her eyes locked on Dukovich. But I will let you dig your own grave. Dukovich smirked back at her as my eyes fell to Landers in the chair beside me. He stood, straightening his tunic as his gaze moved between me and Pri. Ren and I have some business to tend to in Nethka, Landers said, passing me as he strode to the door. Make sure Dukovich is briefed and ready to leave with you in the morning. And, ladies, Landers grinned at us, play nicely? He winked at Pri, then stepped from the cottage. Ren wrapped his arms around Pri's waist, planting a kiss on her cheek as I watched that rat scurry under the table, and sighed to myself. I really needed to hit something. So, Dukovich started, as Ren pulled away and headed for the door. I guess we're partners now. I rolled my eyes, and Pri whirled on him the moment the door shut behind Ren. Let me get one thing straight, Pri snarled, pointing a finger toward him. If you so much as blink without permission, I will cut you down and make it look like an accident. You are not to speak to anyone. You are not to follow me or Atalia while we work, and you do not, under any circumstances, breathe a word of anything you have seen or heard since you came to Loch Dragoon. Do you understand me? Dukovich chuckled, bowing to Pri. I would not dream of getting in your way. She scoffed, turning toward the coffee kettle sitting in the center of the table and refilling her cup. From what I'm hearing, there has been a rise in active... Shrieks began exploding from Pri's lungs, her coffee flying from her mug as it crashed to the floor, shattering on contact. The screams leaving Pri's lips drowned out the profanities Dukovich hissed into the air as the steaming liquid from her cup connected with his eyes. His hands flew up to his face as my head whipped around, frantically searching for the threat. Another screech left Pri's mouth as a dagger came flying by my cheek, heading for the rat scurrying across the floor. Pri! I shouted, grabbing her wrist before she could fling another blade in its direction. You two are fucking insane, Dukovich growled as he pumped the spigot and ran his eyes under the water. Where is it? Pri snapped, her eyes wildly scanning the room. I glanced between them, my heart racing from the complete chaos that had just broken out, and laughed. I clutched my stomach, buckling over as cackles rolled from my throat. Pri's eyes shot to me, her brows pulling together as I tried to speak. Another laugh detonated out of me. Another cackle bellowed from my lungs, and I grabbed the table's ledge to stabilize myself. I sucked in a sharp breath, blowing it out between rounded lips in an effort to calm the hysterics. I'm sorry, I breathed, but we are a bit insane. I grinned at Pri, and a smile broke across her face as she beamed back at me. I couldn't remember the last time I had laughed, really laughed like this, and it felt good. Dukovich's gaze bounced between the two of us. You two supposedly lethal women who will shed blood for the fun of it are afraid of a rat, Dukovich said, bringing his chin up to the ceiling as he placed a wet cloth over his burned face. I hope that burns scars, Pri sang, lowering herself off the chair she had sprang onto as her eyes narrowed on the edges of the floor. Apparently it is not a rat, I said, as I sat into a wooden dining chair Landers had occupied. According to Andrews, it is my familiar. Dukovich's head snapped to me, the rag falling to the floor with a loud slap as he gaped at me. You have a familiar? He questioned, now searching the floor for any sign of it. That is what I have been told. My voice was unamused as I answered, pulling a dagger from my belt and twirling it through my fingers. Do you have any idea how rare they are? The power that they have? They have not been seen in centuries, he snapped. Again, that is what I have been told.
This familiar,
Pri said slowly, as her eyes focused under the table.
Wouldn't happen to shapeshift, would it?
Of course it can, Dukovich shot back, his gaze following Pri's. They can take on any animal form. The low hum of a purr sounded from beneath the table, and in the next second an orange, long-haired cat bounded onto my lap. It pressed its body to my chest, rubbing against me before curling up atop my thighs. Dukovich moved forward, his hand reaching out to touch it, and it hissed. Good kitty, I crooned, smirking up at him and dragging my nails down its back. Well, Pri started, flicking her fingers toward the shattered mug still lingering on the kitchen floor.
This has been an interesting turn of events, but we should get started.
I nodded, standing as the cat leapt off my lap and stretched. We followed her down the narrow hallway of her home. Tapestries and paintings hung on the bright yellow wall between large windows that gave way to natural light, and I slid my fingers over them as we approached her study. She pushed the door open and stepped through the arched entrance. Dukovich ducked in behind us, his mouth falling open at the sheer amount of information, maps, and weapons that scattered the room. Correspondence from her sources, travel plans, and meeting briefings were stacked around the room, the parchment blowing softly against the wind of the open window. Pri strode across the room and reached her arm through the opening, pulling the glass shut. I flicked the tips of my fingers toward the fireplace as she cleared off a few chairs and the flames began to heat the cluttered space. Do not touch anything, she said to Dukovich, eyeing him as she pointed to the armchair she had just emptied. He sat, leaning into the chair and resting his chin on a fist as I flipped through the pages laying on the desk in front of the window. I snatched one from the surface, my eyes scanning the longhand as I turned to face her. Is this the letter you received from No... I stopped myself, my eyes flashing to Dukovich. From your informant?
Yes,
she sighed, leaning a shoulder against the stone wall.
There has been a rise in activity in the Cillian since I met with him last month. All he would say in the letter is that the Drow general was taken to the Cillians. We already knew that the war leaders of Redovtum were training the Marzog and Hunth armies under duress, but taking them out of Raval, it seems like an escalation.
I nodded as a lump began to form in my throat.
I am sure there is more that he do not feel was safe to write,
Pri added, pushing from the wall, striding behind her desk. I watched as she bent down and rummaged through a few drawers. Pri pulled a stack of parchments from the bottom drawer, dropping them onto the desk with a thud. She spread them out, revealing intricately drawn maps of the Cillians. Dukovich leaned forward in his chair, eyes widening as he took in the vast network of tunnels and caverns snaking beneath the surface. These are incredible, Dukovich murmured. May I? He asked, standing and gesturing to the maps. Pri nodded in silent confirmation, and he approached the desk. The level of detail is astounding. He traced a finger along one of the winding paths. How did you come by these? Andrews and Landers have been drawing them for centuries, adding in new details when they come across something they have not seen before. Wren has helped them fill in the gaps over the last year or so, Pri said, a small, proud smile brushing over her lips. Dukovich nodded, tucking strands of hair behind his ear, before pushing his hands into his pockets and looking up at us. If I may offer a suggestion, he began cautiously, glancing between Pri and me. I have a trusted friend, high in the Cillian's political hierarchy, who may be able to provide us with more detailed information about these recent developments. Pree's back straightened, her eyes narrowing on him as I cut in. If you've had someone inside the Cillians that could help this entire time, why are you only now bringing it to our attention? The words were sharp as they left my mouth. I was not willing to put him at risk before knowing you lot could be trusted. Now that some trust has been extended to me, I am giving some in return by telling you this information. Dukovich said, his voice low as if he was trying to contain his annoyance. Who is he? I snapped, folding my arms over my chest and leaning against the edge of the desk. He sits on the Cillian's War Council. And his name? Pree asked, lifting a brow toward Dukovich. I watched as his muscles tensed, his jaw feathering as he let out a sharp breath. I could see the struggle in him, the reluctance to give up the name, knowing that it could get him killed. Malik, he finally said, and the room fell silent. You can't possibly mean... I do, Dukovich said, the words clipped as he cut Pree off. She stared back at him in horror as she brought a hand to her mouth. My eyes flickered between them. Should I know who that is? Dukovich swallowed before turning to me and answering. He is the Cillian's new high priest. Chapter 13. Atalia. I sat on the roof of an abandoned brew house in the slums, watching as patrons stumbled in and out of the taverns and brothels lining Folkvane Street, the main road that led to the House of High. Sathros was split into 3 distinct boundaries. The highest point, closest to the House of High, was the richest, where most of the nobles or those that worked inside the House of High lived. It was bathed in gems, with brass and gold roofs set along marble and limestone structures that were perfectly symmetrical with intricate lattice detailing. The streets in this section were heavily guarded and always clean. The center of the city came next, and was covered in darkness from the House of High's spires, placed perfectly to shadow the lower half of the city, as if to hide it. Merchants sold their goods on these streets, the open market a mess of hagglers, and villagers looking to sell anything they could to replenish their coppers after nights spent in the brothels and taverns. Most nobles did not come here, unless they were looking to acquire specific services that the witches in the highest points refused to provide. The shops in the center were more or less built with the same architecture, just watered down with the scraps used to build the wealthy areas. The slums sat at the lowest point, and they were, personally, my favorite part of the city. Guards hardly ventured there unless forced, and nobles looked down their noses at it. Though it was racked with poverty and abandoned crumbling buildings, the people here were kinder than any other section of Sathros. They took care of their own. It may also have something to do with the fact that the black market resided here, which brought troves of secrets and information. The 3 of us had arrived at the safe house early this morning, and Pree had only stayed long enough to drop her bag before tethering off to meet with Nox. I followed quickly after. Not because I had somewhere specific to be, but because there was not a chance in hell I would stay in that house alone with Dukovich. The only assignments Ren had sent me on since I started working as an intelligence officer had been in Amord. He would never say it, but I knew it was because he didn't trust me not to do something stupid in Rudolftum or the Cillians. I wasn't sure I trusted myself either. At least here, if I just so happened to stumble into a bar fight, they would see me as another witch wrapped up in the carnal energy that flowed through this realm. That was something I had grown to love about my time spent in Sathros. The lust and desire that saturated everything it touched made it so easy to rile anyone when I needed to hit something. The men here were so weak. Ow! I hissed, snapping from my thoughts as I pulled my hand toward my chest and tried to shoo away this goddamn familiar. I inspected my finger and the bead of crimson that began pooling where its beak had cut through skin. "You are really beginning to get on my nerves," I mumbled as I wiped the blood from my hand. "I liked you better as a cat." It hopped toward me, snapping its crow's beak at me again, and squawked. I leaned back into the shadows at the sound, not wanting to be seen if it drew any attention to us. "What? What do you want?" I snapped in a low whisper. I watched as it hopped to the edge of the roof and jabbed its beak toward the ground. Rolling my eyes, I let out an annoyed sigh as I moved toward the ledge. I can't believe I was letting this thing tell me what to do. My finger slid up the seam of my hood, pulling the leather over my head as I leaned over the roof's edge. The streets had begun to part down the middle. Drunkards, mongers, and their harlots scurried from view, hiding behind doors and windows that were flying shut as 4 Hanthguards led a man up the cobblestone road on horseback toward the House of High. Pebbles loosened under my boots, rolling from the roof as I pushed myself against the chimney and crouched lower into the shadows, shifting my position to get a better view. I couldn't tell if they were protecting him or if he was their prisoner. I slipped behind the chimney and bolted the remaining distance of the rooftop and jumped. Bounding from rooftop to rooftop, my feet almost silent against the clay shingles, I raced to get ahead of them, to get a better look. My fingers locked around a worn copper spire as I slid to a stop atop the brothel that sat in the curve of the road. When they rounded the corner, I would have a full view of all their faces. I watched as they came toward me, spotting the rope tied to the man's ankles and wrists. A prisoner. I could see red dripping from somewhere underneath his cloak, blood staining the hem of the fabric. As they reached the bend in the road, my heart stopped dead in my chest. It was Knox. My heart began to sprint in my chest. Pri was with him. Pri was going to meet with him this morning. The gears in my head began frantically turning. I had to get him free. I had to find Pri. Keeping myself in the shadows, I jumped from the roof, landing on the sandy ground as my body shifted into that lethal vixen. Get him free of the restraints. I hissed toward the familiar, and watched as the crow melted into a rat and scurried away from me. I'll handle the men, I whispered, standing to my full height. Sucking in a sharp breath, I stepped into the road. Evening, gentlemen, I drawled, bowing to give them ample view of the cleavage gushing from the thin dress that now clung to my body. It brushed against the ground as I lowered my body toward the ground, the slits up both sides separating to put every inch of my legs on full display. Get out of the road, witch! The leader of the squad spat as his 3 guards eyed me with a predatory gaze. I lifted from my bow at his words, letting my silver hair catch in the moon's light, and walked toward them. My hips swayed with each step I took as I let magic flow from me, let it ensnare itself around their emotions. I stepped up to their leader and placed a hand on his horse's mane, running my fingers through it as I looked up to meet his eyes. Are you sure there's nothing I can do for you, men? I asked, my voice dripping with sweet venom. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the rat begin to gnaw on the rope. Your magic will not work on me, wench! He snarled as the heel of his boot connected with my chest and sent me flying backward. I let out a mock gasp, dramatically falling to the ground, and scurried backwards as my magic gripped around the minds of his guards. My gaze fell to the ground as the last thread of the rope snapped between the rodent's teeth, and chuckled. I thought I would have to distract them longer, but it seems this familiar, like myself, did not waste time. Knox finally lifted his head at the sound, peeking from under his hood just enough for our eyes to connect. He had seen this body before, and as the knowledge clicked in his mind, his eyes widened. My hands dusted off my dress as I stood, and the guards looked back at me in confusion. That kick would have hurt most, would have sent most wenches running back to their brothels in fear. But I was not most, and I was definitely no wench. "Well, this has been fun," I crooned, tucking my hands behind my back and wrapping my fingers around my blades, readying to draw them. "The prisoner," I gestured my head toward Knox, "is mine." "I will give you one last chance, witch. Move or be moved." The leader snarled down at me, and I grinned. "The prisoner, or your men?" I countered, watching as his head slowly turned to look at his guards, his eyes widening in horror as each of them held their own blades to their throat. Their eyes locked on him, frantic and pleading. His gaze snapped back to me, fury seeping into every line of his scarred face. "You are beginning to bore me," I snapped, taking a step toward him and tightening my grip on my blades. "The high priest will have your head." "Very well," I cut in, as the slicing of flesh and gurgling sounded from behind him. He whirled around to see his men grasping at their throats, gasping for the air that would not find them as they each tumbled from their horses. Their bodies hit the ground with a loud thud, and for a second, my mind went numb. My vision went black, and all I could see was him. The way his body rested in my arms, the cut across his throat that drained the life and blood from his body. My stomach twisted, knotting around itself as my chest tightened. "I will kill you for this." The threat echoed into the darkness that covered my vision, and I snatched a blade from its holster as my sight came crashing back. My dagger flew from my hand on instinct as he lunged for me. Then there was silence. His arms were still outstretched as he fell to the ground, the blade buried deep between his brows. "Where's Pri?" I hissed, whirling to face Knox as he struggled to lower himself from the horse and clutched his abdomen. "I do not know. We were raided. Someone knew where we would be meeting." I threw his arm around my shoulder and he cried out in pain at the movement. My hand slammed across his mouth, muffling his shrieks as I dragged him off the open road. There was no way someone hadn't seen what just happened. They would find these bodies soon enough, and we could not be anywhere near Folkvane Street when they did. "Find Dukovich!" I said frantically toward the familiar, as I slumped Knox down behind the back of the brothel and shifted back into my skin. It took off into the night, and somewhere in the distance I heard its cawing floating on the wind. "Where are you hurt?" I asked, clawing at the cloak that covered him. A gasp left my lungs as I peeled away the blood-soaked fabric from his abdomen and met his gaze. "How?" I breathed, staring at him in horror. "The Cillians have been dealing Schweck to Amord." Knox groaned as I nodded, trying to rein in the fear I knew he could see on my face. This wound looked exactly how Sin's had looked when she escaped to Ithia, and I knew that meant only one thing. The Svek was in his organs. Whatever he had been stabbed with had left the residue inside of him. "Help is coming," I whispered, slowly placing the fabric down over his wound. "I need to get the bodies off the road," I said, standing. "I will be back." He nodded, flinching as he tried to reposition himself against the sandstone building, the hay beneath him slowly turning crimson. My head peeked around the corner of the brothel as my eyes scanned the entire area before stepping back into the road. My heart convulsed as I rushed to the bodies. A groan left my lips as I dragged each of them beside the tavern across the way, laying them as close to the building as I possibly could before throwing piles of hay over them. Flicking my fingers toward the trails of blood, I watched as they disappeared into the sand and slapped the back of each horse. They jolted, kicking their front legs up before galloping down the road, leaving nothing but clouds of dust in their wake. My feet raced back to Knox's side, praying to the gods he was still conscious. I stopped dead in my tracks as I rounded the back corner of the brothel. Dukovich was kneeling over Knox with a dagger to his throat. Knox held his own dagger to Dukovich's side with as much strength as he could muster. "What the fuck are you doing?" I snarled. "This man cannot be trusted." Dukovich growled down at him, baring his teeth. "He's a traitor." "Newsflash!" I spat, shoving him away from Knox as I snatched the blade from his hand. "So are you!" Dukovich's jaw clenched at my words. "Get him to the safe house. I have to find Pri," I snapped, pulling Knox to his feet. "He'll kill me. If you leave me with him, he will kill me," Knox stated, his voice thin, weak. "No, he won't," I said, more so in warning to Dukovich than to calm Knox. "I do not know the location of the safe house well enough to tether us there." Dukovich barked at me in frustration, and I rolled my eyes. He had a point. Gods, men were useless. I wrapped my fist around each of their arms, muttering profanities under my breath, and tethered us from Folkvane Street. We landed in the center of the safe house as Knox screamed out in pain. He crumpled to the ground, his limbs writhing in agony against the residue that was slowly turning his veins black as I leaned his back against the couch. "Thank gods!" Pri's voice rang through the room and my head snapped up at the sound. She was hunched over the dining table, trying to dress the wound she had littering her body. A weight lifted from my chest at the sight of her. She was safe. Wounded, but safe. "Are you okay?" I asked, rushing toward her. She nodded, flinching as she pushed a salve into the deep wound in her thigh. Another one of Knox's screams filled the room. "I was stabbed, but luckily it didn't have Shvek on the blade," she said, her voice sharp as she clenched her teeth against the pain. "Can you remove the residue from him?" I asked, my gaze shifting to Dukovich as I pointed to Knox. He stared back at me for a long moment, his eyes blackened by hate, but he still gave a sharp nod. "Good. Do it. Now!" I commanded, before I returned my focus to Pri. "What happened?" She lowered herself into a wooden chair, placing both elbows onto the table as she let her head fall into her hands. "One of Knox's men. They must have betrayed him. We met this morning at our usual location, but we only stayed there long enough for him to give me a secondary meeting spot. He suspected we were being watched. I just thought he was being paranoid. But an hour into our meeting, we were ambushed by Hanth guards." She looked up at me, fear staining her eyes in a way I had never seen before, as they flickered nervously back to her hands. "What?" I asked, the question almost a whisper. I didn't know if I wanted to hear the answer. "All of the Drow armies and leaders have been taken to the Cillians. It is starting, and they are preparing to attack." My heart tumbled down my spine at a rapid pace, Nox's screams muting in the background as static filled my ears. "When?" My voice wavered, and I tried to force it steady. "I don't know," Pri breathed, pulling her golden locks over her shoulder as she glanced at Nox. Dukovich was kneeling over him, and I watched as his hands twisted in the air above his wounds, his fingers drawing symbols with each flick of his wrist. He had the power to remove Svek from the bloodstream because of the Marzog blood that ran through his veins, to pull it out without pain. Dark matter began flowing from the hole in Nox's side as if it was being sucked into the air. The onyx in his veins began to fade with each passing second. Dukovich pulled a vial from his sack and guided the dark matter inside before shoving a cork tightly into its opening and throwing the vial into the fire. A small explosion sounded from the hearth as the vial cracked open under the flames, sparks flying from their cavern and black smoke drifting through the room in its wake. "It is done," Dukovich stated, his deep voice harsh against the quiet that had settled into the room. "The residue has been removed, but I cannot heal the actual wound. I do not have that power." Pri nodded, pushing slowly from the table. "Can you get him up into one of the bedrooms? I have a tonic that can heal him." "Pri, you should use that on yourself," I said, my voice stern as I grabbed an elbow to help steady her. "My wounds are not as bad, and I already used a salve. I'll be healed by morning. And besides, I still need information from him." Dukovich pulled Knox from the ground, not caring to be gentle, and dragged him up the steps. I guided Pri behind them, my fingers still grasping her elbow tight as she limped up the stairs. When we finally stepped onto the second-floor landing, Pri stopped, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. "I do not think we can stay here past tomorrow. I should be healed enough by the afternoon to tether with Knox." My brow furrowed, confusion plastering my features. "Pri, we can't take him to Loch Dragoon with us," I said, my tone implying that she should already know this. "We can't let him go now that he's seen this house atta, and I can't kill him. I won't kill him. He saved my life today, and almost died because of it." Pri snapped, pushing from the wall and starting the remaining walk to her room. Releasing a weighted sigh, I watched as she struggled to take the final few steps toward her door, and wrapped her fingers around the handle before looking back at me. "Learn everything you can about Malik from Dukovich. We might need his services after all." It wasn't a request, but a demand that left her lips, and she gave me no time to argue before shutting the door at her back. Chapter 14. Atalia. A shiver skidded across my skin at the salacious energy that seeped through the seams of this house. Even miles from the heart of the city, a purient current still flowed through the air. I dipped my head underwater, letting it cleanse me one last time before stepping out of the bath and wrapping myself in a towel. I leaned my head against the cold stone wall of the bathing room, dreading what the rest of the night had in store for me. This was supposed to be an easy assignment. Get in, listen for any whisperings of information in taverns and brothels, then get out. It had all gone to shit so quickly. I groaned, pushing my head from the wall and trudged into the other room. The familiar jumped onto the bed as I dropped the towel from around my body and I studied it, watching as the cat curled itself into a ball. I smiled softly as I watched its tail gently tap the black silk sheets. "You did so well today," I cooed, walking toward the bed and burying my nails into the deep gray fur behind its ears. It purred gently, rolling onto its back at my touch as I scratched under its chin. "I suppose I should give you a name at some point," I said, sighing and shooing it from the bed as I lay back. Its paws landed on the floor with a quiet thud, and I watched as it transformed into a tiny mouse, then slipped underneath the door. The sheets slid against my naked body, and I shuddered at the feeling. This fucking place. I wasn't sure if it affected me differently because my magic hailed from these lands, but the need I felt within the borders of Amord was overwhelming, demanding, a constant itch in the back of my head that I could never quite scratch. I spent so much time training and learning how to shift, how to control my body, that I had neglected to learn how to control how this carnal energy affected my mind. On my first assignment here, I came to the conclusion that fighting a random man was better than betting him. And tonight, I didn't get the fight I craved to quell these urges. Like most things, I would just have to take care of these feelings myself. Sliding a hand over my bare breasts, I gave in to the arousal that was growing in my center and breathed in the lust-filled air. My nipples peaked against my touch as my fingers kneaded into them. The room began to heat as I let my right hand slowly slip down my body. My fingers lingered at every curve, every dip, feeling every inch of my scarred skin, praising it, honoring it, as I bent my knees and spread my legs apart. My hand slipped between my thighs to find warmth already emanating there. Need pooling and begging to be satiated. I let my middle finger dip into the pleasure that had already begun to flow from me and trailed it back toward my clit. My finger connected, and a gasp shuddered from my lips. My left hand flew from my breast to grab onto the sheets, balling them in my fist. Slowly, I began to move my finger in small circles, adding more and more pressure with every pass. A low moan rolled from my throat, vibrating through my bones and releasing the pressure that was building inside me. My left hand uncoiled around the sheets and began to trail down the expanse of my body. I pushed 2 fingers inside myself, and a groan slipped from my lips, my head tilting back as I continued to circle my clit in slow, deliberate movements. I was going to make this feeling last. My hips ground onto my fingers, riding every wave of pleasure that shot through my veins each time they plunged back into me. My body began to tremble as I inched closer and closer to the release I craved like a wild animal. I needed it. My head flew back, my back arching toward the heavens as a deep moan sang from the depths of my chest. I was so fucking close. A cold draft fluttered against my skin, and my eyes flew open as light from the doorway reflected off the ceiling. That goddamn familiar must have pushed it back in, but I didn't care. Not when I was inches from the edge. I dragged my eyes from the ceiling and let them fall to the doorway to see Dukovich standing frozen, speechless at the entrance of my room. My heart skipped in my chest, rage blooming there as I stared back at him, the pleasure and lust pumping through my blood paralyzing me, stopping me from screaming at him to get out, from covering myself from his gaze. Then, as he took a small step closer, I snapped out of my daze and flew off the bed. My hands frantically clutched at the sheets, wrapping them around my naked body as I snatched the dagger from my bedside table and flung it directly for his heart. The onyx pommel glinted against the candlelight as it sailed through the air toward him. Only inches before contact, his hand shot into the air, his fingers wrapping around the blade, stopping it from puncturing his chest. I watched as blood began to seep from his hand and trickle down his forearm before he opened his fingers and let the knife clatter to the floor. My chest heaved, the lust and anger still burning and slithering through my body. A low chuckle sounded from his throat as he walked toward me with slow, predatory steps. The backs of my bare thighs collided with the bedside table as I backed away from him. I lifted myself onto its surface, sliding myself further away as my free hand searched for the second dagger I had left there. Drops of blood landed onto the floor with each step he took, inching closer and closer as I clutched the sheet to my chest, the fabric of it cascading down between my legs. The hairs on my arms stood on end as the electric current crackled through the air. Each beat of my heart seemed to amplify, echoing in my ears. He stopped in front of me, his breaths coming out in quick bursts, and I could feel the tension radiating off of him like heat from a fire. I leaned my head against the wall, lifting my chin to meet his gaze and our eyes locked. If you wanted to spread your legs for me, all you had to do was ask. Dukovich chuckled darkly, the sound low and full of the same carnal energy currently coursing through my veins. His breath feathered across my cheeks, and I stifled the gasp the feeling of it threatened to release. He placed each palm on the wall behind me, trapping me between his arms, and I watched as his blood dripped down his forearm and fell onto my chest, the metallic scent filling my lungs. Your hands will never fucking touch me, I spat. But the words came out too thin, too breathy. Is that so? He asked, dark amusement dancing behind his eyes as his left hand fell from the wall and inched toward my shoulder. The gasp I'd been struggling to hold in flung itself from my lips as his skin connected with mine. The muscles in my thighs clenched at the need that pulsed between them as he dragged his bloodied hand over my shoulder. His fingers wrapped around my neck before his thumb traced over the cut of my jaw and swiped across my bottom lip. It took all my strength to resist the urge to lick off the blood he had left there, to taste him. Every nerve in my body was betraying me, the deep-seated hatred I had for him being drowned in the need pooling in my center as he leaned in closer, his lips brushing against my ear as his crimson grasp fell back around my neck. You look so beautiful covered in my blood, love, he whispered. Red is truly your color. His words vibrated against my skin as his teeth connected with the lobe of my ear, sliding over it just hard enough that pain shot through my limbs right before a flood of pleasure. He began to pull away, then stilled as my dagger connected with his throat. He pulled back only 1 inch more, his lips almost touching mine as our gazes met. I steeled myself against the wall at my back, fighting the urge to lean into the blazing energy that simmered off of him. Remove your hand, or I will remove it for you, I hissed, pressing the blade tight against his skin as a lethal smile slithered across his lips. He leaned into the knife, closing the small distance between us, and his skin went taut under the sharp edge as his fingers tightened around my neck. My body went wholly still as his breath ghosted through my lashes. His tongue flicked out from his mouth and slid over my bottom lip, licking off the blood he had smeared there before pulling away from me. The distance was a welcome reprieve from the heat that was burning between us. Dukovich smirked as his fingers slipped from my neck and took a step back, holding up his hands in mock surrender. I sucked in a deep breath, oxygen finally flooding my lungs. His devilish smile only grew wider as he watched me. I could feel the tension rippling between us, thick and heavy in the air. My heart raced in my chest as I struggled to regain control of my emotions. A low chuckle caressed his throat as he turned and walked toward the door. His fingers wrapped around the handle as he looked over his shoulder, our eyes connecting and holding each other's stare for a long moment. Get dressed. We still have work to do, he finally said, as he pulled the door open and stepped through. I flung my dagger toward the ghost of him, groaning into the air as the sound of splintering wood rang through the room. This was the day from hell. If Landers ever forced him back to Amord with me, I would scream. I would actually scream. Maybe even set this damn familiar loose on him. I cursed my body for the need it felt toward that insidious man. His face was the only pretty thing about him. His insides were poison. But this place didn't care. Didn't care about the history we had or the pain that it caused. It only preyed on your emotions, feeding on the smallest desires and bringing them to the surface. I found comfort in that knowledge, knowing that anywhere else, in any other realm, my body would be repulsed by him. Anywhere else I could hide the curiosity that had begun to grow. This place wasn't good for anyone. The sheet slipped from my body as I slid off the bedside table and waved my hand over my skin, erasing the blood that was coating it. I could still feel the essence of it, of him clinging to my skin. I would need to scrub myself raw to get it off of me. But first, I needed to get the rest of this night over with. I was not going to give another inch of my skin to gawk at, I thought to myself, as I slid a loose tunic over my head, then pushed my legs into my leathers. I pulled the dagger from the door, twisting it between my fingers as I stepped into the quiet corridor. Sounds of flames crackling in the hearth flowed up the stairs, and I steeled myself to face him again. A twinge of embarrassment prickled at my skin, and I shoved it down into the deepest parts of the pit in my stomach. I had nothing to be embarrassed about. He had barged into my quarters without permission. A sharp breath slid between my teeth as I made my way down the stairs, my eyes locking onto his back as he poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into a glass and brought it to his lips. He downed the drink, then poured himself another glass, this time pouring one for me, before placing the cork back in the bottle and turning. "Thought you might need this," he said, smirking as he stretched the glass out toward me. I strode across the room, snatching it from his hand and plopped down in the corner of the couch. "It doesn't seem like you think at all," I snapped, lifting the glass to my lips. The liquid burned as it slid down my throat, and I welcomed the sensation. "Let's just get this over with," I said, dropping the cup on the table in front of us. "Malik, how do we contact him?" "We would need to go to the Cillians," Dukovich started, pulling the decanter off the bar cart and refilling my glass on his way to the other end of the couch. "These are ruins that we used to explore when we were kids. If I go there and raise the signal we used to use as children, he will know to meet me." I scoffed as I reached for my glass. "And you truly believe that Landers is going to let you go to the Cillians?" "From the looks of how today went, it seems like there may be no other option." Well, he got me there. Today was an absolute shit show. "Who is Knox to you anyway?" I questioned, sipping on the liquid swirling in my glass and sinking further into my corner of the couch. Dukovich's muscles tensed at my question, at the reminder of who was in this house with us. "His real name is Bracken." His response was a low snarl, like he was trying to contain centuries of rage as he said his name. "And he deals in secrets." "So, is that not exactly what I do as an intelligence officer?" I pressed, confused as to why that suddenly made Knox any worse than him or me. "No," Dukovich snapped, and my back straightened. It occurred to me, as the bite in his tone nipped at the edges of the room, that I had never heard him speak to me in such a clipped way. "Okay, then what did he do?" I shot back. I waited for him to explain, but he stayed silent, staring into the flames licking at the inside of the hearth. Annoyance rose in my chest as I watched him ignore my question. As I opened my mouth to snap at him, he finally let out a long sigh, and I pressed my lips back together. He dragged a hand over his face, leaning forward so his elbows rested on both his knees, and a few short strands of hair fell over his brow. "He collects secrets and sells them to the highest bidder. He has no loyalty to anyone or any realm. All he wants is power. It is one thing to gather information for your realm. It is another to sell your knowledge to anyone that will pay without care of the havoc that knowledge could bring to innocent people. He is how the Cillians were able to get into Redelftum and attack your academy. The High Priest of Redelftum gave Bracken the information, and he sold it to the Cillians. I stared at him for a long moment, trying to understand how he could reason so easily through his hypocrisy. You bought that information, Dukovich. You are the one he sold that secret to, and you are the one that chose to act on it. I scoffed in utter disbelief at the complete lack of accountability he was willing to take for a single one of his actions. If you are looking for someone to blame, look in the fucking mirror. A snarl left Dukovich's throat, and before I had a second to scramble away, he dragged me from the couch, his body pressed so tight against mine that I could feel every ripple and curve of his muscular chest as he pinned me to the floor. My heart raced frantically as I stared up into his gaze that was burning a hole into my skull. If I did not buy that secret, someone else would have. I did what I had to do to keep Hyacinth out of the hands of Amord. They knew she was the god the story spoke of, and they wanted her dead. She was my only priority, and I did not care who I had to hurt to keep her alive. He hissed, his breath feathering across my skin. I slammed my palms into his shoulders in an effort to push him off of me, but his hand only clamped around my wrists as he lifted his chest from mine. I'd never realized how much larger he was than me until now, until I saw how easily his hand wrapped around both of my wrists. I panted, my lungs expanding as his shift in position gave way to new oxygen that flowed into my lungs. I do not hide the man that I am. I am not ashamed of the things I have done or the people I have killed to protect the masses. And if that makes me evil, then I will gladly be your devil, Atalia. He growled, keeping my hands pinned to his chest. I could feel his heart beating as rapidly as my own as he stood, and dragged me to my feet by my wrists. He dropped my hands as I steadied myself, and I threw them into his chest, but it was like slamming into a brick wall. The corner of his lips lifted at my attempt as he pointed toward the ceiling, toward where Knox or Bracken, whatever the fuck his name was, slept. That man does not stand for anything. He does not care who wins this war, and he will sell you out, if he has not done so already. At least I stand for something, Dukovich said, his eyes locking back onto mine as he took a step closer, closing the little distance that was left between us. What is it that you stand for, Atalia, other than yourself? Rage and shame coiled in my stomach as his words pierced through my flesh, and all I could do was step away from him, create distance so I could breathe through the pain that was beginning to burn through my veins. Now, Dukovich started, tucking a thick strand of hair behind his ear and turning to pour another drink. Do you think you can put your personal feelings for me aside long enough to figure out what these dreams of yours are? He raised a brow in my direction as he brought the glass up to his lips. I stared up at him for a long moment, trying to swallow the pride that tasted like poison seeping into my throat. A nod was the only response I gave him, knowing that if I opened my mouth, the only words I'd be able to conjure would be hateful. Good. Now sit, he clipped, gesturing his head toward the couch. And for the first time, I listened to him without question. He took a step toward me and cleared his throat, shaking out his hands before he lifted them toward my head. Wait! I jerked away, panic beginning to rise in my chest. He let out a groan, clenching his fists in the air. What? He hissed. Will this hurt? Are you going to be able to see all my thoughts? All my memories? The questions came out in a nervous stream, and the annoyance in his face softened. No, on all accounts. I am not looking into your mind. I do not have the power to do that. I am simply following the call of the Cillian's realm magic. If residue from our magic was left inside your mind, I will be able to sense it and pull it out. If none was left inside of you, this will be nothing more than my hands placed on your head for a short moment." Dukovich said the words as if he were trying to calm a wild beast, and again lifted his hands toward me. I nodded, my body stiffening as his hands inched closer. As his palms connected with the top of my head, the oxygen was sucked from my lungs and the room fell into utter darkness. Muffled screams rang out in the darkness, and I gasped as a ghostly figure ran through the black room, wisps of silver smoke leaving a flowing trail behind them. The clanking of metal began to fill my ears, growing louder and engulfing the space as the blackness began to fade, opening my vision to a field riddled with bloodied bodies. Somewhere in the distance, I watched as golden locks ran through the field, cutting down men in Loch Dragoon's war leathers, before leaping onto a horse and fleeing the battle that was blurring into view. And as if I had blinked, the scene changed, melting into the sky as a dragon fell from the heavens, plummeting to the earth. An ear-piercing scream shattered into my mind, and my vision blurred again as another scene snapped into place. It was a woman, screaming into the sky as she crouched over a lifeless body. I tried to take a step closer, but my limbs would not move. Blood poured down from the skies like crimson rain as violet tendrils of power erupted from her. Oxygen refilled my lungs, and I sucked in a deep breath, gasping as my vision snapped back to see Dukovich staggering away from me, his eyes wide as his complexion paled to a sickly hue. "You," he whispered, bringing a hand to his mouth. "Did you see that? Could you see what I saw?" The words rushed out of me in a frantic pace as I shot to my feet and took a step toward him. "This is not the doing of the Cillians. These are no dreams." "Then what are they?" I snapped, panic beginning to beat in my ears. "That was a vision. You are a seer, Atalia."
Chapter 15. Hyacinth. It had been 24 hours since we arrived in Ithia, and the elders still hadn't called on us. My skin was beginning to buzz, as if a needle were pricking every one of my nerve endings with each hour that passed as we waited. The longer I thought about the likelihood of them not agreeing to our plans, and the fact that Dukovich had been roaming free in a moord for a full day, the tighter my stomach coiled. Andrews sat on the grass yards from me, nestled under a tree with his legs outstretched and ankles crossed, casually flipping through the pages of his book. Landers stood next to him, his back leaning against the large trunk, watching me as I paced back and forth in the open, grassy knoll of the cliff's edge. This was beginning to feel like a waste of time. I could be training, could be reading in the archives, searching for more information on the fallen ones. I groaned into the air as I stopped my pacing and turned to face Landers and Andrews. "Is this normal? Do they normally make you wait this long when you come?" I questioned, growing more annoyed by the minute. I pushed a curl behind my ear, walking toward them, and watched as Landers smirked at my impatience.
"When the elders are involved, it does tend to take longer to be called to council,"
Andrews answered, snapping his book shut and pushing himself from the grass. I took a step toward Landers, and he wrapped his arms around my waist as I looked up at him, placing a kiss on the tip of my nose.
"Patience, darkness. They will call,"
Landers said softly, his eyes glittering down at me with amusement. "Well," I started as I pulled from his embrace, my fingers dragging down his chest. "If it's going to be a while, I need to do something to get this energy out of me. My nerves are going into overdrive."
"How can we be of service, Hyacinth?"
Landers deadpanned with a mock bow. I rolled my eyes, and a soft chuckle left Andrews's lips as I glanced toward the cliff. A grin spread across my face as I slowly looked back at them and folded my arms across my chest. "How about a little cliff diving?" I asked, my smile growing wider as I backed toward the ledge. Andrews shook his head at me with a knowing smile as Landers took a small step forward.
Hyacinth?
Landers said, his tone telling me he did not approve. I gestured my head toward Andrews, and with a few quick steps, he was by my side.
Andrews!
Landers snapped, his tone sharp with warning as Andrews turned to face him, both of us still inching closer to the edge. Andrews shrugged, a grin now plastered onto his face as he responded.
When was the last time we had some real fun?
He raised a brow as he spread his arms out to each side.
Live a little, brother.
Landers groaned, watching as the heel of my boot slid to the very edge of the grass, nothing but open air behind me. I promise I will catch you, I said, my smile deepening as I placed my hand over my heart, then leaned back and fell from the cliff. A shriek of joy flew from my lungs, adrenaline racing through my veins as Andrews and I plummeted down the mountainside, his laugh echoing into the air around me. My eyes snapped open to see Landers taking the jump, finally flinging himself from the ledge to join us. Shadows flowed from my limbs, creating a canopy under Andrews and me to slow our fall, to give Landers time to catch us. I reached my hand up to him, stretching my fingers out to his as Nithra appeared from the clouds beneath us. Our bodies collided with her spine, and I wrapped my shadows around our waists to hold us in place as she took a sharp turn upward. Andrews flung his arms out and hollered into the sky as the wind ripped through his hair. I had never seen him look so free, look so blissful. Landers' arms wrapped around my waist, and I could feel the stiffness in the muscles of his forearm as his warm breath flowed over my neck.
Flying suits you,
he whispered, his voice low as his lips brushed against my ear. I leaned into him, letting my head fall back against his shoulder as I breathed him in. More moments like these, I whispered into the curve of his neck, my lips grazing his skin before letting my gaze drift up to his. When this is all over, promise me that we can have more moments like this. His eyes pierced into mine, so much love and devotion swirling in their depths as he smiled softly down at me.
As you wish, darkness. As you wish.
The words were gentle as he said them, but there was something in his tone, some uncertainty that I could not place. And as his lips connected with my forehead, fear clamped around my heart. Nithra pulled us back to the grassy knoll, her talons digging into the earth as Andrew slid from her back, his hand trailing against her scales lovingly as she nuzzled her snout against him. The bond they had was beautiful. Outside of myself, he was the only one she showed any affection toward. Landers jumped from her spine, his hand supporting mine as I dismounted beside him. I watched as he dragged a hand through his wind-tousled hair, smoothing it out as he pulled me closer into his side.
I do not know if anything will ever top that feeling,
Andrews said, the smile on his face radiating pure elation as he sauntered over to us.
There is a first and a last time for everything,
Landers said, clearing his throat as he glanced back toward the cliff. Has he always been this serious? I asked Andrews, my tone teasing as Landers scoffed down at me with a playful streak in his eyes.
No.
Andrews started as Landers lifted a brow at him.
That was a symptom of becoming king.
He smirked over at me as Landers shook his head at him with a soft chuckle. Excuse me, Your Highness. A quiet voice sounded from behind Nithra's body. I knew that voice. I knew the cadence of that tone. I rushed around Nithra and saw Kai standing there, staring wide-eyed at the dragon. Kai! I shrieked, running toward her and wrapping her in my arms. A nervous sound left her lips as she reluctantly let her arms slide around me. I have missed you, I whispered into the raven hair that now fell past her shoulders. I took a step away from her, finally freeing her of my embrace as she wrapped her arms around her middle. I looked at her in confusion, my eyes falling on the golden mask. Kai, I thought that they had removed your masks. Her eyes flickered from the grass up to me before she answered. I requested that mine remain intact, so that I may never forget the land that I call home. The words were firm and resolute when she said them, but I could feel the nervous energy flowing from her as she spoke. A soft smile spread onto my lips at the sound of it. Her demeanor reminded me so much of myself, of the girl I used to be. I knew all too well the fear that sullied the mind when you finally decided to speak up for yourself, the anxiety that came with speaking your truth when you were conditioned to live in silence. Pride bloomed in my chest as she allowed herself to hold my gaze. I nodded my head toward her as I reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. Good for you, Kai. You should be proud of yourself. A smile that I could not see reached her eyes as she looked at me. I didn't have to speak it, but she understood what my words meant. Kai cleared her throat, dipping into a small bow toward Landers as she said, The council is ready for you now. My heart caught in my throat as the words left her mouth, and I glanced toward Landers and Andrews. Both of their faces were now void of the joy we had felt only moments ago, the hard lines of their features reappearing as they dipped their heads back to her in respect. If you are ready, I will tether you to them. I swallowed the lump in my throat, letting out a weighted breath as I stretched my hand out to hers. We are ready. My limbs pulled against the blackness as we tethered, the feeling brushing against my tangled nerves as we traveled through the fabric of reality. We landed atop a high mountain peak that was scattered with monks climbing and descending the worn stone pathways that led to the temples peppering the hills. I had never been to Ithia's House of High, and standing in front of it now, I was mesmerized by its beauty. It stood among towering cedar trees, its wooden beams weathered by centuries of wind, rain, and sun. I stared at it in awe. It was so different from anything I had ever seen. Its roof was curved in graceful tiers and topped with bronze filials that I had long since turned green with age. Miss? Kai's voice cut through my wonder. My gaze fell back to hers to see the three of them had already stepped through the doors while I was gawking over the serene architecture. I forced my feet to move, not wanting to leave this beautiful sight behind as I followed after them, careful not to step on the moss that crept over the stone steps that led to the entrance. Kai held open the wooden doors carved with dragons and phoenixes, and as I stepped through them, the fragrant scent of incense flooded my senses. My eyes widened at the smell as my gaze shot to Landers. It smelled like him. Moss and woods and coffee. He looked back at me with a knowing smile, and my heart swelled in my chest. I knew he had been raised in Ithia, knew that this was where he had come from, but it wasn't until this moment that I realized how deeply ingrained this culture, this realm, was in him. Kai led us through the large open room. Tatami mats covered the floor that seemed to have been worn smooth by generations of worshippers. We weaved through, careful not to step on them as the soft sunlight reflected off ancient statues of gods and guardians that watched over the quiet space. There was only one floor in the House of High, making the layout vast with large open corridors and hallways weaving in all directions. Kai walked us down a hallway directly across from the main entrance, and we passed by multiple wooden archways leading into beautifully cultivated gardens and spaces that seemed built for meditation. I wasn't sure if Landers would ever be able to get me to leave this place. We have arrived. Kai's voice cut through my thoughts as we finally reached the two large doors at the very far end of the hall. I felt my skin blanch at her words. The last time she had led me down a hall, led me to a realms leader, I was collared. I swallowed back the memory, forcing myself to stay calm as she pushed open the doors and bowed. I watched as the high priest stood, throwing his arms out to the side as a wide grin spread across his face.
Landers, welcome back. Rylius,
Landers greeted, placing a hand over his chest, his other gripping the pommel of his sword as he bent at the waist in respect. Andrews mirrored his movements. I'd been poring over the stories and texts in Loch Dragoon's archives, learning every ounce of information I could, studying for moments like these. The room fell silent as all eyes fell to me. They were gathered around a large oval table that came only a foot from the ground, with intricate patterns carved into the wooden surface. There were 3 zabutons left open for us at the curve of the table's edge closest to us, each their own shade of purple. I smiled at the color, the sign of respect they were showing to the 3 of us. Everything in their culture held meaning and traditions that had been upheld for millennia. And you, Takaris, need no introduction at all, the High Priestess to Rilius's right said as she uncoiled herself from the ground. I willed myself not to glance toward Landers at the name she had called me. I knew it wasn't Ithia's ancient tongue, but I still had so much to learn about the dead languages of each realm. High Priestess, I responded, my tone full of reverence and respect as I mimicked Landers' movements. Please, call me Sashi, she said, lowering herself back onto her pillow and gesturing for us to sit. Landers and Andrews stepped toward the cushions, and my eyes shot to Landers, panic flaring behind them as he held his hand out to the one at the head of the table. Landers gave me a small smile of assurance, his eyes staying locked on mine as he lowered himself to the ground. I struggled to hide the nerves that were building as I took my seat. With every day that passed, I became glaringly aware that what I was, who I was, held a responsibility I was not sure I was ready for. I let my eyes fall around the table, placing my hand over my chest and nodding to each of the 7 elders that sat watching me. I had tried to learn as much about their culture as I could before coming here. They were the only realm that held on so tightly to every tradition after the Great War, and I knew how important it would be to show that I respected it. Though, if I am being honest, I had hoped my knowledge of their culture and traditions would gain me favor to help sway their decision. The High Priestess that sat to the left of Rylius eyed me with more caution than the rest of them, lifting an arched brow as I bowed my head to her. She dipped her chin only slightly back to me, and I knew then she was going to be the one to make this difficult. I had read about her. She had become a high priestess around the same time Landers became king after the war. She was the daughter of the previous high priestess that had been killed beside the king and queen of Ithia. Gemara was her name, but I would not openly call her that until she gave me permission. Friends, Rylius started, his voice smooth and cunning as he flicked his fingers toward the small saucers placed in front of each of us. I watched them fill with the clear liquid as he continued. It is customary to start all political meetings by calling upon our ancestors to guide us with a drink from the well of life. He placed 2 hands around the bronze bowl, cupping it in his palms and lifting it in the air toward the center of the table, waiting as we all followed his lead. As I lifted my hands into the air, his voice flowed through the silent room. Ancestors, spirits of my bloodline, we call upon you in reverence and humility. May your blessings fill our spirits and your guidance light our way. In your memory we seek strength. In your wisdom we find truth. His words were like a soothing lullaby as they saturated the room, but I could feel the sharp current that ran underneath them, the edge in his voice that seemed to be testing me. He smiled at me from across the table, lifting his bowl a little higher before bringing it to his lips. I let the liquid slide down my throat, leaving a floral aftertaste on the surface of my tongue as I set the bowl down gently in front of me. We have been waiting quite some time to meet with you, Takaris, Sashi started as she set her bowl on the table. May I speak frankly? She asked, and I nodded once, forcing my spine to stay straight. We were not expecting you to be so meek, so unsure of your position. Out of the corner of my eyes, I could see both Andrews's and Landers's backs stiffen at her veiled insult. Sucking in a sharp breath, I let a soft smile grace my lips as my gaze locked on hers. I would not let them see a single ounce of the insecurity that plagued me. "May I speak frankly as well?" I asked in response, locking my fingers together and setting them on the table in front of me. "Please," Sashi said, amusement in her tone as she gestured for me to continue. "Your expectations of me are not my burden, and I don't care what it is you hoped I would be. All that matters is what I am, and what I am, Your Grace, is a god." I could hear the sharpness in my words, and I watched as Gamara smirked, lifting an almost impressed brow in my direction as I continued. "So please, spare me the implication that I am not capable of doing what is necessary to protect the people of these realms from the war that is coming. Because I assure you, I will become whatever I must to keep Nimbria from crumbling to dust." Silence slipped over the room as the last of the words fell from my mouth. Despite the race my heart was surely winning, I did not let the nerves seep into my features as I steeled them. Rylius's deep chuckle broke the silence as he leaned forward onto the table. "I am glad to see our opinion of you was misinformed. But what do you know of war, child? What makes you so sure that the people of the realms will follow you, someone with such little knowledge, into battle?" he asked, condescension dripping from every word. "I know little of war, I can admit that," I sighed, pausing to let him revel in his false victory for only a moment before continuing. "Probably the same amount as you did before your first battle. But look at you now." I smiled, laying on the flattery before the insult that was about to come. "But given the fact that you did not actually fight in the last war, and instead fled to your mountains, hiding behind your traditions while I was raised by the most feared war general these realms have ever seen, one could argue that the people would be more willing to fight for a leader that would die for them. No?" I raised a brow as if to tell him, "Your move." Sashi slammed her hands on the table, rattling the bowls as blood reddened her face. "How dare you speak to our high priest with such disrespect in our—" "Don't lecture me about respect when you have shown me none," I cut in, silencing her as shadows began to flow from my back. "You have done nothing but insult me since I sat down. If it's flaws you are looking for, you will find them. I have many, and I do not deny that. But I did not come here to be tested. I came here to offer aid, to come together and find a path through this war that protects the most lives possible." A proud smile broke onto Landers's face as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table before speaking. "One thing you will learn quickly is to never underestimate her," Landers said, a threat layered into the calmness of his voice. "You will find it will not be pleasant if you do. I see, Lord of Death, you have found a woman just as lustful for blood," Rylius scoffed, trying to cover the fear I could sense on him as he watched my shadows writhe behind me. Landers flinched at the name as I locked my gaze back on Rylius. "No," I scolded, my voice sharp. "I am offering you life, a way to spare your people from bloodshed. We are healers. We do not fight. Our traditions can be changed," Gamara snapped, cutting Sashi off as her eyes locked onto mine. "What is it that you need from us?" she questioned, folding her arms over her chest. So not the difficult one, I thought to myself as a small smile pulled at the corners of my lips and I looked to Andrews. "We need to evacuate your realm. Move everyone to Loch Dragoon, and those who are capable need to start combat training," Andrews responded, pausing to gauge their reactions before continuing. "For the least loss of life, the brunt of our armies need to be on Ithia's border with the rest hidden within your mountains.
Hailing camps will be set up in Loch Dragoon, with the remainder of our army on the border between Loch Dragoon and Ithia for any Hunt or Marzog that make it through our forces. For those that are too young to fight or heal, they will be taken underground into the mines of Nethkar for added protection.
The Yaldrin have never left these lands. Sashi's voice sounded frantic as her eyes darted between the three of us across the table.
You expect us to willingly hand over our realm to you simply because you asked?
Rillius spat, and I could see the anger that was beginning to boil beneath the surface of his skin.
I am not asking,
Landers growled.
Takaris.
A frail voice sounded to the right of me, and the room fell into utter silence as an elder placed his palm on the table. Shock rippled across the faces of the high priest and priestesses at the sound. From what I had read about their traditions, the elders never spoke in front of anyone outside of the other elders. They only listened and spoke with each other in private to make their decisions, then wrote it down for a messenger to relay. The elder took in a shaky breath as he looked at me.
Do you have faith in this plan, child? Do you believe that it is the only way to protect our people?
He asked, his voice thin and raspy. I do, I responded, bowing my head in respect.
Then what is it that ails you? I can feel the heaviness that weighs on your soul.
The tips of my ears began to heat as a lump formed in my throat, and I forced myself to swallow it down. Landers' eyes burned into the side of my face as my eyes flickered to Andrew's for only a second before saying, I want to wake the fallen ones. Chapter 16. Hyacinth. Tension pulled at the seams of the room, my eyes following every stride Landers took as he paced back and forth in front of me. His hands were clamped tightly behind his back while I gnawed at my cuticles, waiting for him to say something, anything. I had never planned on mentioning the fallen ones, but when they asked, I just knew keeping it from them was not going to win us any allies. When the meeting had come to an end, Andrews immediately found any other place to be while we waited for the elders' answer to our request for aid. The current of unease that crackled around us was palpable. Landers finally glanced in my direction and fell into the chair across from me, running a hand through his hair. The muscles in his jaw flexed as he propped his chin onto his fist. Now that he was staring at me, I wished he would stop. Wished he would go back to his pacing and look anywhere else. You're mad at me, I stated, tucking a curl behind my ear as I forced myself to meet his gaze.
Yes,
Landers responded simply, giving a shallow nod. Do you want me to leave? His brows furrowed at the question.
What do you mean?
I shrugged my shoulders, pulling my eyes away from his as I plucked on a loose seam in the blanket covering my legs. Do you want me to give you space? Or go back to Loch Dragoon? Landers was quiet for a long moment, and I could feel his gaze still flowing over me. I lifted my eyes back to his as he let out a weighted sigh and dragged a hand over his face.
No, Hyacinth.
He leaned forward as he said the words, resting his elbows onto each of his knees.
I am capable of holding two emotions for you at once. I can be mad, while still loving you just the same.
The corners of his lips tilted up as he said the words, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. A deep breath filled my lungs as I pushed myself off the couch, closing the distance between us in just a few steps. I straddled his lap, my arms wrapping around his neck as I rested my forehead against his. The warmth of his body seeped into mine, comforting and familiar. Thank you, I breathed, as his hands found my waist, sliding his arms around my back and pulling me closer. I didn't know if he truly understood that the way he loved me healed parts of my soul I thought never could be mended. I should have spoken to you first before bringing up the fallen ones, and I'm sorry for that. He pulled his head from mine, running a hand over my jaw as his thumb traced my cheek. The sadness in his eyes that I was becoming all too familiar with flashed behind the emerald, and my hands shot to both sides of his face. "What's wrong, Landers? What is going on inside of you that you aren't telling me?" My voice was pleading, begging him to let me in as I locked my gaze on his. As he opened his mouth to speak, a knock sounded at the door of our guest home, and his eyes snapped toward it. I slid off his lap as he stood, letting my hands fall to my sides as he strode over to the door and opened it. Gemara stood on the other side of the threshold. "Landers?" she greeted with a soft nod as he opened the door wide enough for me to come into her view. "Please, Gemara, come in." He gestured his arm toward me, but she held up a hand to stop him. "I was hoping to speak with Hyacinth for a moment. Alone." Landers' eyes flashed to me, worry embedded in his irises. "Will you walk with me?" she asked, leaning around him and meeting my gaze. I nodded, grabbing my jacket from the back of the couch as I passed by and slipped my arms into it. Gemara stepped a few paces away from the door as I approached and turned her back to us. I knew she could feel the heavy unease that saturated the room. Landers' hand caught softly around my forearm as I moved to step through the opening, and I glanced up to see the fear staining his eyes. "I love you, Hyacinth," he said quietly. The cadence of his voice almost pained as his eyes flickered to Gemara's back for one fleeting moment before he pulled them back to me. I lifted my hand to cup his cheek, my lips parting to speak, but he interjected before the words could come out. "Tell me you love me." Confusion flooded my features as I stared back at him, the crease between my brows deepening at the panic that was beginning to creep into his face. "Landers, what? Please." He cut me off. His voice was almost inaudible as he pulled me closer. "Of course I love you," I said, placing my other hand against his jaw. He leaned into my touch, bringing his hand up to hold mine in place. "Hyacinth?" Gemara called, and my eyes glanced toward her before looking back to Landers. "I need to go." Landers nodded as he turned his head, his lips grazing against my palm before letting it fall to my side and shutting the door behind me. "I apologize," I said, rushing to Gemara's side as she began walking the worn stone pathway leading away from our small bungalow. "Trouble in paradise?" she quipped, raising a brow as she looked over at me. My cheeks flushed and a nervous laugh slipped from my mouth as I folded my arms over my chest, but I didn't answer. I wasn't even sure how to answer her. I cleared my throat, following after her as she took a right on the splitting path into the cedar trees that covered Ithia's mountains. "What can I help you with, High Priestess?" "You may call me Mara, if you'd like. Gemara was my mother's name, and it seems I have, like you, stepped into a life I did not have planned for myself." I glanced over at her, forcing a smile onto my lips as we walked through the forest. Birds sang above us as the fresh air brushed against our skin, and she continued. "Times are changing. I can see that. And whether or not Rileyus and Sashi want to move on from the old traditions, they know that they will not be able to stop whatever change is coming, be it good or bad. I would like our realm, I would like Ithia, to learn to fight." I listened as we stepped out of the tree line where a large ruin sat before us. The stones and pillars that now lay crumbling on the ground were covered in grasses, with flowers blooming between their cracks. The walls that still stood had become home to vines of wisteria, their purple and pink blossoms swaying against the subtle breeze. "This was once our most ancient temple," Mara said, her voice quiet as she stepped into the rubble and brushed her fingers reverently over the wall. The cadence of her tone was full of longing, sadness saturating every word. And as she looked from the stones to me, I could see the emotion swelling in her eyes. "It was said to have been here long before the gods ever came to this world, that it was the beacon that called them to Nimbria." She tapped the rocks as a heavy breath slipped from her lips and continued walking deeper into the broken space. This was one of the first temples to fall at the start of the Great War. Instead of fighting for our home, instead of dying for our land and our people, we fled into the mountains, hiding from the violence that would find us either way. I watched as hundreds of thousands were slaughtered because we refused to fight, refused to protect ourselves and each other. I watched as the king and queen and their children were murdered in Edvir, my mother with them. I refused to let my people suffer that same fate. I refuse to cower behind our traditions for a second time and pray that another realm will come to save us. There was so much grief, so much anger in her voice, as if she was speaking for every lost soul that died on these peaks all those centuries ago. I watched as the wind rustled the crimson strands of hair hanging around her face, almost as if it sang for her, sang the song of her people as it whistled through the cracks of this fallen temple. She turned to face me, her large brown eyes landing on me with so much determination behind them, as she raised her hands and lowered the cream cloth draped over her head. I will do whatever I must, Takaris, for the Yaldrin, for Ithia not to be wiped from the face of Nimbria. If that means waking the fallen ones, I will stand behind you, no matter what decision the elders come to today, Mara said, as her hand slipped to the pommel of a blade strapped to her side. I hadn't noticed it until now, and as my eyes ran over its surface, I realized she was the only person in Ithia I'd ever seen carry a weapon. I smiled at her then, as understanding flowed through our intertwined gaze, knowing that we would both sacrifice the people we were to save the people we love. I stretched out my hand to her. Please, Mara, call me Sin. A radiant smile split onto her full lips at the sight of my outstretched hand. She shook it, bowing slightly before letting go and turning back to the ruins. Can I ask you a question? I said, stepping to her side as she gave me a soft nod. What does Takaris mean? I've never been called that before. She tilted her head to look at me from the corner of her eye as she tried to hide the smile forming on her lips. Mother of the people. Ithia is the only realm that still uses the dead language. Ris means mother, and Taka translates to of the people. Names like this have always been given to the gods. These names reflect what they mean to the Yaldrin as a people and are given by the elders. I see, I said, my voice hushed as silence fell between us. Pressure threatened to collapse my chest, to bring the sky down and trap me under the weight of it. So many people were relying on me to be the leader I didn't know how to become. Your dragons have healed nicely, Mara said, the sound of her voice pushing back against the static that was slowly seeping into my mind. Callista is the only person they have allowed near them. They are very picky creatures, she chuckled, shaking her head as she turned to fully face me. The elders should be coming to a decision soon. Would you like to see Callista before they do? I grinned at the hand she extended to me, nodding as I quickly took it. The ruins around us melted away like smoke as we snapped through the tether and landed on a mountain peak just across from where we had been. I stumbled as my boots connected with unfamiliar ground. For a god, you are rather clumsy, Mara said, and the corners of my lips tilted up. Trust me, there is a long list of ungodly things about me, I retorted as a soft laugh escaped my lips. I missed this feeling, missed laughing with another woman. A sob caught in my throat at the thought, and I choked it back, resisting the urge to clutch my chest at the pain that shot through my heart. It wasn't just this feeling I missed. It was Ada. I missed Ada. I missed my best friend, my sister. It had been so long since we had laughed together, since we had done anything at all together. These days, she could barely stand the sight of me. I cleared my throat, turning my face away long enough to will back the tears that seemed set on escaping. So where exactly is she? I asked, stepping away from Mara in an effort to ground myself. She should be here soon. She comes up from the village every day around this time to lie with the dragons when they bathe their scales in the afternoon sun. I smiled at her response. It sounded like something she would do. What is your plan, Hyacinth? If you decide to wake the fallen ones, how do you plan to convince them to help us? My smile faded at her question. I don't know, I answered honestly, tucking a curl behind my ear as I turned to face her. My hope is that freeing them will be enough. She nodded, pushing her thick braided hair over her shoulder. The gods can be vengeful, and I can only assume they will be looking for blood after what was done to them. Hopefully, having Landers there will help them listen to reason, she said as she straightened her sun-tan leathers, and I tilted my head in confusion. What do you mean? Why would they listen to Landers? Her brows furrowed, her expression unreadable as she stared back at me. My eyes flitted back and forth, searching for some kind of explanation in her features. He is known as a Lord of Death for a reason. You do not get a name like that without instilling fear. Mara responded quickly, brushing off the question as she looked back toward the edge of the landing where we stood. My eyes narrowed on the back of her head. Lady Hyacinth! Callista's voice rang out from behind me, and I pushed back the sudden anxiety flooding my chest. I will give you two some time, Mara said, pulling the cloth back over her head. When the elders are ready, I will send someone to retrieve you. She tethered away before I could answer, and turned to see Callista hurrying across the field. A smile was plastered on her face, and as she took her last few steps toward me, a gasp left my lungs at the sight of it. Her mask was gone. It was the first time I had ever seen her smile, and it was absolutely stunning. I know, Callista said in response to my gasp, nervously moving her hand to touch the scars that had been left in its wake. It's not pretty, but better than being trapped inside that golden prison. I could hear insecurity tugging at the threads weaved into her words, and I reached out to grab her hand, pulling it into mine and away from her face. Her neck and the bottom half of her face looked as though it had been burned over and over again, the skin pulled tight with ridges of scar tissue strewn across the surface. No, Callista. This is the first time I have actually seen you smile. You are beautiful. Your scars are beautiful. A nervous smile spread across her face at the compliment, and she cleared her throat, looking up at me with large eyes. I hadn't noticed it before, how similar her eyes were to Pree's. One a golden brown, and the other a shade darker. How are you? I asked, squeezing her hand before letting it slip from mine. I've been well, she said with a soft nod. The transition has been easy for me. After a century locked in that fortress, I feel as though I have so much to learn about the outside world. But the Yaldrin have been kind to me. In the distance, a dragon's roar echoed through the air, and Callista's eyes drifted toward the sound. I know that you've only just started making a home here in Ithia, but would you want to come back to Loch Dragoon with us? I asked, unsure how she would respond. If the elders agreed to our plans, we would be moving everyone out of Ithia anyway, but I wanted to at least give her a choice. She had already been stripped of so many in her life. Her eyes shot back to me, locking onto mine. Really? You want me there? Her voice trembled with a mix of shock and disbelief, as if she couldn't comprehend someone actually wanting her, and my heart lurched at the sound of it. Of course I do. There hasn't been a day since we met that I haven't thought of you. Of Kai, I said with a reassuring smile. I would be dead if it weren't for you. You gave up everything to help keep me alive. My voice wavered along the edges at the memory. She was a friend to me when she didn't have to be. She had saved me when she could have handed me over to the soldiers that hunted me, and I didn't know if I could truly ever repay that debt. "Why?" I whispered. "Why did you do it?" I had never gotten the chance to ask her, but the question had always plagued my mind. Callista let out a heavy breath as she turned from me and began walking toward the edge of the clearing. I strode alongside her, waiting for her answer. "You were scared, in pain. And still you were kind to us when you had no reason to be," she said, stopping at the edge of the field. I looked over the ledge, seeing nothing but clouds swirling in the late afternoon sun. "In the 100 years I served the House of High, not a single person asked me to have coffee with them, or even asked how I was. You treated us as equals, not like property. I knew then that if I was going to risk my life for anyone, it would be you." She glanced over at me with a soft smile, and as I opened my mouth to respond, the air filled with the song of dragons. Their roars vibrated the ground we stood on as a gust of wind pushed me backwards. I threw my arm over my face, my other hand clutching Callista's wrist, as Nithra and 4 dragons flew up the side of the mountain, their bellies skimming the cliff's edge. A laugh erupted from my chest as I watched them burst into view, one after another. I would never get sick at the sight of them, never get over the magnificent power they held as they soared through the open skies. Nithra circled over us before landing in the center of the field, her talons digging into the ground as she padded over to us. Her nose brushed against my back as she began to speak down the fastening.
"Thank her for me, child, for caring for my sisters."
Her voice was so soft and sincere as she said the words, and it dawned on me that she had not been back to Ithia since that night. She had chosen to stay with me, to stay by my side. Today was also a reunion for her. My heart swelled as I pressed my palm to her neck and looked to Callista. "Nithra would like me to thank you for taking care of her sisters." Callista grinned, her eyes falling to Nithra before looking to the skies where the other dragons were now hovering above. "They have become my closest friends here. They almost never leave my side, always watching over me," she said softly. Excitement burst onto her face, her eyes widening as they shot back to me. "You can talk to dragons. Can you tell me their names?" A chuckle reverberated in my mind, mimicking my own as we watched the joy seep into Callista's features.
"Cash. She is the runt. Much like you, she does not know her own strength,"
Nithra started, and I rolled my eyes in her direction.
"Aldrax is the one with the arrowed tail. Meline has the 3-pronged crown, and Lina has a silver shimmer to her scales. She is the youngest and will not let you forget it."
Nithra huffed, and I looked over at her with a lifted brow. "Did I just hear you make a joke?" I teased, a smirk sliding onto my lips.
"I do not joke, child. She is insufferable."
A laugh rolled from my throat as the fastening went silent, and looked to Callista, who was anxiously waiting for a response. That same wide smile still glued to her face. I repeated back what Nithra had told me, and she turned and sprinted away from me, running to her dragons to finally call them by name. "Do they know what is coming?" I asked, as we watched Callista greet each of them as if they had never met before, bowing with her hand over her chest before moving on to the next.
"They know, and they are ready,"
was all Nithra said as the fastening fell silent once more. It was a strange sensation that coiled in my chest, watching Callista bask in her unbridled joy, knowing that this clearing would soon be stained in the blood of armies. Sadness and hope tangled into a web, and I didn't know how to find the end of either thread.
Chapter 17. Atalia. Soft afternoon light poured through the window as the familiar purred, tucked between my arms. I scratched behind its ears as it stretched its small paws, its claws extending and retracting as it woke from its nap. The day had been spent waiting for the healing tonic to mend Knox to a point that he was well enough to tether without extreme pain. Amord was always quiet until the sun began to set. And though I wanted to go into Sethros, it was too dangerous to show our faces so soon after Pri had been attacked. "What should I call you?" I asked, the familiar's rough tongue lapping at my wrist. I rolled over onto my back, pulling the cat onto my stomach. "What about Onyx?" Its fur turned as white as snow as it stared at me. A soft chuckle vibrated out of my chest at the nonverbal answer. If I was to be stuck with it until death, at least it had a sense of humor. Okay, fair enough. No color names then. I pushed myself upright and scooted back against the headboard, watching as it circled a few times between my crossed legs before falling into a comfortable position. "What about Changeling?" I joked, raising a brow. It hissed back at me, and this time, a full-bodied laugh burst from my lungs. "You really are mine, aren't you? I hate it too." "Kinda," I cooed, scratching my sharp nails under its chin. I let out a soft sigh, looking over my shoulder through the large window, and watched as the breeze blew over the dunes, pushing the sand into small funnel-shaped columns. "What about Silo?" I pulled my eyes back to the cat in my lap, and it purred against my legs. A smile spread across my lips. "Silo it is, then. Now, are you a boy or a girl?" On cue, it lifted its leg into the air, licking at its fur, and another chuckle escaped my lungs. "A girl, I see. How ladylike of you." A knock sounded at my door, and my eyes snapped to the sound. "Atta, may I come in?" Pri called from the other side of the wood, and I let out a sharp breath. "Yes," I responded, watching as the door creaked open. She slipped through the opening, shutting it quietly behind her as she sauntered toward me. The hair on Silo's spine straightened as Pri approached, and she reached her hand out to pet her. Silo hissed. Pri retracted her hand with furrowed brows. "Well, that's a first," she said softly. "Animals usually love me." "Don't take it personally. I don't think she really likes anyone," I said, shooing Silo from the bed. "When are we leaving?" Pri sighed and pushed her golden locks over her shoulder as she fell back on the bed. "As soon as Knox is awake. He should be healed enough to withstand tethering without too much pain." "Pri, do you know who Knox is?" I questioned cautiously, dragging my eyes from the bed of my nails to meet her gaze. "Yes." Her voice was hushed as she said the word, and I clenched my fists together, trying to restrain the anger her answer ignited. "Why would you let us work with him? Why would you ever tell him anything if you knew he would sell the information we traded with him?" I scolded, the words harsh as they left my mouth. Pri shot up from the bed, her eyes narrowing on me. "Because we needed the information that only he had. He is the one that warned me of the attack on your academy with enough time to let Ren know. To get you out. To get you to safety. Knox is the reason that attack happened in the first place," I snapped. "He is the one that sold information to the Cillians on how to even get into Redelftum, how to break past the wards." Her face fell at my words, her golden skin paling as they sunk in. "What?" she breathed, a look of horror slowly seeping into her features. "He sold that information to Dukovich, Pri, then turned around and sold you the warning of the attack. None of that would have happened if it weren't for him." I could see the gears in her mind frantically turning as she stared at me. Dukovich bought and acted on the information because he knew if he didn't, Knox would sell it to Amord. I could have choked on the words as they fell from my mouth with the bitterness they held. But I believed him. I actually believed him. Dukovich had so many opportunities to kill me, to kill Hyacinth, but he never did. Pri ran a shaky hand through her hair, and I watched as her eyes darted nervously around the room. We need to get back to Loch Dragoon. Landers will know what to do. He'll know how to fix this. Landers is in Ithia with Sin and Andrews, and is it really the smartest idea to bring him back there knowing what we know now? I thought I could trust him, Atta. I knew who he was, but the information he gave me kept us alive so many times. I thought I could trust him. Thought he was on our side. Ren can talk to him. He can get him to tell us who he has spoken to besides me. The words were frantically spilling from her mouth, her voice shaking as she mentally sifted through every interaction with him. I grabbed her hand, pulling it into mine as softly as I could to calm her. Pri, what exactly did you tell him? She looked up at me with wide, rounded eyes. He knows that Dukovich is alive. Well, that is going to be a fucking problem. I stared back at her as the blood drained from my face. When did you tell him this? I forced my voice to stay calm as I rose from the bed and began to pace. This was bad. This was very, very fucking bad. If the Cillians and Amord knew he was alive, that he was working with us, then any plans they'd made with him, any information he had given us about their tactics, would no longer be of use. This would change every strategy we had planned to go against them. I finally understood why he had glamored himself for so many years. Even if they now knew he was alive, they would not recognize him. When we were here last month, he said he and his men were gathering people that wanted to stand with us and needed something that would convince them to fight on the right side. I thought knowing their high priest was fighting with us would help sway them. Okay, I interrupted, before she could spiral into a complete panic. Wake him up. We need to get out of Amord as quickly as possible. I don't care if it's painful for him. When we get back to Loch Dragoon, we will send word to Landers and have Ren interrogate him in the prisons until he gets back. Pri nodded, immediately tethering from the room. I plucked a pillow from the bed and screamed into it. We were so incredibly fucked. Rough morning, I take it. Dukovich's voice rang through the room, and I pulled the pillow away from my face to see him leaning against the doorframe smiling at me. I hadn't heard him open the door through the cacophony of screams I had been unleashing. He needs to learn to fucking knock. I chucked the pillow on the bed and watched as Silo crawled from under the frame and lazily walked toward him, weaving in and out between his feet. We need to get you out of here, I snapped, striding toward him. Wrapping my fingers around his forearm, I pulled him into the bedroom and shut the door at his back. Well, it must be my lucky day. Amusement danced in his tone as his eyes flowed over the thin nightgown that covered my body. For once, can you at least try to be fucking serious? I hissed, picking my leathers up from the floor and stalking toward the lavatory. I am changing, then we are leaving. I slammed the door behind me and pressed my back to the wooden surface, taking in a deep breath to steady the rising panic. We just needed to get to Loch Dragoon. Elric and Ren would know what to do, would help us figure this out until Landers returned. I stripped as quickly as I could, pushing into my leathers as I swung the door open and began shoving my items into my sack. What exactly is going on, Natalia? Dukovich questioned as he leaned against the stone wall, watching me scurry around the room. I stopped, turning to face him as I swung my bag over my shoulder and stretched my hand out toward him. Bracken knows you are alive. He may not have recognized you last night because he had only ever seen you glamoured until now. But he has known you are alive for a month now. We cannot risk him seeing you again, and we cannot risk staying in Amord without knowing who he sold that information to. Dukovich's back straightened, his skin blanching at the sound of my words. How is that possible? He said, his voice lethal, quiet. I'll tell you everything, Dukovich, but not here. We need to get you home. I recoiled at my own words, at the sound of calling Loch Dragoon his home. But it was his home now. It was the only place in the 5 realms he was safe after what he had done. And for a split second, I felt sadness for him. Sadness that he had given up everything just to be hated, to be hunted. His hand fell into mine, and as our skin connected, the tether ripped us into it. He squeezed my hand a little tighter as we whirled through the ether, landing in the center of the throne room. I ran to the war rooms the moment my boots connected with solid ground. My body slammed against the door as I burst in, the wood cracking so hard against the stone wall that scrolls fell from their places on the shelves. 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward me. We have a fucking problem, I panted, as Azrai stood and rushed over to me. Are you hurt? She asked, examining me then eyeing Dukovich with suspicion. I shook my head as a sound of tethering filled the throne room at my back. I stepped out of the doorway, gesturing my head over my shoulder as Azrai rushed past me. Elric and Ren shot to their feet, racing after Azrai as I sucked in a sharp breath then finally turned. Pri stood in the middle of the throne room, a frenzied look in her eye as Bracken clutched his side at her feet. A snarl sounded from Azrai's lungs as she lunged for him. Ren tethered in front of Pri a split second before Azrai made it to Bracken and threw his arms out. Move! Azrai growled. It was a command, but Ren didn't flinch at it. No, Azrai. I cannot let you harm him, not yet. I need to interrogate him first. Ren responded, his voice calm, though a warning laced his tone. Azrai took a sharp step toward Ren, her shoulders squaring. Move, or I will move you, child. Touch Ren, touch Bracken, and you will find yourself in a cell, Elric hissed, and my head snapped to him in shock. I had never seen him hold such a commanding air. It shouldn't surprise me, but he had always been so gentle around me that I forgot there was a reason Landers had made him the commander of his armies. What is going on? Ren snapped, looking at me like this was somehow my doing. Annoyance bubbled in my chest at the assumption that this mistake was mine, but I couldn't blame him. My lips pressed into a firm line as I lifted a brow and glanced toward Pri. His head swiveled toward her in surprise as she began to speak. I thought I could trust him, Ren, she blurted, wrapping her fingers around Ren's forearm. You foolish child, Azrai scolded. Ren threw his hands up, his eyes narrowing on Azrai with disdain, before pulling his gaze back to Pri and gesturing for her to continue. I slowly backed away from the group as Pri recounted everything that had happened in the last day and a half. For the first time, it was not my mistake that was under scrutiny, and I was going to take advantage of the fact that all eyes were not on me. We'd been so busy before leaving for Amord that I hadn't been able to make it to Yen's shop to pick up my tonic, and I desperately needed it. I turned my back as I neared the entrance to the throne room and strode through the doors, a smug look plastered on my face. It's not that I wanted Pri to be in trouble for this. I was just glad it was not me. Atalia! Elric's voice rang in the empty corridor, and I groaned at the sound. What? I snapped, turning my chin over my shoulder as he slipped from the throne room and took a few quick steps to my side. Are you all right? He asked, his voice painfully sincere. Yes, Elric, I'm fine, I answered, trying to hold back the growing irritation. He took another small step toward me, clasping my hand in his. I missed you. Let me come to you tonight. No. The word was harsh as it flew from my mouth, and I backed away from him. Atalia! Elric, stop! I jerked my hand from his. You bedded me, that's it. I never cared for you past that, and I never will. His face fell as my words landed. You do not mean that. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as Dukovich stepped into the corridor. Thank the fucking gods. I do, Elric, I said, stepping around him and hurrying toward Dukovich with a look on my face that said, play along or else. Dukovich and I have some business to attend to, so if you will excuse us. I curled my fingers around Dukovich's bicep, pulling him in the opposite direction as I looked back to see hurt seep into Elric's features. My stomach tightened, guilt nodding there as I tore my eyes away from him and dragged Dukovich down the corridor. He didn't deserve the hurt. Tell me, love, Dukovich said, smirking down at me as we rounded the corner. Will you break my heart next? I scoffed, tilting my chin up to him and taking a small step closer. You have no heart for me to break, I answered, then tethered from the corridor.
Chapter 18. Hyacinth. We were once again sitting around the table in the House of High, though this time there was no feigned hospitality. The silence in the room amplified the tension that felt as if it would snap at any minute and take all of our nerves with it. My fingers tapped impatiently against the wood as I kept my gaze glued to the window, avoiding all the eyes I could feel burning through my skin. Landers slid his hand over mine, intertwining our fingers as he pulled them into his lap. I glanced over at him, and he gave me a small smile of reassurance as I pushed a curl behind my ear and shifted on my cushion. His eyes nervously shot between Mara and me, his hand tightening around mine as I watched the muscle in his jaw tick. Something was off. I knew that now with complete certainty after how he had acted in our rooms, and I couldn't place it, but I could feel it in my bones. This wasn't just about the war. This was about him. All I wanted was for him to talk to me, to open up and let me in. But recently, it felt like everyone was slowly pushing me further and further away from them. My gaze darted to the doors at the back of the room, and I straightened my posture as the elders entered. Each one was cloaked in deep purple robes, their hoods casting shadows over their faces. We rose from our seats, bowing our heads in reverence as they made their way around the table and settled onto their cushions with a quiet rustle of fabric. My heart raced as I lowered myself back to the ground and watched them pull back their hoods. We needed them to agree to our plans. I needed them to stand behind me on my decision to wake the fallen ones. A messenger stepped forward, a scroll between his hands, and I sucked in a sharp breath as he began to unroll it. An elder's hand shot up into the air, the same one that had spoken before, and the entire room went wholly still, not a single one of us daring to breathe.
Ithia is proud of her traditions,
the elder started, and my heart careened into my stomach.
But we must listen to when the winds shift and whisper of new ways to come. It is time the Yaldrin learn to protect themselves, learn to protect their homeland.
A grin slid onto Mara's face as Rylius and Sashi blanched, rage cutting into the lines of their hard expressions. The elder continued, his voice rough and weathered with age.
It is our decision, Takaris, that we will do what you have asked. We will give you access to our realm, and we will allow our people to train. But we will not force them. Those who do not wish to train will heal the wounded. As for the fallen ones, if you believe in this plan, Takaris, we will welcome them into our realm.
Landers stilled beside me, his body tensing as the words settled into the silent room. My eyes flashed to Andrews for guidance. I didn't know how to respond. If I was allowed to respond. Andrews gave me a soft nod and I cleared my throat. "Thank you," I said, willing my voice to stay steady. "I know that this decision wasn't easy to make, but I promise you," I placed a hand over my heart, "we will do everything in our power to keep your people safe." I bowed my head before turning my eyes to Rylius and Sashi.
"It seems as though our fate has been decided,"
Rylius clipped, struggling to restrain the anger I could feel leaking from him. "What do you need from us?" Mara interjected, and Sashi's eyes narrowed on her. Landers leaned forward, and I silently praised the gods.
"We will need you to start preparing your people to be moved. The captain of my guard, Elric, will be overseeing our army coming into Ithia and managing all of the war camps. I will send a general with him to help train the Yaldrin that choose to fight."
My eyes wandered to the elders as Landers' commanding voice faded to a hum in the background, and wondered just how old they truly were. Wondered how many wars they'd lived through, watching their people get slaughtered, and still not made the decision they'd made today. My mind spun, trying to understand why. Why now? What made this war any different than the ones that came before? Perhaps it was the realization that, this time, there might be no coming back from the brink. No chance of survival if they did not change their ways. I could see it in their eyes, a weariness that went beyond mere physical exhaustion. It was as if their very souls had been drained from the weight of countless generations that rested on their shoulders. I wished I could tell them that this war would be different, that innocents wouldn't be caught in the crossfire, that families wouldn't be torn apart and communities wouldn't be destroyed, that they would be able to live the rest of their days in peace. But I couldn't. I couldn't promise anything other than what I had, that I would do everything in my power to keep their people safe. A sharpness in Rylius's tone pulled me back into the conversation, to see the blood rushing to his face as Mara shook her head in annoyance.
"I will not train in the same war camps as women and children. I am the High Priest. I will lead my people into battle."
Rylius spat as Landers chuckled. "When was the last time you held a sword, Your Grace? Do you own one?" Mara asked, raising a brow as I pushed my lips into a hard line to trap the smile that desperately wanted to form. This isn't helping. Rylius would fight us at every turn if we let him, and if he fought us, Sashi would stand behind him. As if reading my mind, Landers slammed his hand against the table, silencing them.
"I have seen women and children fight with more bravery and courage than you have shown in your entire existence. This is war, Rylius, and if you do not train, you will be the first to die."
Landers lifted a single finger toward him.
"When blood is being shed, you will not care who comes to save you. You will only pray to be saved."
Landers' words were so sharp that Sashi leaned away from him, flinching at the sound. A knock sounded on the doors at our backs, and I turned my head as Kai took an unsure step into the room.
"Leave us!" Rylius barked at her. "We did not call for you."
My head snapped toward him as I shot from the ground, but before I could open my mouth, Andrews was already speaking, his voice low and menacing.
"I advise you, High Priest, never to speak down to a woman in our presence again. You'll learn quickly. We encourage their violence."
My head tilted to the side, my eyes locking onto Rylius's as a grin slid over my lips, daring him to say another word. I held his stare for a long moment before turning back to Kai. "How can we help, Kai?" I asked, taking a step toward her. Her eyes shot to Rylius, hesitating for a moment before refocusing on Landers. "There is a man named Elric here. He says it is urgent that he speaks with you, Your Grace." Landers' back straightened as he glanced over to Andrews and I, then turned to the elders.
"I apologize," he said, placing a hand over his heart and bowing his head. "But we must handle this."
Andrews and I mimicked his movements as Mara stood. "Take care of what you need. I will reach out if there is anything on our end that changes," she said, bowing her head in understanding. I gave her a grateful smile before turning and following Kai out the doors.
"Where is he?"
Landers asked as we weaved our way out of the House of High. "Just outside. I did not have permission to allow him inside these walls," she answered, nervously looking up at Landers. I placed my hand on her shoulder, gently squeezing in an effort to ease her. "Thank you, Kai. That was a good decision." Andrews made it through the front doors first, pushing them open wide enough for us to see Elric pacing back and forth on the grass, his hand gripping the pommel of his sword like usual. We raced down the steps toward him, and his eyes darted up from the ground, relief and what looked like stress flaring in his irises.
"What has happened?"
Landers snapped, sliding his hand into mine and pulling me closer.
"Bracken is in Loch Dragoon and he knows Dukovich is alive. Rin is interrogating him now, but we need you back,"
Elric said, the words rushing from his mouth as Landers' grip on my hand tightened. I didn't recognize the name, but from the look of absolute horror on the three men's faces, I knew it wasn't good.
"Call Nithra,"
Landers said, turning to me.
"We need to get home now."
Chapter 19. Atalia. My hand tapped against the tonic tucked away in the breast pocket of my coat as I made my way back up the hill from Nethkar to the castle. A giant shadow rolled over the ground, blocking out the afternoon sun, and I looked to the sky to see Nithra flying toward her stables. They were back. My stomach filled with lead as I swallowed back the lump forming in my throat. This was not going to be a pleasant conversation, and I prayed I could keep my mouth shut long enough to get through it unscathed. I had not done anything wrong this time. I sucked in a deep breath, swearing into the frigid air as I tethered to the throne room. Pri, Azrai, and Dukovich were already waiting. Azrai stood with her hands clasped tightly at her back, as Pri paced back and forth nervously in front of the steps leading to the throne. Dukovich sat on the second step, casually leaning back onto his elbows as he waited. Pri's footsteps echoed into the otherwise silent room as Elric tethered in.
"He is here. Where is Bracken?"
Elric clipped, his gaze avoiding mine as he looked to Pri. She stopped her pacing, pulling her hair nervously to the top of her head.
"Ren is retrieving him from the prisons."
Elric nodded as the sound of tethering echoed through the room again, and Landers, Sin, and Andrews appeared. A growl ripped from Landers' throat as he took 3 quick steps toward Pri.
"How dare you bring that man into our home? Where is he?"
I took a small step backward, and right on cue, Ren and Bracken tethered into the room. There was no time to stop Landers as he rushed toward them, his hand outstretched. A small whimper left Bracken's mouth, just before Landers' fingers wrapped around his throat, the sound of snapping bones ringing through the room. His body thudded to the marble floor.
"This is your source?"
Landers snarled, pointing to Nox's crumpled body as he looked to Pri. "Was," I interjected, immediately knowing as the word left my mouth that I should have kept it shut. He was not in the mood for my snarky comments. I pressed my lips into a hard line, trying to hide the smirk that was desperately trying to form. From the corner of my eye, I watched Dukovich drag a hand over the lower half of his face and hold it there. Apparently, he was also trying to hide the amusement my words had triggered. At least someone understood my humor, I thought to myself, and shifted my gaze away before he could notice. I would prefer it to be anyone else, but I suppose he would do. Landers' eyes flickered to me with disdain before they fell back on Pri, and I realized I'd never actually seen him kill anyone. Creatures, yes, but never a person. I knew he had, of course, but this was the first time witnessing it. There was a lethal side to Landers that we had not truly seen yet, a dark, gritty underbelly that he hid so well behind his calm demeanor. And as I stared down at Knox's lifeless body, the realization that should have dawned on me the moment I met him finally sank in. Landers was dangerous. He hadn't given Knox a moment to plead for his life. Not that I blamed him. Wren had already interrogated him, and I probably would have done the same thing now that I knew who he was, knew the damage he had caused for centuries. I pulled my eyes away from Knox and glanced at Sin. She said nothing as she watched Landers, her face set in an unreadable expression. "He was my source for years, Landers. You asked for information and I acquired it. He never failed me. Never put us in jeopardy until now." Pri spat back, steeling her spine against the tremors I could see in her hands. "That you know of?" Landers hissed, taking a step toward her. "I may have killed the spider, but his web of lies still remains and you have ensnared us in it." "I did what I had to do to protect the people, the realm I love. If you want to be angry at me for how I got the information that has saved us on numerous occasions, that is your choice, Landers. But one thing he had never done was lie. He may have sold the knowledge we traded, but every piece of information he ever gave me was true." The room fell silent on the tail of Pri's words, and I watched as tension rippled through Landers' body. "The knowledge, Prianan, that you traded for this truth could have just lost us this war." Rage boiled in my veins at the sound of his words and the look of shame that flashed behind Pri's eyes as he said them. "Don't you dare put that weight on her," I said, pointing to Landers and taking a sharp step forward. "Don't act like in your centuries of life you have never made a bad decision." I couldn't stop the anger that was beginning to spew from me, but it was all coming out. The resentment I held for him, for all of them. "Atta," Pri said softly, pulling on my arm. "It's okay. He isn't completely wrong." "No! It's not okay!" I snapped, jerking my arm from her grasp and taking another step toward Landers. "We are not your minions. We are not your lackeys you can order around. That is what you have Elric for. What you have a whole kingdom for. You want to speak on bad decisions? How about how you left Sin in the Cillians? When you let her give herself to the devil, the man that tortured and abused me. The man you are now putting your entire realm in jeopardy to protect." "Choose your next words wisely, Atalia." Landers growled, his eyes darkening as his gaze fell on me with unwavering contempt. "I made the choice to stay in the Cillians, Atta. It was my choice to stay with Dukovich. You can't blame him for respecting that choice," Sin said, placing a hand on Landers' chest and pushing him away from me. I scoffed at her. "Running to another man's aid, I see. I thought you would have learned your lesson with Taft. Thought you would have grown a spine by now." The words tasted like bile as they rushed from my mouth. I shouldn't have said it. Shouldn't be saying any of this. But I couldn't stop myself. Couldn't stop the emotion that was beating its fist on the dam I had built to keep it in. "How dare you?" Sin said, her voice lethally quiet as I watched the pain in her features harden to stone. She took a harsh step toward me, and I willed myself not to cower away from her. "You want to fight, Atalia?" She spat, and my spine straightened. I had never heard her say my full name, heard such deep anger directed toward me. It seems like that's the only thing that helps you these days. That hurting people is the only thing that brings you any joy. "You don't know a thing about what I am going through," I snarled, as we inched closer to each other. I was losing control. I could feel it. Could feel my magic tingling at my fingertips, begging me to shift as I clenched my fist. Of course I don't. You refuse to let me in, refuse to talk to me unless you are using words to wound me. Arden would be ashamed of you, ashamed that this is who you have become. I could see regret flashing in her eyes as the words spilled from her mouth. But she was right. I couldn't blame her for saying them. He would be. It doesn't matter what he would think. He's dead thanks to... I slammed my mouth shut before the words could come out. But it was too late. I could see it in the agony that was flooding her face. Say it! Sin hissed, slamming both her palms into my shoulders. I stumbled back at the force of it, regaining my footing just as she shoved me again. Say it! She snarled a second time. I grabbed her wrist as they slammed into me again and locked my eyes on hers. Don't fucking touch me! I growled, pushing her away from me. Or what, Ada? Are you going to hit me too? She took another quick step toward me, her curls flying over her shoulder with the movement as her voice cracked with emotion. Anger pulsed through my veins, my heart racing with adrenaline, and before I could stop myself, my fist was flying through the air. My knuckles connected with her jaw, her head snapping to the side as she staggered back, her hands flying up to clutch her face. Pain and rage flashed in her gray eyes for only a second before she whirled on me. Shadows connected with my abdomen and I flew backwards, my knees slamming into the marble floor as the air rushed from my lungs. I pushed myself up from the ground, ignoring the throbbing pain in my knees and the ache blooming along my ribcage. If you need to hit me, Ada, then hit me. Take all your pain out on me, but I am not going to fight you. Sin said, her voice almost a whisper. I could hear the love and sadness she felt for me seeping through her anger, and the sound made every ounce of rage detonate inside my veins. I did not want her love. I did not want her fucking pity. I lunged, tackling her to the ground and pinning her under my knees as my fist slammed into her again and again. Fight back! I screamed as my fist connected with her nose. She did not make a sound, did not try to free herself from my beating. From the corner of my blurring vision, I saw Landers rush toward me. But Ren stopped him, pulling him back, keeping him away. I can take it, she whispered, as I landed another blow to her left cheek. I didn't know when I'd started crying, but as I sucked in a sob through her clenched teeth, I finally let the pain and anger that had been building inside me for months come pouring out as I pushed myself off of her. It's your fault he's fucking dead! The words were a wail as I yelled them toward her on the floor. I thought I would feel lighter. Thought that saying it would somehow cleanse the venom in my blood. But my heart only pushed against its iron cage as I watched the words pierce her soul. Guilt flooded my body as I watched the sheer agony that filled her face. She pushed to her knees, spitting blood onto the white marble, and looked up at me with crimson tear-stained cheeks. You think I don't know that? Sin screamed, sobs rolling from her lungs between every word as she clutched her chest. You don't think I carry the weight of that every single day? That I still get to breathe and he doesn't? That the memory of him dying in my arms because he tried to save me doesn't haunt every second of my existence? Her voice fell quiet, tired and defeated. If I could go back and trade my life for his, I would.
in a second. But I can't, Ada. And if that means that you have to blame me, hate me to survive, then so be it. I have already lost you both, but at least you will still be alive. I stood there, frozen, as Sin's words sank into my flesh, seeped into the very marrow of my soul. The anger that had consumed me moments before dissipated, replaced by a hollowness that threatened to swallow me whole. Tears flowed from my eyes as I watched Sin struggle to her feet, her body trembling with the effort. Landers rushed to her side, and she threw a hand up to stop him as she pushed her spine straight. I couldn't bring myself to look at her, look at the damage I had caused, the blood I had drawn. I love you, Ada, with my entire being, and I will always pour love into you for Arden. I refuse to break that promise to him, but only you can choose to receive it. She wiped a tear from her cheek, flinching as her fingers traced the skin I had split. If you no longer want to be part of this family, I will accept that. If you no longer want a place in this court, that is your choice. But it is a choice, Atalia, and it's time for you to make it. Shame crashed through my body as I watched her turn away from me with slow, pained movements and walk from the marble throne room. The space fell silent as everyone's eyes turned to me, and a heavy, lethal energy filled the room. Leave us! The command was a snarl leaving Lander's lips, and my eyes widened as they flashed to Pri and Andrews, silently begging them not to leave me alone with him. Now! Landers demanded, his eyes never leaving mine, and burning with unmistakable rage. My breathing became erratic as I watched the room empty, watched my friends leaving me like lamb to the slaughter. Are you going to kill me too, Lord of Death? I said, forcing my voice not to tremble as my eyes darted between him and Nox's corpse. I should kill you. I should rip you limb from limb and dump your body to Amber to rot into the ground of the vile place that created you. Landers said, from across the space between us, his voice hauntingly calm. I could feel magic saturating the hall, pulsating through the air that flowed from him as I watched him take a step forward. Then do it, I hissed. You would be doing both of us a favor. No, Atalia. He took another step toward me. I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. He was too calm for what I had just done. Why? The question sounded more like a plea than anything as it flung itself from my mouth. I could feel tears begin to pool again in the corners of my sockets, burning into my eyes as I forced them not to fall. Because death would be a reward that you do not deserve. He took a final step toward me, leaving only a small space between us. So I will leave your life intact. I will leave you to live in the hell you have created for yourself. Let you live with the knowledge that you just laid hands on the woman that traded her life to free yours. The woman that, despite every cruelty you have shown her, has never faltered in her love for you, has pushed her own pain to the side to hold space for yours. I never asked her to do that. I bit back. You did not have to. I sucked back the tears that were becoming harder to hide with every word he spoke. And instead of showing him the remorse, the agonizing regret I felt, I showed him my rage. You have some nerve threatening me over how I handle my friendship, after the way you spoke to Pri. None of this would have happened if you had shown her the respect she deserves. I spat,
taking a small step away from the fury I saw reign behind his eyes. A sinister chuckle vibrated from Lander's throat as he leaned in closer, his breath gliding across my skin like dragon's fire as my back struck the freezing window. You think that was the first disagreement Rhiannon and I have had? The first time she has seen me angry? We have been together for centuries, and the difference between me and you, Atalia, is that in all those hundreds of years, not once have I laid a hand on her. The tears had finally broken free, streaming down my face like acid. Landers took a step away from me, studying my face as the lines of his softened. He let out a heavy breath, and a pained expression flickered in his features as he dragged a hand through his hair. Hyacinth wanted to wait to give you this as your solstice gift, Landers said, holding a large iron key out toward me. It is the key for the house you have always spoken of. After what you have done today, I think it is best for all of us if you move your belongings there in the morning. My stomach bottomed out as I stared at the key in his hand, and my body recoiled from the sight of it. Landers! I stifled the sob clawing its way from the depths of my hollow chest. I can't take that. I am not asking, Atalia, Landers said, his voice firm as he reached for my hand and pressed the key into my palm before closing my fingers around it. He let my hand fall from his as he placed his palm on my shoulder and squeezed it tight. You have more love surrounding you than most have in an entire lifetime. Do not let that slip from your grasp, because you are unwilling to face your demons. You are stronger than you know, changeling. He smiled down at me softly and pulled my chin up to meet his eyes. Now is the time to find that strength and fight for yourself. He took a step away from me, and as I watched his body vanish from the room, a sob tore from my lungs.
Chapter 20. Hyacinth. Magic began to crackle in my palms, and I clenched them shut, trying to slow it, to stop it from exploding out of me as I rounded the corner of the corridor leading from the throne room's entrance. The moment I was out of sight, I stepped into the tether, letting it rip me apart as it dragged me from the castle's walls. My beaten body screamed against the pain, but anything was better than the feeling of my heart cracking in two. My face pulsed with pain as I landed in a thicket of trees in the furthest corner of Loch Dragoon that my mind could think of. Tears spilled from my eyes, raging waterfalls that echoed the turmoil coiling inside my body as I screamed into the sky. Searing tendrils of gleaming energy exploded from my skin, obliterating everything in its path for miles. The roar of splintering trees and shattering rocks echoed around me as I was knocked to the ground. My knees slammed into the frozen earth, sending waves of pain through my body. With another scream, my fists struck the unforgiving forest floor, feeling the sting of my skin splitting against the hard ground. Everything was wrong. My heart felt like it was being crushed under the weight of the crumbling forest around me. Everything was falling apart in front of my eyes, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. "I'm sorry," I sobbed, clutching my chest as I rocked back and forth on my knees. The cold winter air pierced through my thin sweater, but I didn't care. I could barely feel the cold over the ache that was pulsating under my breasts. "I miss you so much," I wailed into the barren sky, hoping that wherever he was, he could hear me. "I don't know how to do this without you. I don't know how to keep us together." The words came out of me in short gasps as I tried to breathe against the hell that had been waiting to take me, waiting for me to shatter so it could latch its claws into my skin and pull me into its depths. I could feel myself caving in, giving in to its begging. "Sin? Rin's voice called out, and I turned to see him standing only yards from me. I hadn't seen him get here. Hadn't heard him. But the sight sent a new wave of grief crashing over me. I had taken his brother from him. His only family had been ripped from his life because of me. His footsteps echoed as he sprinted toward me, his arms outstretched. He dropped to his knees, scooping me up and crushing me against his chest. I could feel his heart hammering through his tunic as his body melded into mine. "It should have been me!" I cried into his chest, the tears streaming from my eyes, burning the cuts marring my face.
"No,"
Rin said, his voice commanding as he pushed me away from him, both of his hands gripping my shoulders as his own tear-stained eyes locked onto mine.
"No, Hyacinth. I do not care what Ada says, what venom she must spew to extract the pain from her heart. This was not your fault. My brother was the best man I have ever known, and he did not die for you to live your life drowning in guilt."
Ren's voice cracked as he said the words, pain exploding behind the eyes that were staring into mine. I watched as new tears slipped over his skin, but he did not move to wipe them away.
None of us have grieved him. None of us have dealt with the pain of losing him. Not really. We have buried ourselves in our vices, hoping to find some reprieve in the absence of feeling. But we won't find it. We have to face it, and we have to face it together.
His fingers dug deeper into my shoulders as he shook his head.
Arden was the best parts of all of us. Now we have to find the strength to keep the best of him alive. That is all we get. We get the pieces of him that he left in us, and I'll be damned if I let that die too.
For the first time since Arden's death, I watched as the color flared back into Ren's eyes, and I swallowed back the sob it sent racing for the surface. "Ada," I whispered, sniffing back tears as snow began to fall around us. "I don't know how to help her."
That fight needed to happen. You two needed to lay it all out. But it is not your job to help her, Sin. Ada is the only one that can do that. It is our job, however.
He pulled my chin up to look at him.
To love her in whatever capacity we can while she learns to help herself. Even if that means that, for now, we must love her from a distance.
I didn't know how to do that. Didn't know how to exist in a world where Ada wasn't the other half of my beating heart. And though I had felt it coming, seen it in the ways she pulled away from me, in the way she refused to be alone in my presence, my heart was not prepared for the moment I could no longer reach her. It was a strange kind of loneliness, a constant ache that pulses just below the surface. The dissonance between knowing she still existed, yet feeling like the ghost of her was begging to be freed from my grasp, all while still holding on to hope. Hope that maybe someday things might return to what they were. But that hope had begun to feel fragile. I buried my face back into Ren's chest, my tears staining his gray tunic as we sat in what was once a thick forest full of life. It was silent now, decimated by the magic I couldn't control. It was a symbol, I think, a reflection of my reality that I had been refusing to face. I couldn't run from it anymore, couldn't run from the pain that was sure to find me no matter how I tried to hide. Ren stood, pulling me to my feet before wrapping his arms around me as I fell into his embrace, clutching him as tight as I could against my body.
I love you, Sin.
Ren whispered into my curls, and I could feel it. The healing magic he held within him seeping into me, calming my aching soul. I love you back, I said, sucking in a deep breath, taking in his scent for a long moment before stepping out of his warmth. Ren looked down at me with a soft smile and ran his fingers over my face, healing the cuts and swelling before taking my hands. His thumbs skimmed over my split knuckles, and I watched as the skin there mended, specks of blood the only proof of the small wounds. "Now," he said quietly, pulling me back into his side. "Let's get you home. We're gathering to plan our next steps, and it seems you could use a coffee." I nodded, locking my fingers between his as he tethered us back into the heat of the castle walls. The smell of fresh baked bread filled my nostrils as we landed in the center of the kitchens, and I took a deep breath. I was starving, and my energy was quickly depleting. This day never seemed to end. My stomach rumbled as I walked to the stove and conjured up 2 mugs. When I first came to Loch Dragoon, Landers had requested they keep a pot brewing for me at all times. A week after my arrival, I had come down here, expecting to make it for myself, and one of the kitchen staff had told me about his request. I never told him that I knew. But now, whenever I drank it, I was reminded of him and all the small things he constantly did to take care of me. A weighted sigh slipped from my mouth as I poured a generous amount of liquid into each of the mugs, handing one to Ren as I lifted the other to my lips. He pulled the mug from my fingers as he snatched 2 meat pies from the hot plate and gestured his head toward the stairs. I scarfed the food down seconds after he handed it to me, and desperately wished I had grabbed at least 3 more. "Who is coming to this meeting?" I asked, brushing crumbs from my sweater as we ascended the staff stairs and pushed through the heavy wooden doors that led to the banquet hall. Flames from the chandelier's candles cast a golden glow across the stone walls and the tapestries that hung there, giving just enough light to see snow now falling outside the windows. "Everyone," Ren said, sipping from his mug. "Should be entertaining, to say the least." He lifted a brow, and a nervous smile flashed across my lips as I pushed my hair behind my ears. I knew she wouldn't come, not after what had happened. But I couldn't help the desperate hope that she would show up, that we could somehow work through the pain and anger and find our way back to each other. "Are you ready?" Ren asked as I pulled my eyes from the liquid swirling in my cup to look at him. I was so stuck in my own head I hadn't realized we'd already made it to the war room. "No," I breathed, forcing a small smile. He nudged his body against mine, the contact helping to calm my nerves as he pulled open the door. Landers rushed to my side as we stepped into the packed war room, his hands cupping my face as he searched for the wounds Rin had already healed with worried eyes. He pulled me against his chest, his heart racing against my cheek as I clung to him. "I'm okay," I whispered. "I'll be okay." "We need to begin." Azrai's voice cut through the quiet chatter, silencing the room. Landers loosened his grip on me only enough so I could turn in his arms to face her. His hands slid across my stomach, finding their final resting place in the curve of my waist, and I leaned back into his touch as Pri cleared her throat. "A month ago, I told Knox Bracken that Dukovich was still alive, under the guise that he was helping gather individuals willing to fight on our side of the war. Yesterday, we were ambushed by Hanth soldiers during our meeting. Before the attack, he was able to tell me that all of the Drow armies and their leaders have been taken to the Cillians, that their preparations for war are well underway." Deafening silence fell over the room, and I could feel Landers' body stiffen against mine. His fingers tightened around my waist as Pri continued. "When we arrived back in Loch Dragoon, we handed him over to Ren to extract information." Pri looked to Ren as he stepped forward to speak, setting his mug on the edge of the table as his other hand slid over her waist. "He was telling the truth about the Drow being in the Cillians. That much I know for certain," Ren stated as he leaned against the table. "He did sell the information Pri gave him about Dukovich. He said it was to a woman in Amord that was asking about him, but not a member of any House of High. My guess is another spy. We just have to figure out which one."
There is no other information of importance that he had.
Who has seen your true form? I asked Dukovich, placing my mug on Landers' desk beside me.
No one. Not since I learned to glamour myself as a child.
His eyes flashed to Pri for a brief moment.
Well, almost no one. What are you not telling us?
Landers' voice was a low rumble as he asked the question, and I could feel the vibration of it against my back.
The Cillian's new high priest, Malik, is also aware that I am not dead.
A small gasp left my lips, and I watched a muscle in Dukovich's jaw feather as he steeled himself for whatever wrath was about to come his way.
And you're just now telling us? Rin snarled from across the table.
I made Prianan and Italia aware of it before we left for Amord.
And before you tear my throat from my body, I will tell you the same thing I told them. I was not going to give up his name, his position, until I could trust that you lot would not get him killed. He helped set my entire plan in motion, helped get me out of the Cillians to help you. He is on our side, and ready to assist us should we need it.
And you believe him? Andrews questioned.
How do you know that helping you wasn't a ploy to get you out of the Cillians just so he could take your place? Take your power?
Landers added as he stepped from behind me.
The same way you know Andrews would not undermine you. We concocted this plan as children. We have been laying the foundation for centuries, and neither of us want to see it fail. He is the reason you were able to get any of the drow out of Rodilftum. He created the back door for them. I just showed you how to access it. And what is his plan for this war? Will he not be leading my armies into battle? Azrai asked, her voice cutting as her eyes pinned on Dukovich. That part I do not know. I left before any plans for war could be made. But if the Cillians' War Council has caught wind that I am alive, they will not do anything they know I would anticipate. So, if we want to find that out, we will need to meet with him.
Silence fell over the room as we contemplated on this new information. Having the acting high priest of the Cillians on our side could change the entire trajectory of this war. It could turn the tides in our favor even without the armies that we would need to fight. As of now, with no help from other realms, how many men and women do we have to fight with us? I asked, locking my gaze onto Elric's.
Including my men, the drow refugees, and Azrai's students that are of fighting age. We have less than 20,000,
Elric answered, and I could feel the blood drain from my face. How is that possible? Loch Dragoon is the largest of the realms. How is it that we have so few people able to fight? My questions came out at a rapid pace, and I could feel my palms begin to sweat.
The Laith people were nearly wiped from the face of Nimbria during the Great War. Few have chosen to become travelers since then, and almost none of them survived the journey getting here.
Andrews answered, his tone heavy as he loosed a weighted sigh. What happened in Ithia? Pri asked from her corner of the room, and my eyes flickered to Landers as his fists curled around the edge of his desk.
They have agreed to our plans and are starting preparations to move all of their people here. They will not force any of the Yaldrin to fight, but they will allow us to use Ithia as our battleground,
Landers said, crossing his arms over his chest as he glanced at Elric.
With this new information, we need to start moving every soldier we have to Ithia immediately and set up a base camp to begin training any Yaldrin that have decided to stay,
Landers added, as he pushed from his desk and walked to the war table in the center of the room. He swiped a hand over it, and the map swirled into what looked like a map of Ithia.
Azrai, do you still have relations with Rylius and the High Priestesses?
Landers asked, not pulling his eyes from the map.
Yes, they are strained, but I believe we can set our differences aside for the time being,
Azrai answered, stepping up to the table beside him.
Good. Gemara is determined to fight alongside us. She will be the strongest ally we have to push the others to give us whatever we need to succeed. I need you to go to Ithia and start making camp and training her people while Elric gets our armies there."
Azrai and Elric both nodded in response, and I watched as everyone began to huddle around the table, placing markers on different parts of the map. My hands began to shake as I pushed a loose curl behind my ear, beads of sweat building on my hairline as I prepared to speak. My tongue felt heavy as I opened my mouth and forced the words out. "I am going to wake the fallen ones." The room fell silent as the muscles in Landers's back tensed under his tunic, his knuckles blanching as he clutched the ledge of the table. Azrai turned to face me with a raised brow. "And when do you plan to do this?" she asked. "I will leave in the morning." My spine straightened as Landers dragged a hand through his hair, but didn't turn to look at me. "Dukovich, I will need you to escort me so I can be glamoured." Dukovich's eyes flashed between Landers and me before he gave a curt nod. "And Ren, I would like for you to come with us. Once I have woken them and crossed back into Ithia safely, I want you and Dukovich to meet with Malik to find out if we can trust him, and gather any information about what the Cillians are planning to do and when." Ren stayed silent as the whole room watched Landers turn to face me with slow, calculated movements.
"Hyacinth?"
Landers started, struggling to control the anger in his voice.
"We cannot wake them."
"We have to, Landers. We no longer have the time to search for other ways around it. If we're lucky, we have a few short months until the battle has started," I said as firmly as I could, as Azrai gave me an approving smile.
"No,"
Landers shot back, every inch of his features hardening. "Why? If this is an option that could help us, why are you so against it?"
"They have been frozen in time for over 1,000 years, Hyacinth. The only thing they will be looking for is bloodshed,"
Landers answered, straining to keep his voice calm. "You don't know that. And even if retaliation on my grandparents is all they want, they will owe me a debt for waking them." "Landers, Sin is right. If they can give us even the smallest chance, we need them," Pri said cautiously as Ren tightened his arm around her waist.
"And if they kill you the moment you wake them? If they burn the realms to the ground trying to exact vengeance on what your grandparents have done to them? What then, Hyacinth? Can you live with that blood on your hands?"
The words were a growl as the questions left his lips, and my spine went rigid at the sound. Andrews cut in, putting a hand on Landers' shoulder as he spoke.
"The realms will burn either way, brother. If this gives us a chance to be the ones wielding the flame, then we must take it."
No one spoke as Landers and I stared back at each other, and I forced myself not to look away. I was doing this, with or without him. I need to get back to the training camps. The students tend to sneak into Nethka when they are left unsupervised, Azrai said, cutting into the quiet and pulling the pocket watch from her vest to check the time. "I will prepare to leave for Ithia in the morning." Landers finally pulled his eyes from mine as she spoke, and I sucked in a sharp breath as nerves flooded my system. Azrai turned to Landers, her eyes hardening as they locked onto his. "She may be your partner, but she is also your god. Be the man I know you to be, the king I know you to be, and tell her the truth." My body went wholly still at her words, ice running through every vein beneath my skin as she looked at Landers for a moment longer, then tethered from the room. "Well, there is much to do," Pri said, clearing her throat. She nudged Ren and gestured her head toward the door as she glanced between me and Landers. "If I do not see you before you leave in the morning," she started, pulling my hand into hers as she passed by. "I love you. Please be safe." She gave me a nervous smile and herded the rest of the men out of the room. The space fell quiet as she pulled the door closed behind her, and I kept my eyes locked on the wall, counting the stones as I sucked in a deep breath. Static began buzzing in my ears, and I grabbed hold of the table beside me to keep my hands from shaking.
Hyacinth?
Landers said slowly, my name rolling off his tongue with caution. I turned my head to see his emerald eyes already fixed on me, his features set in hard lines as he searched my face.
Hyacinth?
He said again, his tone almost pleading as he took a step toward me. What is she talking about? I asked, willing my voice to steady.
It was not her place to say anything.
No, I hissed, his back straightening as I took a step toward him. If you can't be honest with me, it will not be this war that breaks us. It won't even be death. It'll be you and the secrets you keep. I inhaled sharply, trying to contain the power that was begging to be released alongside the emotion flowing out of me. I have felt that you were keeping something from me since I came to Loch Dragoon. I could sense it. I could see it in the way you looked at me. And after we met with the elders, I knew I was right. What Azrai said just confirms that. Landers' eyes darkened at the revelation, and he began pacing as I spoke, his jaw flexing with every step he took. I haven't pressed you. I haven't pushed you, because I can feel the guilt and anger that seeps out of you every time someone calls you the Lord of Death, every time someone mentions the Great War or the Fallen Ones. The words were biting as I left my mouth, the volume of my voice rising with every passing second. I have been scared that asking you for the truth would hurt us, would push you away from me, but I can't be this person anymore. The person, the coward, too scared to ask for the answers I deserve. I need to know, Landers. I demand to know. I deserve every piece of truth, and I am done settling for just bits and pieces. I drew in a deep breath, readying myself to ask the question, readying myself for whatever was waiting for me. Who are you, Landers?
It is not you that is scared!
Landers shouted, whirling around to face me, his eyes frenzied and wild. My back straightened, but I stood my ground. I had never heard him raise his voice, never heard him yell, not at me.
I am the coward, Hyacinth. I am the one that is scared. Scared that when you truly know what I am, what things I have done to be awarded such names, you will not want me. You will not want the man that is worse than you can imagine.
The edges of his voice wavered as he said the words, and my heart cracked at the sound, the echo of its fracturing reverberating between my ears. We stood there staring at each other, and I watched as fear flashed in those beautiful green eyes before the dark veil fell back over them. Landers, I whispered, and took a step toward him. He backed away, running a hand through his hair as his muscles tightened. Landers, I said again, my tone firm, demanding, as I locked my eyes on his. Don't you dare back away from me. Don't you dare hide from me. Shadows began flowing from my body, dripping out of me and reaching for him, holding him in place. He didn't fight against them. He did not flinch from the power that poured from me as I took another step closer. I refuse to let this be who we are. Refuse to let us drift apart because you are too scared of your past to let me in. I took another step forward, and his jaw feathered at the movement. You think I don't know that you have killed? That you have had to do unspeakable things in order to stand where you're standing now? Another step. If you really think you could lose me over the truth of your past, then you don't know the kind of woman I am. I will not run from the hell you hold inside of you. I love the man standing before me, and I'm not afraid of the things you've had to do to become him. Landers stepped only inches from me, his eyes piercing mine as a low growl escaped his lips.
The curse that was bestowed upon the bloodlines of the fallen ones is a life of misery. A life as a beast in fey form. I know. because it is that bloodline that runs through my veins. I am the great-grandson of a fallen one. I am a beast, a monster, to my very core. You want to know what I have done to be called the Lord of Death?
I stood my ground as I lifted my chin and let my shadows pull him even closer.
I have leveled towns, cities of innocent people. I have breathed fire upon the realms and watched as they burned. Watched as lives have been turned to dust. That is what has given me the name that I wore like a badge of honor when there was not a single ounce of honor to be found in me.
I tore my eyes from his, watching as the olive skin stretching across his neck began to harden, began to shift into obsidian scales, the emerald hues shimmering in the candlelight. I stifled the gasp that clawed at my throat and focused my eyes back on his. I will not let him see fear flow through my irises.
You want to know what the tattoo across my body is? It is a map of all the territories I have decimated when I lost control of the monster inside of me. A reminder that no matter how hard I want or try to forget, I will always be the Lord of Death. Always be half fae, half dragon.
I'm not scared of you, I whispered up at him.
You should be.
Chapter 21. Atalia. The flames from the fire licked at my skin as I sat on the floor only a foot from it, staring blankly into the scintillating colors, and prayed the heat would burn the shame from my veins. I had no idea how long I had been sitting here when I heard Andrew say my name from the doorway, but I didn't look at him. I couldn't. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice sounding hollow against the quiet. "A rat came to find me and led me here. I assumed that it belonged to you," he said, pushing the door shut behind him. "Silo. I named her Silo," I responded, closing my eyes and listening as he walked toward me. I could feel him as he squatted down next to me, and it took all my strength not to recoil from his presence. "Atalia," Andrew started, his voice slow. "Please, back away from the fire. You are going to burn yourself." Opening my eyes, I finally turned to look at him. A deep crease had formed between his brow as he extended a hand to me, and I stared down at it for a moment before turning my eyes back to the flames. "I deserve to burn," I whispered, more to myself than to him. I had hurt her. Hurt her. The only person I knew in this world that didn't deserve to be hurt. And still, after taking my beating, after letting my words rip her to shreds, she still only showed me love. I did deserve to burn after what I had done to her. I wished I could take every second of it back, every word I had said, every blow that I had landed. I hadn't meant any of it, but this rage, this hellfire, was consuming every corner of my being. I could see it in the way she'd look at me when she dragged herself from the floor. I had broken her heart. I was the one person she trusted to never wound that part of her, and yet I had still done it in such a cruel and unspeakable way. I pushed myself from the ground, dragging my eyes away from the flames and locking them on Andrew's. "Why are you here?" "I needed to make sure you were all right," he said, rising from the floor. "Despite what you may try to convince yourself of, you are not alone." "I want to be alone, Andrews. I don't want or need you here," I snapped, as the anger began to rise again.
but I was screaming inside. Screaming at whatever demon was controlling my heart, begging it to release me and stop the poison it was spewing from me, to stop hurting people just so I wasn't alone in this agony. "I do not care," Andrew said, unfazed by the malice dripping from my words as he crossed his arms over his chest. "You are not well, and I do not care if telling you that wounds you, if it makes you foam at the mouth with fury like the wild beast you have been behaving like." He took a step toward me and I stilled. "I am the very hand of death, Atalia. Your rage does not scare me. So inject your poison. Fill me with it. It will not kill me." The words vibrated from his throat like a sinister rumble, a sound that sang to the devil crawling inside my body. My teeth locked around my tongue, biting down on the fury readying itself to unleash on him. Blood filled my mouth, and I swallowed it back as I finally pulled my gaze from his. My fists clenched at my side as I turned away and walked toward my bedchambers, shutting the double doors loudly at my back. The sound of my heart beat in my ears like death's drum as I rushed to my coat thrown over the edge of my bed and pulled the tonic from its pocket. All I wanted was sleep, to have 1 second of peace from this hell I had built around myself. I tore the cork from the vial's opening and pressed it to my mouth, making sure to swallow every last drop of it. Screeching, horrifying sounds filled the dark room, echoing off the walls of my bedchamber like talons dragging on the surface of glass. "Atalia!" A voice cut through the shrieking, and I felt hands on my shoulders, frantically shaking me. "Atalia, wake up!" My eyes snapped open to see Andrew standing over me. The screams were coming from me, were fleeing my throat. I tried to bring my hand to my mouth, to clamp it shut and silence the screams that were shredding my lungs, but it was like my veins had been filled with lead. My limbs trembled violently, a cold sweat pouring off of me, drenching the sheets as they clung to every part of my naked body, plastering the silken fabric to my skin. Andrew's grip tightened around my shoulders, but my eyes refused to focus, the nightmare still clinging to the edges of my mind like thick, suffocating fog. "Talia, what did you take?" Andrews hissed, dragging me from the bed. His voice sounded distant, scared. But my limbs refused to move, refused to listen to the commands my mind was giving them. My head fell back as I was lifted into the air, lifted against his chest, and I could almost make out the stones in the ceiling between the black veil that danced over my vision. I could feel Andrew's heart pounding wildly inside its cavity, pumping furiously as the beating of my own did not come fast enough. I tried to focus on the sound in my head, the sound that muscle made when pushing and pulling blood away from my chest, but the ocean I usually heard rushing there was silent. Every one of my senses began to flee from my body as I sank deeper into the darkness the world around me was beginning to drown in. Ice ran through my blood as consciousness crashed back into my body, and my limbs thrashed in water I didn't remember getting in. My head broke the surface, and my lungs gasped for air as Andrew's hands clasped both sides of my head, his thumbs digging into my temples. His eyes went wholly white as he chanted 3 words in a language I did not recognize. He dropped his hands as soon as the words left his lips, the deep blue seeping back into his irises as I leaned over the lip of the bath and vomited. Andrews knelt beside me, his muscles clenched tight, his breath heavy as he watched me lean back into the bath and rest my head against the copper walls. Sucking in a sharp breath, I forced myself to look at him, and shame exploded through every vessel coiling under my skin. "What did you take?" he asked slowly.
I could hear it in the wavering at the edges of his voice, the fear that hid behind the rumble of his timbre. "Nothing," I snapped, turning my gaze away from his as I tried to hide the crimson that was flooding my face. This was none of his business. He shouldn't have even been here, should have never been in my quarters in the first place. "Atalia." Andrews dragged a hand over his face, and as I watched his bare chest flex with the movement, I suddenly felt very aware of my naked body on display. I resisted the urge to pull my knees to my chest to cover myself. I had never been self-conscious of my body, never cared who saw it. But there was something about the look in his eyes, like he could see the turmoil swirling just underneath my breasts, that made me want to hide every inch of myself from him. "I tried waking you for 15 minutes before your eyes finally opened and your screaming ceased," he said, taking in a deep breath as his voice softened. "I am a necromancer, Atalia, and a healer. I could sense the death that was coming for you, and I know an overdose when I see one. I just need to know what it is you took so I can give you a tonic to remove the remnants of it from your system." I wanted to tell him to fuck off, scream at him that it was none of his business and to get the hell out of my chambers. But I didn't have it in me to hate him. I didn't have the energy to hate anyone other than myself. Sin was right. Arden would be ashamed of me, disgusted that I had let myself become this vessel of rotting flesh. My eyes began to sting, and I cursed the tears that rolled down my cheeks. But for the first time since holding his limp, bloody body in my hands, I didn't try to stop them. I lay there in silence, buried in the ice water that felt scalding against the frost running through my veins, and stared at the wall across me. Andrew's features softened as he watched the tears stream down my face, and he reached out a tentative hand, brushing a strand of dark, wet hair from my forehead. The gentleness in his touch broke something inside of me, cracking open the walls I had so carefully constructed. A strangled sob escaped my lips as I met his worried eyes. "Which is supposed to help me sleep, to stop the nightmares," I whispered through the tears. "I just want to sleep. I want to sleep without seeing his face every time I close my eyes." Understanding dawned on Andrew's face as he leaned further back onto his heels, his shoulders falling slightly. Sorrow flickered behind his eyes as they met mine. That was the look, the sight that I couldn't stand to see. The pity his gaze held made my intestines twist around each other. I was pathetic. "What did you take?" Andrews asked again, his voice firmer this time. "A tonic. I don't know what it was," I answered, my voice barely audible over the lapping of the water against the side of the tub. "How long have you been taking it?" His jaw feathered at the question, and I averted my eyes. "This was the first time, but valerian root for the last few months," I admitted, forcing my voice not to crack. "Okay," he breathed out, running a hand through his tousled hair as he pushed himself from the floor, standing to his full height. "How much did you take?" I hesitated. "The whole file," I finally answered, and he stayed silent. I glanced up to see his eyes already on me. I thought, because I had been taking valerian root for so long, that my tolerance would be higher, and I just needed sleep. He nodded, reaching for a towel that sat on the vanity across from me, and draped it over the edge of the bath. "You could have died, Atalia." His voice was tight as he said the words. but I couldn't tell if it was anger or fear he was trying to contain. Do you understand that? If I had not been here, if I had not heard you... There was nothing I could say. I knew that. And though it wasn't my intention, I wasn't fully sure that I would have minded. I will make a tea that will flush the excess from your system. Now that you are conscious, you need to get into warm clothing to help the blood flow through your limbs at a regular pace, he said, walking to the threshold between rooms. He paused for a long moment, letting out a deep sigh as his fingers tightened around the edge of the door before looking back toward me. His eyes darkened to the deepest blue I had ever seen as they connected with mine. I know the pain you feel, Atalia. How exquisite it can be. Know what it is like to need an escape from the memories that haunt you to your very core. The ache that consumes every part of you until you would do anything just to make it stop, even for a moment. But if you stare into hell long enough, the devil will offer you his hand. His voice was low, almost a whisper as it carried the weight of his own suffering toward me. This is not the way. You have to find the strength within yourself to face these demons, to work through the agony. Numbing yourself, taking this path, will only lead you to ruin. I stared at him, seeing the raw emotion in his eyes, the understanding born from experience. At that moment, I knew he carried wounds as deep as my own, scars on his soul that no one else could see. He held my gaze a moment longer before turning and disappearing into the other room. I sat motionless in the now tepid water, his words echoing in my mind like a griever's melody. With shaking limbs, I slowly pulled myself from the tub, wrapping the towel around my dripping body. The fabric was soft against my chilled skin as I padded into the bedchamber. In the adjacent room, I could hear Andrews moving about, preparing the tea as I let the towel drop to the floor. I pulled a heavy tunic over my head, the fabric caressing the back of my thighs, as I turned to see Andrew standing in the open doorway with a steaming mug in his hands. He paused, his eyes flickering over me before quickly averting his gaze and handing me the tonic. Drink it all, he instructed, still not quite meeting my eyes. It will taste bitter, but it will clear the toxins from your blood. I nodded, the heat seeping into my palms as I lifted it to my lips. The liquid scalded my tongue, and I welcomed the sensation as I quickly drained it. Setting the empty vessel on the bedside table, I finally lifted my eyes back to Andrews. Thank you, I said softly, my voice hoarse. I lifted my hand to my neck, as if I could soothe the vocal cords just underneath the surface. Andrews took 2 frantic steps toward me, his hands raising quickly to cup my face and pull me toward him. His breath ghosted across my lips as his gaze held mine, intense and unwavering. And for just a brief moment, I forgot how to breathe. Don't you ever scare me like that again, Natalia, he commanded in a whispered plea. The scent of him reignited my senses as it flowed from his skin, and I leaned into it. We stood there, staring back at each other in the silence as his thumbs brushed over the peak of my cheekbones. His touch was gentle, almost possessive, as his fingers flexed against my skin. Then he blinked, taking a step back and breaking the spell between us as a sharp, involuntary breath lodged itself in my throat from the loss of his warmth. He took another step away from me and cleared his throat. You should rest. The tonic will make you tired. I will be nearby if you need anything at all, he said, tearing his eyes from me as I took a half step forward. Please. I sucked in a ragged breath. forcing myself not to reach for him. "Don't leave." The words sounded desperate as they filled the charged air around us. And they were. Desperate. I needed him. I watched as his jaw pulled taut, color flaring in the depths of his eyes as he nodded. Relief rushed through my body, and I couldn't tell if it was because I didn't want to be alone, or if it was I didn't want to be without him. Andrew slowly closed the distance between us, his hands running up the backs of my arms and resting just above my elbows. The heat of his touch permeated through the fabric of my tunic, grounding me. His eyes searched mine, a silent question hanging in the air between us. I responded with a small nod, letting him know I was okay, that I would be okay. He guided me to the bed, pulling back the covers as I crawled in. The sheets were cool against my flushed skin, and I let out a shaky breath as I settled against the pillows. Andrew stood at the edge of the bed, hesitating for a moment before he lowered himself down beside me. The mattress dipped under his weight, and I could feel the heat radiating off his bare chest, so close yet still not touching. We lay there in silence, both of us staring up at the ceiling, neither daring to move. "Andrews," I finally whispered, my voice barely audible in the stillness. He turned his head to look at me, his eyes glinting in the dim moonlight. "How do you know?" I asked, feeling him tense beside me, his breath catching in his throat. He knew what I meant, knew the wounds that I was asking him to open for me. For a moment, I thought he would refuse, thought I had overstepped an unspoken boundary between us. But then he began to speak, his story spilling over his lips, his voice low and distant, as if he were reliving the memories rather than recounting them. "There is not much knowledge on how necromancers are conceived," he started, as I let myself settle in beside him. "All we know is they are only born to a Maud, to those with pure Henth blood, and are exceedingly rare. Most mothers who carry a necromancer in their wombs are killed before the baby is fully formed. The child sucks the life from its mother, feeding off of her to grow strong, unknowingly killing the very thing that brings them life. If a mother and child survive the pregnancy, and most do not, the child is then ripped from her arms and taken into solitary confinement until they can learn to control the death magic that runs in their veins. Few children survive this stage of their lives, but if they do, they are transported to a small island off the coast of Amord called Camp Bane." He paused for a long moment, studying the ceiling before letting out a long breath. "My mother knew the moment she was with child that I would be a necromancer, knew the life I would be condemned to if she survived, and she did not want that for me. Women who carry necromancers in their womb were forbidden to leave Amord even before the war. They did not have the choice to become travelers, and were watched closely the entirety of their pregnancies by agents of the House of High. So my mother befriended a Yaldran healer that was traveling to Amord to sell goods and herbs. She visited with them often, always reporting back to the House of High and telling them she was working with a healer to keep me strong. And she was. They were helping keep her strong. But they were also helping her prepare to flee. Eventually, they were able to get to Ithia and keep us both healthy the remainder of the pregnancy and through my birth. The Yaldran took me and my mother in, giving us a home in a secluded village tucked between the peaks of the Elmere Mountains. For a time we had peace, hidden from the reach of Amord. I spent the first 10 years of my childhood being taught by their healers in the ancient temples that littered those mountain peaks, learning to control my magic, learning that life and death go hand in hand. that death is not inherently bad. They taught me to respect death, to use the magic I was gifted as a way to heal instead of harm. On my 11th birthday, a merchant from Amord came into our village, and when they saw what I was, what magic I held, they fled back to the king and queen of Amord. I watched the muscles across Andrew's chest tighten as he closed his eyes, like he was trying to push the memory from his mind. It took only hours for Amord's House of High to find us, for the Hanth soldiers to drag my mother from our house, to drag the Yaldrin woman that had helped raise me from their homes and temples and slaughter them. They had children of their own, children that were raised alongside me. We were all forced to watch as they severed their heads. They left the bodies to decay in those mountains, and their heads spiked at the village's entrance as a warning, a promise of the fate that befalls anyone who harbors a necromancer. They ripped me from that village, and within hours I was on a boat to Camp Bane. The things that I saw in that camp. The things I was forced to use my magic to do. It is burned into the very fabric of my soul. After 15 years trapped on that island, I became death itself. The very essence of it. I did not care who I hurt. I did not care who I had to kill. I only cared about surviving. Only cared about what I had to do to rise through the ranks so that maybe one day I would be trusted enough to become a collector. Silence fell over us, and I didn't dare speak. Didn't dare breathe. Another 4 years passed before I could prove my loyalty ran deep enough to receive that title. Our unit was dispatched to Sethros only 2 weeks after I stepped into my new role. We had 4 days to gather the children and bring them back, and if we did not return, it was us who would be collected and thrown back into the camps to be rebroken. When we arrived in Sethros, the unit spent that first night in brothels and taverns, reveling in the lust and debauchery of the city, while I stayed at the tavern below our inn. Andrews turned his head to face me, and a small smile blossomed across his lips. The very same inn you were able to lead us to all those months ago, and made a plan. While I was devising this plan, a fight broke out, and in the center of it was Landers. A grin broke onto his face, and the sight of it, and the joy that it held, the warmth that flowed from it, made the ice around my heart crack. We were both so young, so angry at the world for the cards it had dealt us. Neither one of us knew what to do with the rage that existed inside of our hearts. That night we shared our stories with each other, and we made a pact. An oath that we would make the realms suffer for what they had done to us, for what they had taken. It was a friendship born from blood, born from pain and anger. And the first thing we did was destroy that island. We freed those children, and killed every last one of those men. We tormented the realms together for years, and if I am honest, we were no better than the men we despised, the men we had murdered. It wasn't until we met Pri that our violence finally stopped. There is something about her, about being in her presence and the kindness she holds, that makes you want to be a better man. And she did push us to be better, to do better. She saw the darkness that plagued us and did not run from it. Neither Landers nor I had been back to Ithia since we were children. We both had so much shame, so much hurt that we did not know how to face. But she... Andrews chuckled softly. She dragged us back there and made us face it. Forced us to face the demons that consumed us. I thought that village would hate me, that the families there would curse my name. But when I walked back into those mountains, when I walked back into that village, I was welcomed back with tears. They had been praying to the gods to keep me alive, praying that I did not meet the same fate as our mothers. They did not blame me. And knowing that, knowing that I was the only one putting that shame on my shoulders, freed me from the prison the anger held me in. I made a vow at that moment to never again forget the woman that raised me, the mothers who gave up their lives so I could survive. I vowed to never again forget what they taught me, the good they instilled in me. I would never again be the harbinger of death, but use my magic for good. The elders agreed to continue my training, and I took in everything I could. I learned that death magic can do anything their healing magic can, because life and death can never truly be separated. You can never have one without the other. Andrews let out a long sigh before fully turning to face me, the bed shifting with the movement. I know what it is to break. To be broken to the point death seems easier than repair. To be so full of hate and shame that it feels as though your very life is a curse you are forced to endure. But you are not alone in your pain, Atalia. You do not have to carry it alone. The words were full of sincerity as he said them across the small expanse between us. He studied me, his eyes searching mine as his fingers reached out and gently traced the scar across my face. Something in that touch shifted, felt different than it ever had before, and tears began to prick the corners of my eyes as his fingers lifted my chin up to meet his gaze. If I must reach into hell and pull you from the hands of the devil, I will do it. If I must crawl into that bottomless pit just to sit with you, so you are not alone with your demons, I will burn with you in hellfire until you are ready to come back to the light. My breath caught in my throat as he spoke the words, and the last of the walls I had built silently shattered. Tears streamed freely now as his thumb caressed my cheek and wiped them from my skin. Will you hold me? I whispered the question. And before it had a second to linger between us, his hands were dragging me into his chest, his arms wrapped around my body as his lips brushed against my ear. Sleep, Atalia.
Chapter 22. Hyacinth. Landers hadn't come to bed last night. He left me standing in the war room with more questions than answers, and as I lay between the sheets and stared up at the ceiling, I realized, for the first time, I was truly angry at him. I didn't expect to know every little thing about him, or for him to know every tiny detail about me, but the big things? I thought we had created a space between us where we could share the big things. But I was wrong, and that knowledge hurt. I groaned, pushing up from bed and wrapping a blanket around my shoulders as I flicked my fingers toward the fireplace, waking the flames from their slumber. I strode over to the arched glass doors of our bedchamber that led out into the terrace, and looked into the night that was slowly slipping from the sky. Dawn was close, and I needed to be ready to leave at first light. The whooshing of the tether sounded, and I could sense his presence before he materialized in the room, but I kept my eyes pinned to the glass. Hyacinth? Landers' voice rang softly throughout the room, and I closed my eyes against the emotion it sent raging through my chest. I am sorry. I let my eyes open, slowly turning to face him to find his gaze already on me, his features molded into a tortured expression. Where have you been? I asked, the tone of my own voice matching the quiet of the room. At Azarice, he answered, running a hand through his tousled hair. He looked haunted. I'd never seen him so disheveled and unkempt. I nodded, turning away from him as I let the blanket fall from my shoulders. I need to get ready to leave, I said, turning toward the bathroom. Hyacinth, please, he begged, and I stilled at the fear that plagued his voice. Please give me a chance to speak. My body snapped toward him, curls flying over my shoulder with the movement as my eyes caught his. You've had hundreds of chances for months, Landers. You had your chance last night, but instead you left me standing in the war room alone. He ran another nervous hand through his hair. This is not something I know how to do. His voice sounded erratic as he waved his hand between us. I have never had a partner, not like this. Never let anyone get close enough to see the parts of me that I have shown you. I do not know how to let anyone in, but I am trying. He clutched the back of the armchair, wrapping his fist around it like he was struggling with the urge to throw it across the room. But I want you. I need you to see me, to know every part of me. I crave to be loved by you, Hyacinth, for the man that I am, not the one I wish I could be. Emotion cracked in his voice as the words fell from his lips like a plea for me. His eyes met mine again with so much pain and fear shining there. He didn't try to mask it, didn't try to hide it from me like he always had. Understanding flowed into my features as his words sunk in, the anger and resentment quieting as I looked up at him. He had been afraid to tell me, and I had been afraid to ask. Both of our scars and fears had collided, and neither of us had been willing to face the possibility of losing the other. The trauma of our pasts was a wicked thing, working like the devil to keep us trapped inside of it, to push us apart. I realized then, staring into his pain-steeped eyes, that the habits we had once learned to help us survive were now the only thing standing in the way of healing. I let out a weighted breath as I took a step toward him. I don't know how to do this either, I whispered. You deserve love, Landers. You are worthy of it no matter what voice in your head screams that you aren't. And I deserve the truth. All of it. Without having to ask for it, to beg for it. All I want is to love you in a way that doesn't make you want to run from yourself. I took another step closer, closing the distance between us as I reached up and slid my palm against his cheek. But I do know, if we don't have the truth, if we don't have trust, we have nothing. Love, no matter how great it is not enough. He placed his hand over mine as I said the words, and I could see something in him shift, as if a veil had been pulled away from his skin, bearing raw flesh. The person looking back at me now wasn't a king or a warrior, but a man as broken and haunted and scarred as I was, hoping that I could still love him in spite of it all. Anything you want to know, I will tell you, Landers said, letting his eyes and hand fall from mine. I could feel the muscle in his jaw flex against my palm before I pulled it away and fell into the chair across from him. I exhaled a deep breath as he began to pace at the foot of the bed, then asked my first question. Inamord, when you said that this, I gestured my hand between us, is not something you can give, did you say that because of what you are? Yes. The curse does not allow me to have a mating bond. I nodded, pulling my knees up to my chest. The moment I had seen him at the academy, I had felt a tug toward him, something pulling me in his direction. It wasn't until we arrived to Loch Dragoon that I thought maybe it was a mating bond, but somehow, knowing that it wasn't, brought me comfort. Comfort in knowing that this love was ours. We had chosen each other because we wanted to, not because the universe had predetermined it. Can you speak to Nithra like I can? Yes. He stopped pacing and turned toward me. But I have only done so once, when she brought you to Ithia. That is how I knew her name when you asked me for it. A twinge of annoyance flared in my chest at the idea that she had also kept that from me. I swallowed, tucking a hair behind my ear. Does Mara know what you are? He nodded. Yes.
All the leadership I fought with and against in the Great War know what I am. I was scared she would tell you, that you would learn the secret from her instead of me. Do you— I hesitated, digging my fingers into the fabric of the chair. Shift every full moon like one of those wolf things? I propped my chin on my knee and looked up at him just in time to see the small smirk that flickered across his lips. No. Moon wolves are only known to storybooks and lore. They do not exist to my knowledge. But this curse is different. Until you learn to control it, it controls you. And you will shift at the slightest change in emotion. I have to be very intentional about when I shift. If my emotions are too heightened, I risk not being able to shift back when I want. He answered, pushing his hands into his pockets and leaning against the chair across from me. That explained why he always seemed to keep himself unnervingly calm. Who taught you to control it? Silence hung between us at the question. My mother, Landers whispered after a few moments. It is her lineage that holds this curse. But somehow it did not affect her. She had patches of scales across her body that never changed, like she had been born in the midst of shifting, and it somehow froze the curse for her. He let out a weighted sigh as he slipped into the chair and dragged his hands over his face. I always wished that she could shift, so she could have killed my father the first time he ever laid hands on her. How did he handle it when he found out what you are? I asked, my voice hushed. He remained quiet for a few breaths, and I watched as he leaned back into his chair, the fire casting shadows across his features as he stared into it. He caged me and put that iron cage in a stone room so my flames could not burn anything he cared for. A chill ran down my spine as my gaze roved over him, his own eyes flickering with ghosts of past memories. The lines on his face deepened, revealing all the pain he hid from the world, all the grief he never let seep onto anyone else. Why iron? I questioned, my brows furrowing as I pulled my knees tighter to my chest. It is a poison to dragons. If iron is touching them, if it is touching us, it blocks our magic and physically weakens our body and mind. Even if it is not touching us but in our presence for a prolonged period, we start to feel the symptoms. I'd always wondered why Nithra hadn't broken out of the cage I found her in. How once she was out of it, no arrows could pierce her flesh, but yet had so many infected wounds. It dawned on me then. Nothing in Loch Dragoon was made of iron. Everything was gold, even the prisons. There had been so many glaring signs, and I'd missed them all. I let my eyes fall to the window where the sun was threatening to peek over the horizon and let out a sharp breath. I have one more question for now. One more thing I need to know before I leave, I said, as I slowly stood and stepped around my chair. Landers gave a slight nod in response, watching me with careful eyes as I dug my fingers into the back of the chair. If I could learn the magic my grandparents used to create this curse, if I could find a way to take it from you, would you choose to be free of it? He stared back at me for a long moment, studying me as he contemplated his answer. No, he finally said. I would not know who I am without it. Sadness leaked into his irises as he stood and took a step toward me. Does that change anything for you? I shook my head as I closed the small gap between us. No, I whispered, pulling his hand into mine and brushing his knuckles against my lips. It doesn't. In the next breath, Landers was pulling me into his chest, his arms wrapping frantically around my body, holding on as if I were the only thing keeping him from coming undone. The tension fled from his muscles as a sigh of relief escaped between his lips, brushing against the top of my head like a whispered kiss.
It was as if he had been holding his breath, waiting for me to say the words that would end us. I didn't want him to change. I didn't need him to. "I have to get going," I said, pulling my head away from his chest and looking up at him. "I know you don't like that I'm doing this, but would you come?" I let out a soft sigh. "I don't want to go without you." He pulled my chin up further, placing a soft kiss on my forehead, then my nose, then both my cheeks before his lips landed on mine. My hands slid up his chest, wrapping around his neck as I pulled him closer, kissing him with every ounce of love that flowed through me. His tongue tangled in mine as his hands slid to the back of my legs and lifted me from the ground. He turned then, walking the short distance to the bed, and laid me down gently on my back as he pulled his lips away from mine. "Wherever you go, darkness, I will follow," he whispered against my mouth, his breath fanning over my skin. My lips crashed back onto his at the sound of his words, emotion blooming in my chest at the realization that he would not leave me. I didn't have to be scared, not with him. I did not have to fear speaking my truth. Every press of his lips, every sweep of his tongue against mine spoke of the truths we had finally unearthed between us, of the fear we'd shed. I clung to him, my fingers tangling in the soft hair at his nape, pulling him impossibly closer, anchoring myself to him as the world outside ceased to exist. There was only this room, this bed. There was only him. He drew back just enough for our eyes to meet, the green depths of his turbulent but clear, reflecting the dawn's light that now spilled into the room. There was no mask, no guardedness, only raw vulnerability mirroring my own, and a possessive heat that stole the breath from my lungs. His gaze traveled down my body, a slow, reverent inventory that left a trail of fire in its wake. His touch was feather-light, as if mapping territory he knew intimately but feared losing. His fingers caught the hem of my nightshirt and, slowly, he drew the fabric upward, his knuckles grazing my skin, sending shivers across its surface as warmth built inside me. The cool morning air kissed my bare skin as the shirt pooled around my waist, leaving me exposed beneath his searing gaze. He didn't look away, didn't rush. He simply looked, his expression a mixture of awe and a hunger so profound it felt like a pulse across my flesh. He lowered his head, his dark hair brushing against my stomach as his lips traced the line of my hip bone. A soft gasp escaped me, my fingers clenching in the sheets beneath me. His mouth moved lower, charting a path over my skin with kisses that promised pleasure. He reached the juncture of my thighs and paused there, letting his breath ghost across my center. His tongue flicked out, tasting me before he settled between my legs and closed his mouth over me with a devotion that shattered the last remnants of my composure. It wasn't a desperate claiming, but a slow, meticulous exploration, an intimate worship. He was memorizing the shape of me, the taste of me, his tongue stroking and swirling, his lips applying exquisite pressure. Every nerve ending ignited, pleasure coiling low in my belly, tight and demanding. I cried out his name, my hands tangling fistfuls of the sheets as he devoured me. He murmured something against my skin, words lost to the roaring in my ears, but the intent was clear. I was his. My hips arched instinctively off the bed, seeking more, chasing the feeling. His hands slid under them, pulling me closer. He explored every inch, every sensitive peak, drawing out the pleasure until I was writhing beneath him and incoherent sounds spilled from my lips. The tension built, fragile and unbearable, stretching taut within me. His name was a ragged prayer on my lips as the first tremors began, radiating outward, shaking my entire body. He didn't stop. his tongue working relentlessly, pushing me higher, further into oblivion. He varied the rhythm, teasing and retreating, driving me closer to release with agonizing precision. He knew exactly where to touch, how to move, coaxing sensations from me I hadn't known existed. It was overwhelming, this intimacy, this complete surrender to his touch, to the love and desire pouring from him in waves. His tongue swirled around my clit, a final, perfect stroke that sent me splintering apart. Pleasure crashed through me, hot and blinding, stealing my breath, my thoughts, leaving only the shuddering echo of release as a moan tore from the depths of my lungs. He didn't stop, gentling his touch, but continuing to let his tongue stroke over me, soothing the aftermath of this storm, tasting my release until my shudders finally subsided into soft tremors. Slowly, he moved back up my body, his eyes dark and intense, pupils blown wide. He kissed my inner thigh, my hip, the trembling skin of my stomach before stepping away from the bed and shedding his own clothing. His touch was back on me in an instant as he lowered himself over me, brushing the damp curls from my forehead, his thumbs stroking my cheek. Before the last waves of my climax had fully receded, he positioned himself at my entrance, the blunt tip of him pressing against my still throbbing flesh. He looked down at me, his expression raw and open.
"Look at me, Hyacinth,"
he commanded in a gentle whisper. My eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze. The unguarded emotion there, love, possession, need, reflected everything churning inside me. He was everything I ever wanted, the only thing I would ever need. Something in me snapped at the look in his eyes, and a sob caught in my throat. He wasn't just my other half. He wasn't just a part of my heart. He was my heart. He was the urge to keep breathing when things felt unbearable. He was the warmth that flowed through my veins and the comfort I longed for every second away from him. He was my entire heart, and he was my home.
"You,"
he murmured, his voice thick and heavy as his hand slid over the column of my neck, his fingers tracing the cut of my jaw.
"You have changed me. Being loved by you, loving you, has made me a better man, and I never want to go back."
Tears welled in my eyes, blurring the sharp lines of his face into something softer, ethereal. "Landers," I breathed, my voice trembling, cracking with the weight of everything I felt for him. "I love you so much." His answering smile was heartbreakingly beautiful, full of relief and a tenderness that made my own heart ache. "I know," he whispered, leaning down to kiss the tears from my cheeks.
"It was always you. From the first moment, even when I fought it, it was always you, Hyacinth."
Slowly, deliberately, he pushed forward, stretching me, filling me. It wasn't a taking, but a homecoming. I gasped as my body welcomed him, yielded to him, sheathing him inch by beautiful inch. My breath hitched, my eyes closing briefly as I savored the feeling of him sinking into me, deeper and deeper, until he seated himself fully, burying himself to the hilt within me. He paused, letting me adjust, his eyes locked with mine, searching my face.
"All right?"
he asked, his voice husky. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat, my fingers tightening on his shoulders. We stayed like that for a long moment, simply breathing together, connected in the most elemental way. His forehead fell to rest against mine, his eyes closed now, a look of utter peace smoothing his features. I could feel the steady beat of his heart against my chest, a rhythm that matched my own. My hand slid up his sculpted, scarred back, tracing the lines of muscle, feeling the heat radiating from his skin. He felt solid,
Real. Mine.
Mine, I whispered, echoing the thought that had pulsed through me when he'd worshipped me moments before.
His eyes snapped open, the green irises blazing with an answering possessiveness. Always, he vowed as he captured my lips in another searing kiss, sealing our reunion, our promise, our love, as he began to move. The world narrowed to the space between us, to the feel of him moving within me, a slow, languid rhythm that spoke of devotion, of adoration. Every subtle shift of his hips, every deliberate thrust sent ripples of sensation through me, grounding me even as my soul felt like it was soaring. He withdrew almost completely before easing back in, the friction exquisite, the connection absolute. He moved his hips just a fraction, a slow, deliberate withdrawal before sinking back into me again just as slowly. A low groan escaped my lips, a sound of pure pleasure. This was right. This was us. Finally. Truly us. I love you, he said quietly, the words beating in the air as if they had a heart of their own. More than I know how to bear. His hands slid down my sides, settling on my hips, guiding the rocking motion, anchoring me to him as he moved within me. His gaze never left mine, holding me captive, bearing his soul as he took me, loved me. He watched as pleasure painted soft lines around my eyes, my lips parting on a silent gasp as he pushed into me with more force. My legs wrapped around his waist and tightened, locking him against me, pulling him even closer, wanting all of him. A low growl rumbled in his chest, the sound vibrating through me where our bodies met. His hands tightened on my hips, tilting me just so, finding an angle that made me cry out, the sound swallowed by his devouring kiss. The pace quickened, his movements becoming relentless, driving deep, withdrawing only to plunge back into me with a force that stole my breath and shattered my thoughts into a million glittering fragments of sensation. He buried himself inside me again and again, stretching me, filling me until there was no separation, no beginning or end to where I stopped and he began. Hyacinth, he groaned against my mouth, the name a rough prayer torn from his throat as he drove into me harder, faster. My head thrashed against the pillows, my fingers digging into the hard muscle of his shoulders as the pressure inside me began to build again, coiling tight and hot, demanding release. He felt it, knew it, his eyes darkening, his rhythm becoming punishing and perfect, pushing me toward that edge, holding me there, suspended in exquisite agony. His breath came in harsh pants that mingled with my own ragged gasps. He lifted his lips from mine for only a second, his eyes blazing into mine one last time, a universe of feeling passing between us in that silent glance before the world dissolved into blinding light. His lips crashed back against mine, muffling my cry as pleasure, bright and shattering, ripped through me. Almost simultaneously, I felt him tense, his body shuddering as he found his own release deep within me, his groan vibrating against my mouth. We collapsed together, slick with sweat, hearts pounding in frantic unison. He rolled slightly to the side, taking his weight off me but keeping me gathered close, his arm tight around my waist, my head pillowed on his chest. I could feel the heavy thud of his heartbeat beneath my ear, a steady, reassuring rhythm that slowly lulled the frantic pace of my own. The early morning light painted stripes across his skin, illuminating the contentment on his face, the lingering tenderness in his eyes as he looked down at me. There were no more words needed, not now. So instead, I stared at him, drank in his scent as the certainty solidified in my chest that in his arms, by his side, was exactly where I belonged. Let me be extremely clear. I do not care that you are a god. I do not care that you are a king. You listen to everything I say until we get to the passage, Dukovich stated, looking between Landers and I as he crossed his arms over his broad chest. Once we get to the passage, and I no longer have to glamour you, you are free to do whatever you wish. I rolled my eyes in his direction as I tightened the knives across my chest. I'll truly never understand why men need to cling to power like it is their life's breath. Now, Dukovich started again. Where is your dragon? My eyes flickered to Landers. She is staying behind to help Azrai and Elric get supplies to Ithia. I thought we needed dragonfire to wake them? Ren asked, his brows furrowing alongside the question. A grin slithered onto Dukovich's face as he looked to Landers. I see you finally told her what you are. I wondered how long you would leave her in the dark. Landers's fingers curled into a fist at his words as the vein in his neck began to rapidly pump. Keep her in the dark about what? Ren interjected, his words sharp as his gaze bounced between Dukovich and Landers. My ancestors are the fallen ones. I will bring the dragonfire, Landers said, his jaw tightening with every word. Ren's eyes widened as his lips parted, readying to voice the shock that I could see bleed into his features, but before the words could slip out, I grasped his wrist and squeezed it gently. I shook my head, silently pleading for him to stay quiet as understanding dawned on his face. He closed his mouth and nodded in agreement as I turned back to Dukovich. Let's just get this over with, I said, slipping my hand into Landers's and shooting Dukovich a warning glance. I was not going to spend this whole trip with him working tirelessly to rile all of us up. Tether to the Cillian's realm passage, but do not step foot out of the bounds of Ithia until I can glamour us. Once we get there, we will have to walk over the border, or else they will be alerted that someone has just tethered into the territory, and an army will be on us before we can catch our breath, Dukovich said as he fastened his sword to his back. There was a bite in his tone, and as I watched him I could sense the current of nervous energy running just under the surface of his composed exterior. Are you sure you want to do this? Landers asked me quietly. I met his gaze, and for the first time since making this decision, fear shot down my spine. Yes. I pushed as much confidence as I could into the answer, but it fell woefully short as my voice cracked. I nodded up at him as I gripped his hand, and before I could give myself any more time to hesitate, pulled us into the tether. Landers pulled me against his body as we whirled through the ether. The oxygen started to thin the longer we stayed inside its force, and the familiar sensation of my limbs being pulled from my body began to creep into my muscles. Panic began to trickle into my blood. It was taking too long. We should have been there by now. I had never tethered such a long distance myself. I had always been pulled in someone else's. I shouldn't have been the one to do this. Should not have pulled us into the tether so quickly. I didn't even know how to land in the correct place. Bile began to rise up my throat as my heart started thumping against my rib cage like an ominous drum. Light crashed into my vision as our feet hit solid ground. The force from the tether pushed me onto my knees as I sucked in the fresh air. My palms connected with the rocky ground, and the sting of their jagged edges rippled up my arms as I slowly lifted my head. An audible gasp flung itself from my lungs as I stared into the towering black opening in front of me. If I had tethered us even an inch further, the Cillians would have been alerted. Relief poured through my veins as Landers's hand slipped under my arm and pulled me from the ground. Next time, I think I will do the tethering, he said, smirking at me as I brushed the dirt from my knees. I got us here, didn't I? I responded as I pulled my hair onto the top of my head. You did. Barely. He winked, chuckling to himself as Dukovich and Ren materialized beside us. I had never actually seen the realm passage between the Cillians and Ithia. Last time I'd been here, I'd been dying,
flying over it on Nithra's back. It was beautiful, carved into the base of the Elmir Mountains with symbols and words in the dead language etched along the edges of its opening. Vines and flowers blossomed around the giant, round cavern that we were about to walk into, hanging over the edges like a beautiful curtain. The allure of it made it almost eerie, considering what depravity lay just beyond it. A bird flew overhead, singing its melody across the skies as I closed my eyes and took a deep breath in, knowing it would be the last of the fresh oxygen I would inhale in the next few days. Just the memory of the stench-filled air of the Cillians made me want to vomit. A tingle prickled over the surface of my skin, and I looked down at my hands to see a slight shimmer. I turned my hand over, examining it as I flipped my palm toward the ground. "Is this the glamour?" I asked, not pulling my eyes away from my skin. "Yes, you are now invisible," Dukovich responded, and I grinned up at him. "You are definitely going to have to teach me to do this," I said, as he chuckled at the awe surely shining on my face. "Let's just get through the next few days without being murdered," Dukovich responded, blowing out a huff of air as he took in the passage that seemed to beckon us into it. "Well, shall we do this?" Ren asked, eyeing the opening cautiously as he ran a hand over his jaw. He took a step toward it, and I grabbed his wrist. "Wait." All three pairs of eyes snapped to me, and something akin to hope flashed behind Landers' irises, like he had been waiting for this moment, for me to change my mind. "Please promise me, no matter what threat they spit at us, that none of you will act out. I need them alive." The three of them stared blankly back at me. "Promise me," I snapped again, and in unison they all nodded their heads in my direction as I let out a harsh breath. "Let's go."
Chapter 23. Atalia. My limbs felt heavy as I stirred from sleep and stretched my fingers across the sheets, searching for Andrew's warmth to shield me from the freezing air that flowed through the open window. But they did not find him. My throat tightened as shame and embarrassment flooded my body. After what I'd done last night, after the cruelty I've shown, I would have not stayed with me either. He had done his job, mended me and pulled the toxins from my body to keep me from slipping into death's lair. That was all he had been here to do. I pulled my hand back to my chest, my fingers tracing along the ridges of the scarred skin underneath them, pressing into the raw wound where my heart had once been. My lungs expanded, pushing my chest upward as I took a deep breath, and slowly began to rebuild that wall I'd let crumble wrapped in his arms only hours ago. The sound of stones stacking back together echoed in my mind, the barrier being reborn around me. This is what I wanted, wasn't it? To be left alone. To be left in my misery, away from anyone who would try to pull me out of it. I had finally done it, achieved that goal, pushed everyone I loved out of my life. I had won. Wiping a single tear from my eye, I steeled myself against the emotion and let the darkness creep back in. A quiet gasp escaped my lips as my head lifted from the pillow and Andrews came into view. He lounged casually in an armchair tucked in the corner, engrossed in the book that rested on the parlor table in front of him. His eyes tore from the pages at my movement and locked onto mine. "You stayed," I whispered, surprise evident in my voice as I pulled the blanket toward my chest. "You needed me." A casual smile slipped onto his lips as the words collided with my half-built wall. I stared at him, not knowing what emotion was flooding my body with warmth. He had stayed. A veil of silence fell over the room as my gaze lingered on him, his fingers slipping around the book and shutting it as he stood. He walked toward me slowly, almost cautiously, as if he wasn't sure what version of me had woken up. I tried to smile, to show that I had no intentions of being the vile person I was yesterday, but the gesture felt unnatural. Felt like I was cringing away from him. I pushed my lips into a hard line, turning to face away from him, as he stopped in front of me and stepped up to the side of the bed. About last... Atalia, Our voices crashed together in unison, and we both quieted as my eyes dropped to my hands. My heart pounded in my chest as I picked at the varnish across my nails. I felt vulnerable, and I hated it. The feeling was sickening, and I couldn't comprehend how people just allowed themselves to feel this way. It felt shameful, weak, and I wanted it out of me. I wrapped my arms around myself, like I could shield my soul from him, desperately praying that the numbness would fall back over me so I wouldn't feel anything at all. I'm okay now, Andrews. Thank you for your help last night, but I can take it from here, I said. My voice clipped. You are far from okay, and as I told you last night, I am not leaving you. I meant that as literally as I did figuratively. He said the words with such a definitive air that I knew there was no point in arguing, no point in fighting him on it. My hands fell back into my lap and I stared blankly down at them, not sure if it was anger or gratitude I felt for the company. Closing my eyes, I let out a weighted sigh as I fell back against the headboard, rubbing my temples to try and soothe the aching between my ears. Shouldn't you be off somewhere following Landers around like a puppy? I groaned. Fortunately for you, my schedule is open. I could hear amusement in his voice as I dug my fingers deeper into my skin. Landers is not in Loch Dragoon for the time being, so it seems you are stuck with me for the foreseeable future. My eyes snapped open as my spine straightened. Where is he? In the Cillians. They left early this morning. His brows furrowed as the blood drained from my face. Who is they? I asked slowly, praying it wasn't the answer I was expecting. And why the hell are they in the Cillians? Hyacinth, Wren, Landers, and Dukovich. They are... And no one thought I should know about this before it happened? I hissed, cutting him off as that venom crawled back to the surface. He raised a brow, crossing his arms over his chest. They did. If you came to any of the council meetings, you would know a thing or two about what has been occurring outside of yourself. Andrew's tone matched the coldness in mine, and the truth of his words stung like 1,000 tiny cuts. He was right. He always seemed to be right. Okay, I said quietly, trying to calm the anger, to force it out of me. Tell me everything I've missed. He took a step back, sitting on the window's ledge as he pulled at the rings on his fingers and began to explain. The beating of my heart seemed to pick up speed with each passing second he spoke. I could feel the blood rushing through my veins, as if it were trying to escape the confines of my body. I could hear the sound of my own pulse, loud and insistent. He spoke of plans that had been made, plans that were currently underway. My palms began to sweat, my breaths becoming shallow and rapid. I wanted to scream at him to stop, to give me one fucking moment to catch my breath, to make sense of everything he was telling me. But I couldn't find the words. They were stuck in my throat, choking me. We had lost contact with Redelvtum. We had no army, and Sin was on her way to unleash vengeful gods. They should be back in a few days if all goes well, he finished, clasping his hands around the ledge he sat on. I could feel the horror sinking into my face as he studied me. There was no guarantee that Sin would come back alive. that these fallen gods wouldn't kill her the moment they woke. Panic began to rack my body as I flew from bed and scurried around the room, searching for my leathers. I had to get to her. I couldn't let her do this alone. "What are you doing, Atalia?" Andrews asked as he watched me from his perch. "I'm going to the Cillians," I snapped, pushing my legs through my pants and pulling the nightshirt over my head as I dug through the bin for my red tunic. "I cannot let you do that," he stated plainly. "I'm going, Andrews," I hissed, whirling around to face him, not caring that I was half naked. The breath caught in his throat, and my nipples peaked at the sight of it. His gaze grew dark as he dragged his eyes up at the length of my body before pinning them on mine, and my chest heaved at the intensity of it. An almost inaudible growl rumbled in his throat as he pushed from the window and stalked toward me with slow, determined steps. His fingers wrapped around the hem of his sleeves, rolling them up his forearms as my eyes fell to the veins that were pumping there, pulsating against his skin. I took a step away from him as he came closer, my back hitting the bookshelves lining the wall behind me. His eyes never left mine, refusing to indulge in my bare breasts that were on full display. He leaned down as he stopped directly in front of me, and I stifled the gasp flying up my throat as his hot breath ghosted across my nipples. He stood upright slowly, pressing a tunic over my chest, and kept his eyes locked on mine for only a second longer, before taking a step back. "Get dressed, Atalia." It was an order, and he did not give me time to argue with it before he turned and walked from the room. Air crashed back into my lungs as his back disappeared around the corner, and I clutched the tunic to my chest, letting my head fall back against the book spines behind me. My eyes slammed shut as I focused on calming my breathing, soothing the nerves that had just coiled inside my body at the sight of him prowling toward me. "He is your fucking friend, maybe the only one you have left. Get it together," I thought, scolding myself for the heat that was beginning to pool low in my abdomen. Clearing my throat, I pushed the tunic over my head, pulling it down my stomach before rounding the corner into the sitting room, and stilled. He was lounging in an armchair, his fingers scratching behind the ears of a giant gray wolf. Is that my familiar?" I breathed, staring back at it with wide eyes. "I believe so," Andrew said, grinning down at her. Silo's head slowly turned to look at me, and a gasp flung itself from my lungs as two crimson eyes locked onto mine. We stared back at each other as a grin slid onto my face. She is magnificent. "I am going to the Cillians," I said again, sliding my hand over Silo's head as I slipped into the chair across from Andrew's. His eyes bore into me, his stare burning into the side of my face, and the knowledge that he was staring at me, looking at me, made the surface of my skin tingle. No one had ever seen my darkness, not like he had. Yet it didn't scare him. He didn't run from it. Not only did he not run, but he had met me in it. He pulled me from it. My arms folded over my chest as I pushed away the crimson that was beginning to flood my features, and met his gaze. "I understand that you feel guilty for the ways things were left, but a plan was made and they have already gone. You going now would do more harm than good, and I think you know that," Andrew stated, resting his chin between his thumb and forefinger. I stayed quiet, trying to swallow the infuriating truth of his words, as my eyes caught on the heavy key Landers had given me sitting on the table between us. My heart caught in my throat as I stared blankly down at it. That house had been my dream, and now I had it. I even had the goddamn dog. But this wasn't how I wanted to get it. It all felt like a punishment now, A prison. "I need to tell you something," I whispered, pulling my eyes away from the key and looking up at Andrews. "While we were in Amord, Dukovich tried to help me figure out the dreams that I've been having, to see if there was any magic left in my mind. But when he put his hands on my head, when he touched me, I had a vision." Andrew's spine straightened at my words, leaning toward me as I took in a deep breath and continued. "He was actually able to see it when he touched me, see what I saw. He called me a seer." "What exactly did you see?" Andrews asked slowly, his voice low. "The war. Men dying and a dragon falling from the sky. There was a woman on the ground over a body, but I could not see whose," I answered, leaning back into the chair and lifting my head to the ceiling. The whole thing was blurred, and I couldn't see any faces, couldn't tell who anyone was. "Do you have any knowledge of who your mother is? In your paperwork showing blood purity, was there any mention of her?" Andrews asked, and I pulled my eyes from the ceiling to look at him. "No. Why?" "The lost seer that was known to the realms died almost 2,000 years ago. It was the very same seer that prophesied Hyacinth's birth, and they were murdered for it." His sapphire eyes pinned me to my chair as I swallowed the lump beginning to form in my throat. "Well," I pushed to my feet, trying to shake the unease that had settled into the air. "That's reason enough to keep my mouth shut." "If only you had such a skill," he said, watching me with amused curiosity as I rolled my eyes and snatched the key off the table between us. My fingers wrapped around the cold metal as I strode to the doors of my rooms and snatched a coat from the ground. "I'm going to town. Are you coming with me?" I asked, pushing my arms through the holes and buttoning it up. "Where are we headed?" He stood from the chair, stretching his arms over his head as the question rolled from his lips. His tunic inched up his abdomen with the movement, and my eyes fell to the sculpted muscle it put on display. My skin flushed at the sight, and I pulled my eyes away before he could notice, turning toward the door as Silo padded over to me. "I need to go see Yen. I think she may already know I'm a seer." Silo ran in front of us, her giant paws matting down the freshly fallen snow as we made our way down the hill to Nethkar. The cold nipped at my nose, but I didn't mind it. The sensation was oddly comforting, as if I hadn't been able to feel anything at full capacity for months, and suddenly my senses were coming back to me. My skin slowly shifted as we neared the outskirts of the city, and I could feel Andrew's eyes watching as sandy brown curls replaced my raven locks. "Why do you do it? Why only wear your skin inside the castle?" I tugged on my hood, pulling it over my face as Andrews asked the question, and hesitated. There were a million answers. Because I couldn't stand to look at my own face. Because I couldn't breathe inside it. Because I had lost everything I had ever loved in that body. Because I had killed too many men in Nethkar to risk them knowing who I truly was. It's just easier to be left alone if no one knows my face. It wasn't a lie. It was easier. Everything was easier outside of my own body. Andrew's gaze lingered on me as I wound through the shops and taverns, and I forced myself not to look back at him. He had never made me nervous before, but today there was an anxious current between us that I couldn't place. Something that felt delicate. The bell chimed over Madame Shath's apothecary as Andrews opened the door and a wave of heat crashed over my skin as we stepped inside. Silo scurried between my feet in a cat's skin just as the door closed at my back. Something sweet saturated the air as the hum of boiling water filled the shop. I sucked in a deep breath, taking in the smell as Yen stepped through the hallway leading to the back rooms of her shop. "Miss Italia," Yen greeted as she stepped toward her cauldron. "I was just taking the bad tongue off the coals. How can I help you?" I gagged, choking on the air I had just dragged into my lungs. Andrews chuckled as he stepped toward the counter, his eyes wandering around the space. "I'm a seer," I blurted before I could talk myself out of it. She grinned, her milky eyes locking onto mine. "I was wondering when you'd finally understand." "How long have you known?" I snapped as I took a step toward her. "Dinna take that tone with me, girl," she hissed, pushing her hair over her shoulder as Andrew smirked in my direction. I sucked my teeth before blowing out a sharp huff of air. "I'm sorry," I sighed. Yen gave an approving nod before turning back to her cauldron and stirring. "I've been knowing since the first time you come into me shop. You reek of magic," she said, pulling dried herbs from her apron pocket and crumbling them into the mixture. The boiling settled as she stirred it in. "There's much about our magic you have yet to learn." She tapped the wooden spoon on the lip of the cauldron, then set it on the edge of the table where it sat. "Witchcraft is an art. It comes in many forms." "Can you teach me? Can you show me how to control whatever magic this is?" I asked, my voice sounding a tad too frantic for my liking. I cleared my throat, clasping my hands behind my back as her eyes seemed to study me. "No," she said simply. "No?" I hissed, annoyance starting to reemerge. She turned away from us, pulling items out of crates lining the floor. "You're humble enough to learn. It's a gift to wield the power we have. Until you can push your ego to the side, I'll be wasting my time." I stood frozen in place, clenching my teeth and inhaling a deep breath through my nose as Andrews glanced in my direction. He lifted a brow, shaking his head. Inhaling yet another deep breath, I closed my eyes and waited for the anger to clear my system. "Thank you, Yen," Andrew said, and I forced myself not to scowl at the politeness it dripped with. Andrew's fingers wrapped around my arm, and I slowly opened my eyes to see him gesturing his head toward the door. I bit down on my tongue, swallowing back the vitriol that was always so prepared to be spewed. It wasn't her that I was angry at. It was her words and the truth that they held.
Chapter 24. Hyacinth. Bats scattered from the rocks like poison flowed through their veins. As if these mountains were so full of foul magic, not even the creatures of the Cillians could make a home there. The realm's passage hadn't given us the trouble I'd expected, but the stillness of it, the complete and utter quiet that had engulfed it, only made the unease seep deeper into my bones. None of us spoke. We hardly dared to breathe as we hiked the narrow trail up the side of the mountain's edge. The fabric tied over my nose and mouth did little to protect from the putrid air that clung to us, that infiltrated our lungs like a disease. The Black Ridge Mountains held only the faintest of light, as if the sun refused to gift these jagged rocks its warmth. My boots thudded against the rocky path, crunching atop the gravel as my shadows clung to the dead, twisted trees lining the trail to keep my balance. The trail was steep, and my palms bore evidence of that, cut and bloodied from grabbing onto the jagged stone to keep from falling and slipping off the path's cliffed ledge. A loud rumble shook the ground beneath us, and we froze, glancing up at the towering cliffs above. "What was that?" I stammered, my voice hushed, as if speaking any louder would send the mountain crumbling down on us. Another tremor began to shake the mountain's core, the roar of shattering rocks filling the air as the earth violently shook beneath us. I looked up as pebbles and debris began to rain down on our heads, and a cloud of dust consumed the sky above us. Landers' arm flew through the air, slamming into my chest as my back collided with the ridge. Pain erupted through my spine as my lungs gasped for the breath that had been knocked from my body. In that same second, rocks began falling. Boulders crashing down, taking chunks of the mountainside along with them as they fell into the dank smog below us. Shadows sprang from my body, shielding us from being torn off the mountain and into the abyss with the shards falling from the sky. "We need to move!" Dukovich yelled as the earth began to split under my feet. Cracks and craters formed below us, spiderwebbing outward as my mind began rapidly searching for a way to stop this. We needed to get off this ledge or we'd be swallowed up by the mountain. Shadows released from the palm of my hand, moving toward the top of the peak, and I prayed the tendrils would be strong enough. "Climb!" I screamed over the deafening sounds of the crumbling stone as wings released from my back. Landers reached for me, his hands gripping onto the strap of my sack and pulling me toward him as another crack tore through the ground. "Go!" I yelled, stepping out of his grasp. "You need to climb!" "I am not leaving you!" he snarled, fear saturating his voice as his eyes frantically searched mine. "I will be right behind you. Go!" I demanded, praying he wouldn't see the dread I felt pooling behind my eyes. I didn't give him time to argue as I stepped from the ledge and let my wings carry me through the air. Panic spewed from my pores as each of them pulled on the vine of shadow. I could feel the weight of them on my bones, like they were pulling on my tendons as my billowing appendages pulled them up the side of the cliff. My wings strained against their weight, but I refused to let them fall. Refused to do anything but grip on to every ounce of strength I had. I screamed into the air, pushing all my energy into the shadows pouring out of me. A sphere of black surrounded the mountainside where they climbed, as trees and rocks clashed with the surface of it. The sting of each hit, of each blow to the shadowy shield, felt as if the debris was piercing into my flesh. Groaning against the pain, I forced my wings to carry me through the chaos. Flying away from the mountainside, I searched for any landing, any flat surface for us to find safety. Terror skidded down my spine as I hovered in the air and looked at the mountain range before us. The only place crumbling, the only rock falling, was where we were. Someone was doing this. Someone knew we were here. My eyes scanned wildly over the peaks, looking for any sign of Marzog's soldiers as Landers, Wren, and Dukovich climbed higher up the cliff's edge, pulling on my shadows. My gaze locked on a bright light at the top of the mountain, and the oxygen froze in my lungs. I flew closer, trying to decipher what it was as I readied my magic, letting it flow underneath my skin. The world went still, silent, as an icy chill covered every inch of my skin, and my eyes focused on the source of that light. A single being came into view, and even from this distance I could see the foul grin that spread across its face as a voice cracked through the air.
"Let this be your first and only warning!"
The sound was like a screeching whisper, cutting through the silence with a jagged blade.
"No mercy will be given to those who defy the gods."
I closed my eyes as the threat lingered in the distance between us and sucked in a deep breath. I knew what I had to do. Knew what magic I needed to wield. I had only channeled this power twice before, but I needed it now. I lifted my hands to the heavens, praying it would find me, and at that moment, I felt it click inside of my chest. My eyes snapped open to see the world stopped on its axis. The rocks froze midair, suspended in a moment that seemed both infinite and fleeting. The silence was deafening, and yet I could feel the vibration of my heartbeat echoing through my body. I pushed toward the landing where the being stood, the wings beating violently on my back. The moment my boots touched solid ground, I sprinted for the being. It was a man, slender and gauntly, like the sun had never touched his skin and all color had fled from his body. Time snapped into place as a violent crack reverberated through the mountains. Shadows wrapped around him as he turned to flee, slamming him into the rocky ground and pinning his hands to his side. The mountain quieted, his hollow eyes locked on mine, the rock no longer crumbling as his attention turned to me. He had been controlling the chaos. Where color should have been staining his irises, there was only a translucent film, holding a galaxy of falling stars behind it. If the eyes hadn't been attached to him, it would have almost been beautiful. But instead, it was like looking into a well devoid of warmth, devoid of hope. "Who are you?" I snarled as I hurled my body on top of him, my dagger pressing against the thin skin stretching across his neck. He licked his lips as a chuckle rolled from his lips like the devil's chorus. "Who are you?" I repeated as my blade cut into his flesh and crimson trickled down his neck.
"I am nothing but a messenger, sent to do the bidding of the gods,"
he said, squirming underneath my weight. "Why did my grandparents send you?" I hissed, letting the shadow tighten around him like a snake suffocating its prey. His eyes widened for a split second at my question before his thrashing became frantic. He hadn't known who I was.
"No mercy will be given to those who defy the gods,"
he repeated back to me, the words stumbling from his lips. "Answer the question," I spat, leaning closer to his face. "Why did they send you?"
"The fallen ones,"
he gasped.
"It is forbidden to wake them. They will show no mercy if you go against them."
I stared back at him for a long moment, my gaze burning into his face as I felt a tug on my shadows. I snapped my head to the clearing's ledge. They were close to the top of the mountain. The decision was made before I had even realized there was one. I would not let them find him. I needed him to send a message for me now, and they would kill him. "What is your name?" I asked, turning back to him as my blade held steady against his throat.
"Saniel,"
he breathed as I lowered my lips to his ear. "Run back to your masters and deliver this message for me, Saniel. No mercy will be given to those who defy the gods," I whispered, letting each word roll off my tongue like the threat it was. I stood slowly, lifting my body from the ground as my shadows pulled him to his feet. "Oh, and tell my grandparents I said hello. I've been dying to meet them," I sang, grinning at him and tilting my head as he looked back at me in pure horror, unmoving, though my shadows were no longer holding him in place. "If you want to live, I suggest you go. Now," I said, raising a brow in his direction. Saniel vanished before my eyes as Landers pushed himself over the ledge, Wren and Dukovich following close behind him. I sprinted toward the three of them, reaching out for Landers and planting my hands firmly on each side of his face as he stood. "Are you hurt?" I probed, my voice shaking as my eyes scanned his body for any signs of damage. "I am fine, Hyacinth," he said as I nodded, pulling myself against his chest and holding as tight as I could. He buried his nose into the top of my head, sucking in a deep breath and taking in my scent as the tension in his chest began to uncoil. This could have gone a million different ways. "What happened?" Landers asked, pulling away only enough to tug my chin up to meet his gaze. His eyes searched mine as his brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" I stammered, tucking a curl behind my ear as my eyes flickered to the ground. "You look haunted." There was heaviness in his tone, concern that tore at the muscle pumping ferociously in my chest. I didn't want to lie to him. I didn't want to keep this from him. But if I told him of the warning, of Saniel, he may try to stop me. He may not give me the dragon fire I needed to finish this. I stared back at him for a long moment, grappling with the choice I had already made. I was just scared, I whispered, burying my face into his chest so he wouldn't see the guilt staring back at him. It was a lie. The first one I had ever told him. My throat constricted at the kiss he placed on the top of my head to comfort me, and I willed myself not to recoil in shame. Ruin was never far behind a secret kept. I pulled away from him, my eyes still cast to the ground as I tried to swallow the guilt. Night was quickly coming, and we needed to get out of view, needed to find a safe place to regain our strength for whatever would unfold tomorrow.
Well, if that is any indicator of how the rest of this trip will go, I think it is safe to say we will be dead by morning, Dukovich said, smirking to himself as he dusted off his leathers. Rolling my eyes at his brazenness, I looked to Wren, scanning him for injuries. Other than some small scrapes and bruises, there were none. They were fine. He gave me a small smile, a reassurance that he was unharmed, and I let out a sharp breath in an effort to shake the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. We need to set up camp. We do not want to be out in the open when night falls. These mountains come alive in the dark, Dukovich said, as he adjusted the sword across his back and stalked toward a narrow trail at the far side of the landing. The passage where they rest is a few hours' hike from here, and we will need our strength. What about the glamour? I snapped at his back. Why did you remove it from us? Dukovich turned to look at me, confusion twisted onto his face. We are glamored. We have been since we stepped foot into the Cillians. Then how did they find us? How could they see us? I challenged. Dukovich's eyes flickered to Wren and Landers before falling back to me. How could who see us, Sen? Wren interjected, the question riddled with uncertainty. Shit, I silently cursed myself. I was not good at this, not good at keeping secrets. Of course Senil could see through the glamour. He was a messenger of the gods. To think that a glamour would hinder his vision was foolish. We stood there staring at each other, my mind turning frantically to come up with something, anything to say. The mountain was only crumbling where we stood, where you climbed. I just figured that meant that someone had seen us. I stuttered, fidgeting with the sleeve of my leathers. Wren looked back at me skeptically, and I refused to meet Landers' gaze. He would know I was lying. The very root of the Cillians' magic is chaos. The Blackridge Mountains were birthed from the belly of that power. They do not want us here, and that rock slide was their way of telling us, Dukovich said, his voice a low rumble as he pointed toward the cliff's edge at our backs. His answer made sense, and though this time it was not the case, it was probably the same reason Senil had chosen to use the mountain to his advantage. I nodded, not trusting myself to say another word. I hadn't realized just how much of my energy I'd used on my magic until we hiked the last few miles through the mountains. I could barely keep myself upright, barely stand when we finally made it to a cave at the base of another peak. My knees buckled from under me, and Landers caught me by the waist, sweeping my body into his arms before it could collide with the rocky ground. Worry etched itself into the creases of his face as he watched me rest my head against his shoulder. I still needed so much training. Still needed to learn how to balance my energy when wielding it so it wouldn't drain me like this. A trickle of panic dripped into my chest at the thought. We were running out of time, and I wouldn't have the luxury of rest every time I used my magic in the middle of a war. My chest began to tighten as Landers carried me the rest of the way into the cavern. A stench hit my nose, and I gagged against the bile that it sent racing up my throat. Something had died here. Wren buckled over, dry heaving beside us as Dukovich waved a hand in front of his face like it could clear the rank air from his senses. What the hell is that smell?
Wren coughed out, cursing at the spoiled air. A light flared to life in the palm of Landers's hand, casting shadows against our faces and every crack and crevice in the cave. His grip on my body tightened, his fingers digging into my skin, as his eyes focused on something at the back of the opening. I followed his line of sight and jolted from his arms, my hand colliding over my mouth to trap the scream hurtling itself up my lungs as he pulled me back against his chest. Landers's lips caressed the tip of my ear, his hot breath trickling down my neck, intertwining with the fear already scurrying up my spine. Do not scream. Chapter 25. Hyacinth. My heart fought to break free from my chest as my eyes locked on a monstrous creature crouched over an animal carcass only yards from where we stood. The light in Landers's palm extinguished as the sound of Dukovich's blade sliding from its scabbard filled my ears. Landers began walking us backward, each step slow and cautious as his arm held firm around my waist. A low growl echoed through the corridor as the creature's head lifted from its prey and turned to face us. Sunken, milky eyes stared lifelessly at us as its twisted mouth, lined with jagged teeth, hung open in a silent scream. We stilled, and I watched in horror as the thing rose to its full height. Its skeletal frame was wrapped in ragged, sinewy flesh, decomposing yet clinging to its bones with a sickening tenacity. The skin that sagged from its body was mottled with hues of sickly green and ashen grey, ruptured by patches of raw, putrid flesh that oozed a black, thick fluid like tar. It shambled toward us, and Landers's grasp on me tightened as his back hit the cave wall. It can't see us, I chanted over and over in my head as it approached at a glacial pace. The only light came from the cave's opening, and I prayed it would follow it out. My eyes connected with Wren's from across the opening, his back plastered to the wall opposite us as his fist tightened on the pommel of his sword. I could see the twitch in his face as he held back the gag caught in his throat from the air wafting off the creature. The stench was overwhelming, like rot mingling with damp earth, burning itself into the air with an almost tangible weight, sour and metallic. Flies swarmed around it, feasting on the decaying flesh that barely held it together. It reeked of death. My heart stuttered as it stepped in front of us, its movements jerky, unnatural, dragging broken limbs behind and leaving a trail of foul, viscous fluid in its wake. I watched as it passed us by without even a glance, without even a thought as it headed for the entrance. No one spoke, no one moved, as its head dipped through the cave's opening. My stomach roiled, my throat pulsating against the bile I had been holding back for what felt like hours. The moment Landers let a breath slip from his lungs and loosened his grip on me, I fell to my knees and vomited. I could hear the same reaction spewing from Wren as I wiped a corner of my mouth and sucked in a deep breath. Landers squatted down beside me, pulling my hair over my shoulder and gently rubbing my back as he handed me a canteen. Water flowed between my lips, and I swished it around my mouth before spitting it into the dirt and gulping down another greedy swig. The putrid air of the Cillians almost seemed fresh in comparison to the rotten scent that thing had filled the cavern with, and I couldn't fill my lungs fast enough. "What was that?" I gasped, lifting my head to see Dukovich already working on securing the cave. "The creature has no name," Dukovich stated, not turning to face us as he glamored the cave's opening. "It is only known as an omen of death." I swallowed the lump forming in my throat at the gravity in his tone, the severity of it sharp and biting. Sunil's face flickered through my mind, the warning, the threat he'd delivered echoing between my ears. It felt like more than a mere coincidence that this creature had appeared so soon after he had sought us out. I couldn't do it. I couldn't keep it from them, knowing I was putting them in more danger than they had already agreed to. If any of them were wounded, or killed, I would never be able to live with myself. I already carried the weight for the death of one person I loved. I would not survive another. "I need to tell you something," I blurted, my voice shaking as I tucked a curl behind the slanted tip of my ear. Dukovich finally turned toward me as all of their gazes landed on me. The mountain collapsing onto us was not from the Cillians' magic. It was a messenger warning us on behalf of the gods that if we disobey them, if we wake the fallen ones, they will come for us. I glanced up to see a soft smile pull at the corners of Landers's lips before disappearing back into his usual unreadable canvas. "I'm sorry," I sighed, fidgeting with the canteen in my hand. "I should have told you sooner. I shouldn't have waited. And if that changes your choice in being here, I will understand." "Sin," Ren started, leaning his back against the wall across from me, resting his forearms on both knees. "We were under no illusion that the gods would not try to stop us from doing this. We knew it would be dangerous. We knew the risks. A messenger showing up here only confirms what we already knew. Though it does make me curious as to what they are so scared of us learning if we bring them back," Dukovich interjected, dragging a hand down his face. "What was this messenger's name?" "Sanil is the name he gave me." Dukovich's back straightened at my words. "Do you know him?" I asked, my brows creasing as I studied him from across the opening. "He came to the Cillians centuries ago, probing for information about rumors of us having dragon eggs. He killed 10 of my men in the 48 hours he was in our realm." The words were sharp as they rolled from his lips, and I could see that the memory haunted him. "Do you have dragon eggs?" Ren asked, running a hand through his hair. "Of course," Dukovich hissed. "But we were not going to let that information fall into the hands of the gods." "How the hell did the Cillians wind up with 5 dragons and dragon eggs?" I asked, the confusion evident on my face. "I do not know the answer to that question. How they fell into our hands was not written into the stories, and they have had them for so long that the truth of how was lost to legends. The knowledge that we have had dragons, however, was an open secret for centuries because we sold their DNA on the black market. That is how a Maud created the Tragai. But the eggs, that is something only members of the War Council and leadership know of. We promised to protect the secret with our lives when we were sworn in." "What does the Cillians plan to do with these eggs?" Landers's question sounded from beside me, and I could hear anger trickling into his tone. The muscle in Dukovich's jaw feathered, a struggle flashing behind his eyes as he stared back at us in silence. I didn't envy him, the position he was in. He had led the Cillians for so long, served the Marzog people his entire life. Betraying your homeland, even for a cause you believed in, even if it meant saving thousands of lives, could not be easy. "They were hoping to breed them," Dukovich finally said, reluctance braided into each word. "To create an army to rule the skies and gain control of every realm." He let out a weighted sigh, falling to the ground beside Ren as he dragged a hand over his face. "But the eggs never hatched. And, as you know, all the dragons you freed are female. There is 1 egg out of the 3 that is male, and they have been waiting centuries for him to break through his shell." My mind started racing as every one of his words sunk in. If these eggs hatched, we wouldn't have a chance. Even with the few dragons we had, we would not survive against an army of them. "We need to get these eggs," I said, looking between Dukovich and Landers. It doesn't matter if they hatch tomorrow or in a century. If they create an army of dragons, not a single realm will survive that. There was a power in my voice, a demand that shocked even myself. No, Dukovich snapped, standing from the ground and beginning to pace. They are never unguarded. It would be a death trap. Lucky for us, I have a tendency to defy death. I will take my chances, I hissed, shooting up from the ground and taking a step toward him. Landers's hand slipped through mine and gently tugged. We need to focus on the day ahead, Landers said, his voice soft as he pulled me back to him. When we get back to Loch Dragoon, we can discuss the possibility of retrieving these eggs. But for now, we have gods to wake. He was right. There was so much already on our plates, and I was getting ahead of myself. We didn't even know if we would make it out of the next 24 hours alive. I nodded, conceding as I sat back down between Landers's legs and leaned against his chest. I'm going to take first watch, Dukovich stated, walking toward the entrance of the cave. Ren, walk with me. There is much I need to tell you before we meet with Malik. Ren lifted himself from the ground and followed after him as a sigh slipped between my lips. Landers and I sat in silence for a long moment as his arms wrapped around my shoulders, the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest at my back soothing my fraying nervous system. You didn't say anything when I spoke of Sunil, I said softly, a question layered in the statement as a twinge of guilt pricked at my skin. I could feel a smile form on his face as he kissed just above my ear, then pressed his cheek where his lips had been. I already knew. My body twisted toward him in one quick motion to find amusement dancing across his features. You knew and you didn't say anything? You just let me lie to you? I asked, embarrassment seeping into my gut. I know you well enough to know that your conscience would not let you hold on to that secret for long if it put any of us at risk, he said, smirking back at me. I also knew that you would tell me when you were ready. But how did you hear it when they didn't? Higher magic may have been stripped from the blood of my lineage when it was cursed, but the blood remains nonetheless. That puts me in a kind of limbo between greater and higher magic. I can sense higher magic. I just cannot access it. There will not be a next time. But if for some reason there ever is, don't just let me lie to your face, I said, narrowing my eyes on him. He grinned, slipping his thumb and forefinger around my jaw and pulling my face toward his. And miss the opportunity to watch you squirm? Never, he said as a low, playful chuckle rolled from his throat. His breath brushed against my skin as he pulled my face closer, a small smile gracing my mouth before I closed the distance between us and let my lips crash onto his. We had woken early, just before dawn, to ensure we would be able to wake these cursed gods before nightfall. If they were angry, if they wanted a fight, we did not want to be caught between them and the creatures that roamed these mountains at night. The last hour of the hike had been grueling, and my bones already felt stiff, ached to their very core. Andrews had packed me a tonic that would help renew my energy, but I didn't dare take it until right before I spilled my blood over their stones. My daggers clanked together against my chest as we summited the last peak, and I looked down at the valley below us. Our heavy breaths mingling together were the only sounds in these dead, still mountains, and the silence of it sent a chill skittering across my skin. It is downhill from here. The passage is just around that bend, Dukovich said, his tone somber as he pointed toward the curve of the trail at the base of the peak we stood on. Landers's hand slid up the back of my neck, his fingers kneading into the muscle there, and I groaned against the sensation. Pain and relief mixed together as I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. We would be okay. We were going to be okay. We had to be. I forced my eyes open to the sound of Wren's boots crunching over the gravel as he began his descent down the mountain, and for a small second I hesitated. My throat constricted as I watched him walk away from me, and my heart began to beat frantically against its cage. His brother had done this, followed me blindly into danger, and I had let him. I had let him, and it cost his life. They were alike in so many ways, so unafraid, so fearless in their pursuit of justice and truth. Neither one had ever questioned the cost of putting themselves in danger to protect the people they loved. I couldn't lose him too, couldn't put his life at risk. I couldn't be the reason another one of my friends lost the love of their life. Not for me. Not for this. Wait, I shouted, taking a few steps toward Wren and Dukovich as they turned to face me. I tried to hide the fear in my voice, the pain that had clawed its way to the surface. How far from here are the ruins where you will meet Malik? Not far. They're near the Realm Passage. About a half-day hike out of the mountain range, then a few hours north. Dukovich responded as I gave a shallow nod. Wren, I think you should go now, while we finish this. Wren's face twisted in confusion as he looked from me to Landers. Why? If we die, if they kill us when we wake them, someone needs to survive it. We need someone to still get whatever information Malik has to offer and take it back to Loch Dragoon. I pressed, silently pleading with him to listen to me, to just go and not fight me on this. They cannot be woken without Landers or me, and Dukovich needs to glamour us. I am honored you are volunteering my life yet again, but Malik will not stay if I am not there. Will not speak to Wren alone, Dukovich said, annoyance playing between the sarcasm in his tone. Yes, he will, Landers said, his voice a calm command. You must have a phrase, a word that will let him know we are allies. Give it to Wren. I do not know what you are referring to, Dukovich said, the smile crossing his lips sharp and challenging. Dukovich, I snapped, the cadence of my voice cutting into the air like a battle axe. It will not just be the Laith and Yaldrin people that die, it will be the Marzog as well. If we are killed without that information and it could have prevented lives from being lost, that blood is on your hands because you aren't willing to set aside your pride. Dukovich stared back at me for a long moment, the edges of my face softening as I took a step toward him and pulled his hand into mine. I was not above begging. Please, I swear to you, no harm will come to him. He pulled his hand from mine and dragged it down his face as a heavy sigh sounded from his lips. Do you know the Song of Nimbria? He asked, turning to Wren, who nodded in response. Once you raise the signal and he arrives, quote back the second verse to him, in full, word for word, before you say anything else. He will do the same with the first verse. If any word is missed or said incorrectly, it is a sign that you are compromised. Understood, Wren responded, turning to Landers and me. Are you sure you do not need me here? We will manage, Landers said, slapping his hand on Wren's shoulder and squeezing. No one else knows these realms like you, brother. Go. And if you are not back in Loch Dragoon by tomorrow's moon, we will find you. I pushed past Landers, throwing my body against Wren's chest and wrapping my arms tight around his neck. Please be safe. Please come back whole, I whispered against Wren's neck as his arms around my waist pulled a little tighter before pushing me away and taking my face between both his hands. I wrapped my fingers around his forearms as his thumbs caressed gently over my cheekbones. I will see you soon, sister, he said. A soft smile gracing his lips before he leaned down and kissed my forehead. A wave of relief flowed through my body as his lips brushed over my skin. He was leaving. He would not die here today. Dukovich stared blankly at the passage that stood before us, its stone doors towering over our heads like a formidable barrier. Their surfaces were chiseled with intricate carvings that seemed to whisper ancient secrets down at us. Runes and flowing script in the dead language snaked across the doors in haunting, interwoven patterns that almost came alive under the layer of vines and moss that had grown over them after all these years. The sun cut through the smog-filled air just enough to catch on the gold inlays and glitter against the muted grey mountain. I swallowed the lump in my throat as I took a step closer to study them, pressing my palm against the surface as my eyes wandered over the massive sigils split between the two doors, a dragon emerging from a flame. There was no handle, no crevice to pull them open with. "What does it mean?" I asked, my voice hushed as my fingers traced over the symbols.
"It is a warning," Landers answered, his voice almost reverent as he stepped to my side with his hands clasped behind his back. "Swift be the Reaper's hand if blood is spilled and burned, where bones and wings of cursed beings lie forsaken, scorned, and spurned. I see poetry is not one of your grandparents' strengths." Dukovich deadpanned, his voice too loud against the quiet space. I snapped my head toward him, scowling at his need to make everything into a joke as he smiled to himself. "Do you get this over with, would you? I have no desire to be in these mountains any longer than necessary." "How do we get inside?" I asked, turning my gaze back to Landers and watching as the vein in his neck began to pulse at a rapid pace under his tattooed skin. "Your blood," he answered without turning away from the doors. "I thought it was supposed to be spilled across their tombs." "This is their tomb," Dukovich answered from behind me as I took a step away from it. "This entire mountain peak is their stone coffin." He spat, his tone souring with each word. We were doing this. I was doing this. My stomach flipped, my intestines tangling around each other as the enormity of this choice finally hit me. We would be walking into a den of monsters. My fingers trembled as I reached for the hilt of my dagger strapped against my chest. I drew it out and pressed its cool blade against the soft skin of my palm. The world seemed to still around me, the weapon feeling too heavy in my hand, and as I contemplated the gravity of this decision. I pressed it into my skin before I could hesitate a second longer, hissing at the sharp sensation of flesh splitting as I dragged it across my palm. Blood began to pour from the wound, running like a crimson stream between the crevices of my fingers as I looked to Landers. "Are you sure about this, Hyacinth?" His voice was almost a whisper, and all I could do was nod in response. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about anything at this moment, and I couldn't trust that if I opened my mouth to speak, I would be able to stop myself from telling him. With my hand outstretched, I took 2 rapid steps toward the stone doors, clamping my eyes shut as my palm connected with the rock. A chill ran down my spine like a vine of ice, wrapping itself around my bones, and scrambled away as my eyes shot open. My hand snapped back to my chest, and I looked to Landers as my breaths came out in short, rapid bursts. I had never seen his features so hard, so sharp. If I didn't know him, it might have scared me. But I knew the look, knew that crease in his brow. It was his own fear that he was suppressing, that he was taming as he took a step toward my bloody palm print. My breathing shallowed as I watched him place a hand on the door like he was steadying himself, as the muscles in his back tightened against his tunic. He cleared his throat, and the oxygen stilled in my lungs as a low growl vibrated from his chest, his canines sharpening to points as his mouth split open. Flames burst from his lips, twisting and writhing with a life of their own, flickering in hues of crimson and amber as they collided with my blood. I gasped as he took a step back, and streaks of black and violet began to trickle over the stone. I slid my hand into his,
squeezing as we watched the magic and blood seep into the doors, then disappear. Deafening silence fell over the mountain, and for a moment it seemed to stretch into eternity, the world caught in its eerie embrace. Then, in the next breath, it lifted, and the sounds of birds scattering from the trees around us screamed out into the sky. "That's it?" I asked, looking from the stone to Landers. Amusement echoed in his chuckle as he watched the confusion seep onto my face and lifted a brow. "Were you expecting a show, Darkness? Expecting a dragon to emerge from my flesh to bring the fire?" "I mean, kind of," I said, shrugging as a heat of embarrassment flooded my cheeks. "We will have to save that for another day." He smirked as his gaze refocused onto the doors and pulled me closer into his side. I followed his line of sight, waiting for them to open, to move, but nothing happened. "Are you positive you have the correct blood type? Because I may be wrong, but nothing has happened," Dukovich said as he stepped up to the doors and examined them. My eyes narrowed on his back. "Do you ever say anything helpful?" I retorted, pulling my satchel from my shoulder and squatting to meet it on the ground. I dug through it, searching for the energizing tonic Andrews had packed, as Dukovich placed his palms on the door and pushed. A deafening crack echoed through the mountains, and I scrambled backwards at the sound.
"What did you do?"
I hissed at him. He turned to face us, a slow grin forming on his face as he gestured his head to the doors that were creeping open at his back. "Looked like my touch was all they needed. These hands can do wonders," he said, winking as I scoffed at him from the ground. Vines pulled and snapped as the doors opened wider. The harsh, grating scrape of ancient stone grinding over rock pierced the air, like the tortured soul of this mountain was screaming back at us, protesting our disturbance. My hand clenched around the vial buried deep in my bag as I rose from the ground and pulled the cork from it, pressing it to my lips and letting the liquid drip down my throat. Dukovich's feet shuffled backwards, kicking up dust as he retreated from the gaping hole. The sound of crumbling rock reverberated through the dark corridor, and an unnerving sensation settled deep in the marrow of my bones as something tugged me toward it. An invisible force calling me into its depths. The feeling was familiar. I had felt it when I first saw Landers, but this pull was stronger, almost consuming. It felt deadly. My feet were moving before I had a second to think about what I was doing. Landers' fingers caught around my forearm and pulled me into his side, breaking the trance I had unknowingly slipped into. My eyes snapped toward his face to see every last pigment of color fade from his skin. His muscles tensing like a volt of electricity had just run through his veins as a deep, menacing chuckle flowed from the opening. My eyes followed the sound and watched as a man stepped into the light. "Hello, brother." Chapter 26. Hyacinth. Searing pain flooded my body as that tug, that pull, latched its talons into my soul. My knees buckled from under me as I collapsed to the ground, clawing at my chest as a scream tore from my throat. I needed out! This pain, this poison flooding my system. Landers moved in front of me with one quick step, blocking the man's line of sight as a snarl erupted from his lungs. "You're supposed to be dead, Kane." "Ah, but alas, I am not. I do thank you, though, for freeing me, for bringing me my mate." Landers moved toward Kane with such rapid speed as a word fell from his mouth that I could feel the air vibrate where he'd been standing. A roar flung itself from his mouth as his sword cut through the air, the sound of steel hitting steel ringing through the valley as it collided with Kane's. Kane chuckled as they began to circle each other with slow, threatening movements.
Jealous are we, little brother?
Violet magic began to crackle between Landers's fingertips, snaking its way up his blade and sparking against the metal. Dukovich lowered himself behind me as another scream tore from my lungs, and he slipped his hands underneath my arms. He pulled me back against him, dragging me to my feet as he whispered in my ear.
Breathe, Hyacinth. The pain will dim if you stop resisting the bond.
My head twisted toward him, pain contorting my features. I'm not bonding with him. I can't bond with him. Landers is my mate. He's my person. I can't. The words came out in a frantic stream as I clung to Dukovich's arm to keep my legs from giving out again.
The mating bond is not a choice, Hyacinth. The pain will only grow the more you resist it. You need to let it in before the fallen ones step from that opening,
Dukovich said, the words sharp and commanding as my eyes flickered to Landers. His skin was glowing. No, it wasn't a glow, it was a reflection. A reflection of the sun shimmering off the scales that were slowly breaking through the surface of his flesh. A scream left my lungs as their swords slammed together, magic exploding from the connection with such force that we were thrown backwards. My body flew through the air and I yelped out in pain as my back connected with sharp rock. A ringing sang between my ears as I gasped for breath, my body pulsing with adrenaline and pain as I frantically pushed myself from the ground. They were going to kill us before the fallen ones even had a chance to wake. I took in a heavy breath, closing my eyes and slowing my breathing as I let the pain consume me. It took only a second, one fleeting moment for the bond to snap into place. My eyes shot open, the pain dissipating from my limbs as my gaze locked onto Kane from across the clearing. I could see the gasp that left his lips as his hand flew up to his chest. It was as if the world had halted as he slowly dragged his eyes toward me and grinned. Enough, I snarled, taking a step toward them. Landers's head twisted toward me and I could see pain and fury flashing in his eyes as he realized what I had done, the bond I had accepted. Kane took a step toward me and I threw my hand up, shadows flowing from my palm and wrapping around his limbs to keep him in place. His eyes momentarily widened before slipping back into his arrogant gaze. Who are you? How did you get inside that tomb? I growled the questions as I prowled to Landers's side, leaving no question as to where my loyalty fell. No mating bond would rip me from him.
How rude of me,
he said, placing a hand over his heart as he bowed in mockery.
My name is Kane, and I am Landers's older brother. And as for how I am here, you do not need to know that. Yet.
Landers's hand fell to the small of my back at his words, the pressure there tense, ready to pull me away from him. I had never heard Landers speak of any other siblings, but if I had passed him on the streets of Nethkar, if I had seen him out in the world, there would be no mistaking their relation. The resemblance between them was striking. Landers stood a few inches taller, but they had the same build, the same sharp jawline. Kane's hair was longer, streaked with silver and slicked back, but it was their eyes, the eyes that were so incredibly opposite. Kane's were the darkest black I had ever seen, as if I was looking into a black hole that threatened to consume everything they fell on. Half-brother, Landers hissed, the sound snapping me out of my thoughts as I looked between them.
Something so vile could never come from my mother.
Kane rolled his eyes, groaning in annoyance at Landers's words.
The bitch has been dead for centuries. You really should stop clinging to her.
I could feel the hatred pulsing underneath Landers's skin as I slid my fingers around his wrist.
Never speak of her again.
There was a threat braided into Landers's words, and it hung between us as Kane smirked.
Seeing as you killed our father, then spent centuries hunting me, I think I have earned the right to speak freely,
Kane said casually, his eyes falling to my face and studying me. My shadows loosened around him, hovering nearby and ready to strike. The muscles in Landers' arms tensed under my fingertips.
"We get it,"
Dukovich said, his voice sounding from behind us, and our heads whirled to face him.
"The two of you have scores to settle, but we have much bigger problems that will soon walk through those doors that have no interest in your little family reunion."
He lifted his hand, a single finger pointing toward the hole in the mountain.
"A man of reason,"
Kane said, nodding his head toward Dukovich in agreement.
"In that case, I will take my mate and leave you to it."
He was at my side before I could register what he had said, his fist wrapping around my wrist and pulling me against his chest. A snarl ripped from Landers' throat as he lunged forward, his sword plunging into Kane as I scrambled out of his hold. The sound of flesh ripping echoed between my ears as Landers pulled me behind him. Kane stumbled backwards as Landers pulled the blade from his abdomen, collapsing to his knees and clutching the wound on his stomach. A guttural sound escaped my throat as I clamped my hand over my mouth, trying to process the sight before me. Crimson liquid trickled from Kane's lips and splattered onto the dirt, mixing with the dust as a sharp laugh bellowed from his lungs. Kane spit another mouthful of blood as he tilted his head up to look at us, his mouth and teeth stained crimson.
"Have you forgotten, brother? You can't kill me," he said, grinning as he slowly pushed from the ground. "You cannot stop me from taking what is mine. She is no longer yours to claim."
He should be dead. That wound should have killed him. But as he stood to his full height, the wound had already healed. Nothing left but a shredded hole in his tunic.
"She will never be yours,"
Landers growled. "Both of you stop it," I scolded, the words biting as I stepped from behind Landers and looked between the two men. Anger danced behind Landers' eyes, so many emotions pooling behind his irises as his gaze met mine. We had come here for the fallen ones. Whatever Kane was doing in that tomb with them would have to wait. "I'm nobody's property," I snapped, turning to Kane and refusing to cower away from him. "Your brother didn't claim me, he earned me. There is a difference between the two that it seems you don't understand." I took a step toward him, letting shadow flow from my back. "I will choose Landers every single time over some bond the universe did not give me a choice in. I choose my fate and who I love. You will not take that choice from me. And if you try, I will kill you." Kane lifted an impressed brow, the corners of his lips turning up as he took in the shadow crawling toward him.
"I do appreciate the sentiment, but you cannot kill me either. Once the bond is accepted, you cannot kill your mate."
My heart tumbled down my spine at his words, and he chuckled at the color that drained from my skin. The sound of stone crumbling crashed from the chamber and, for a second, I saw fear flash in Kane's eyes as he slowly turned to face the opening and backed toward us. The roar of a dragon sounded, and the entire mountain quaked from the strength of it as my heart began violently beating. My hand flew into Landers's, and I pushed myself into his side. Instinctively, I reached for Dukovich, my fingers wrapping around his forearm and dragging him toward us. I could feel his pulse pumping as rapidly as my own as a buzz of energy hummed over the surface of my skin. 5 beings stepped from the opening into the clearing, and my heart stopped in my chest as a dragon's head ducked under the arch of the doors. I had thought Nithra was enormous, and she was, but these creatures, they were monstrous. I couldn't tell if I was breathing, couldn't feel my heart beating as the first dragon pushed itself fully from the opening and roared fire into the skies. I watched as it pushed from the ground and soared into the heavens. 4 more dragons followed, their wings stretching and pulling taut as they beat against the air and stirred up dust around us. My hair whipped around my face as I lifted a hand to shield my eyes from the debris. The air stilled, and Landers's grip tightened around me. My eyes slid up to see his jaw flexing, the vein in his neck pumping quickly as his fingers slid from mine. He looked down at me for one moment, giving me a shallow nod, then strode away from us. With each step he took toward them, my throat tightened, my stomach twisting around itself in fear.
Well, as much fun as this has been, I think I will leave before the massacre starts,
Kane said, his voice full of forced confidence as his eyes flickered to mine. He tried to hide it, but I could hear the panic pulling at every word. He moved to reach for me, then stilled as Dukovich stepped between us.
Touch her, and you will have the wrath of every realm to hide from,
Dukovich said, taking another step toward him.
Are you betting her too? Kane deadpanned, smiling as he let his eyes fall to mine. Are you giving everyone a turn, dearie?
The words barely left his lips when Dukovich's hand clasped around his neck, cutting off his air supply.
You will show your god some respect,
Dukovich snarled as Kane's eyes widened and shot to mine. I watched as Dukovich's grip tightened only for a second before he shoved Kane backwards and let him go. Kane smiled, his fingers gliding over the reddened skin on his neck.
I will be seeing you very soon.
And with a wink, he vanished before our eyes. My stomach dropped as I stared blankly at where he had been. He was going to be a problem. This bond was going to be a problem.
Come on,
Dukovich said, pulling on my arm as he strode past me toward Landers. I hesitated, sucking in a heavy breath, then followed after him, trying to will away the nerves that were exploding inside my veins. Landers reached for me as I stepped to his side and steeled myself for whatever would come next, my eyes roving over the 5 of them. 3 of the 5 were women, and as I studied them, I struggled to keep the shock hidden from my face. They looked so much younger than I had been expecting. They looked so normal. I wasn't sure what I had expected them to look like. I hadn't given it much thought past waking them. One of the women stepped forward, her dark brows creasing against her tanned skin as she began to circle me. Her violet eyes flowed over my body as her head tilted to the side, rustling the golden locks flowing over her shoulder. "Are women allowed to wear trousers now?" she asked, and I smiled at the genuine curiosity in the question as she looked down to her own clothing. She wore a long maroon dress, the top of it resembling the neck of a tunic as a corset pulled tight around her waist. A belt of daggers was strapped over the binding cinched over her core, full of different shapes and sizes of blades. It looked so similar to mine. "Do not be rude, Sigrid," one of the other women scolded as she stepped toward me and smiled. "My name is Nantia," she said, placing a palm over her chest and bowing her head in respect before gesturing to her left. "That is Sigrid, but we call her Siggy." Siggy smiled sheepishly as her eyes darted away from my boots and locked onto my gaze. Nantia gestured over her right shoulder. "And this is Asara." I blinked back at them, shock and confusion rippling onto my features at how kind and casual they were being. I was expecting more hostility. "Hyacinth," I responded, mirroring Nantia's gesture and bowing my head in respect. "No introduction for us?" one of the men asked, stepping forward, his hands clasped behind his large frame. My gaze lingered on him. His fair skin looked so pale after centuries without the sun, the raven hair falling around his face only paling him further. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Landers tense as he took another step toward me. "Azir," he said, bowing at the waist. "And this is my brother, Ryan." I smiled politely at them, not knowing what to say, what to do.
"Why exactly have you woken us?"
Ryan asked, his tone sharp as his gaze lingered on Dukovich. "We need your help," I said quickly, my eyes flashing to where Landers' hand stayed rested and ready on the pommel of his blade. "War is upon Nimbria, and we need your help to win it." Isara laughed. The sound clipped as she pushed tendrils of long auburn locks over her shoulder. Why would we care about your war? What use is it to us to meddle in the affairs of common folk? You will help us, Landers said calmly, though I could hear the threat laced in his words. Rather bold of you to assume you have the power or authority to command gods. Azir shot back as a wicked grin slithered onto Landers's face. As I recall, you are no longer gods, and I am not the one commanding it. She is. He gestured his head toward me, and she does have both power and authority to command you. 5 sets of eyes locked on me and narrowed. My brows furrowed as I glanced up at Landers. He did have the power to command them. He was just as much of a god as they were, and one of these 5 was his sire. Who are you? Isara hissed, eyeing me cautiously. My back straightened at her stare, and I prayed that my voice would not betray me. I am the daughter of Elianka. My grandparents are the gods who exiled you. The 5 of them collectively stilled, rage seeping into each of their features as they stared back at me. You are the half-breed? Siggy breathed, her eyes widening at her own words. A deep, menacing chuckle sounded from Royan's throat, and the hairs across my skin straightened as he spoke. The Alpha and Omega will not be happy with you, child. And now that you have woken us, they will do everything in their power to find you. Let them, I hissed, the surety in my voice surprising even me as it rang out around us. I'll make you an offer, Royan started, taking another step toward me as a low warning growl vibrated from Landers's throat. Dukovich took a half-step closer to my side as Royan continued. We will do what you ask. Help you fight this war. But when we win it, you will help us decimate your grandparents. He stretched his hand out to me as a smile split onto his lips. Hyacinth, deal, I snapped, cutting Landers off before he had a second to stop me, and pushed my hand into Royan's grip. A burning sensation shot through my palm as our hands connected, and I could hear Dukovich curse from behind me as Landers lifted his chin to the sky and dragged his hand down his face. I pulled my hand from Royan's and stared at my palm that now had a small brand burned into it. A circle twisted around itself like an infinity sign. Take it back, Landers snarled, his eyes locking on Royan as his fingers wrapped around my wrist. There is no taking back a branded deal. The deed is done. Panic shot through me as Royan's words sank in. What is a branded deal? I asked, my eyes flickering from the burned flesh to Landers. Fury was etched into the lines of his face, his knuckles cracking as he clasped his fists together to rein in the anger simmering off of him. That brand will mark your skin until the deal has been completed. Landers breathed, his voice lethal and quiet. If one of you dies, all of you die. They are under your command until their side of the agreement is fulfilled, and when it is, they will be the one commanding you until you have completed your part. I slowly nodded. It was bad, but not as bad as it sounded. I wasn't going to die, so this wouldn't be a problem. This would just go away once I completed the deal. No one else had to be hurt or be involved if they didn't want to be. A heavy breath pushed between my lips as I pulled my eyes away from my hand and let my gaze fall back onto the 5 of them. None of them said anything. None of them opposed Royan making the deal on behalf of them. Now that it is done and we have come to an agreement, we have some things we need to take care of. We will meet you in Loch Dragoon, Royan said, his gaze lifting to the sky as dragon wings beat above us. Siggy's eyes fluttered to mine for only a second, an apology speaking behind her irises. No, Landers clipped, stepping forward. As of this moment, you have a deal with Hyacinth. If you do anything to break that deal, to go against it,
I will rip the heads from every last one of you and feed them to your dragons." Siggy took a timid step behind Asara at the threat, as Royan lifted a brow in challenge. "You will fly overhead so Dukovich can glamour you as we make our way to the realm passage into Ithia. If you fly anywhere else, it will be considered a breach of your deal. You will follow every instruction given you without hesitation. And you will stay in Ithia until I can trust you to come into Loch Dragoon." "I did not make the deal with you. You do not command us," Royan spat as the two men took a step closer. I took a step in front of Landers as my shadow shot from my body and pushed Royan back 2 paces. My eyes locked on his as I spoke with a sharpness that would bring the god of hell to his knees. "He may not, but I do. If you so much as defy him, do one single thing to put our chance to win this war in jeopardy, I will turn you back to stone." That was a threat they were scared of. I could see it on Royan's face, the wince that shook his features as the words hit their mark. "Do not forget that you are no longer a god, that higher magic no longer flows through your veins while my own blood is overflowing with it." Royan's eyes flickered to Azir, whose features were so hard he could have still been stone. From the corner of my eye I saw Nantia smile to herself, almost as if she had been waiting for someone to put Royan in his place. I looked at him one last time, my gaze more threatening than any words. "You will follow us to Ithia." Dust began to coil from the ground on the tail of my words, and I watched as each of their dragons landed behind them, huffs of smoke streaming from their nostrils. The 5 pulled themselves onto their backs, not looking back at me as their dragons pushed back from the ground and soared into the skies. A shaky breath fell from my chest as I watched the wings grow smaller, my heart racing frantically. No matter how hard I tried to avoid it, it seemed like confrontation was determined to find me. Dukovich chuckled as he dragged both hands over his face. "You really should stop making deals with strange men." I snapped my head toward him, my eyes glaring daggers. "Maybe strange men should stop offering me deals without sharing all of the information first," I scolded, knowing full well that he was right. It was becoming a habit I needed to break. This day was quickly turning into an absolute disaster, and I was beginning to wonder if the help they would provide would be worth the things we now had to give in return, that I had to give in return. Landers looked at me, his face softening as he let out a deep breath and ran a hand through his hair. "You need to tether back to Loch Dragoon as soon as we touch Ithia's soil. The mating bond—" His jaw flexed as he said the words, his teeth grinding as he worked to control his anger. "The mating bond will make it easy for Cain to find you. It will pull him toward you, but he will not be able to get through the wards around Loch Dragoon. I put a blood lock in it from him hundreds of years ago. They should still hold." I nodded, knowing that now was not the time to argue, no matter how badly I wanted to go stay in Ithia with him. "We need to get going, now. Those dragons left when they woke before I could glamour them, and there is no way they were not spotted flying over Mornos. We need to get out of these mountains before an army descends upon us, glamoured or not," Dukovich said as his gaze scanned the peaks surrounding us. "When you get back to Loch Dragoon, send Andrews to meet me in Ithia. I will need him there with me. And Hyacinth?" Landers reached for my cheek, pushing a curl behind my ear before pulling my chin up to meet his gaze that was glittering back at me with chaos and rage and amusement. "Please, for the sake of everything I hold dear, do not make any more deals."
Chapter 27. Atalia. I stood across from a house that was mine now. It couldn't have looked less like home, less lonely. It was bigger than I'd expected, just on the outskirts of Nethkar. It sat alone on the edge of the forest, just across the clearing in front of me, and the hollowness, the emptiness of the view felt like a symbol. A reflection of what I had let my life become, the life I had created. The key felt like a weight tied to my heart, as if it was chained around that muscle and pulling it into the depths of the blackest sea. Swallowing down the lump in my throat, I twisted the key between my fingers as I tried to force myself to move toward it. "Are you going to look inside?" Andrews asked, as he pulled his hood over his head. It was snowing, but I hadn't noticed when it started. Hadn't felt the cold flakes hitting my skin. The only thing I could feel was this twist in my stomach. The gut-wrenching feeling that this house, the house that was once my dream, would now become my cage. A cage whose iron bars were intricately carved from every hateful word, every selfish action, every emotional and physical bruise I had left on the ones I loved. "Will you come with me?" I whispered the words, forcing the question from my mouth, embarrassed that I even had to ask it, that I was scared to do this alone. His gaze scanned the side of my face, but I didn't dare look at him, too afraid of the pity I would find in those blue eyes. A sharp gasp left my lips and I flinched, my eyes shooting down to the warmth that brushed against my hand to see Andrew's fingers slowly intertwine with mine. His silent answer, his quiet presence pushing me forward. Dragging my eyes from our hands, he took that first step for me as I sucked in a deep breath and followed. My grip tightened as we walked across the clearing in silence, the snow dancing around us and our boots crunching against the frozen ground. I glanced toward him from the corner of my eye to see snowflakes catching in his raven lashes. His cheeks had begun to flush from the cold, and I watched as his lips parted, his breath flowing between them like smoke swirling in the air. And for a single moment, my heart stuttered in my chest at the sight. He pulled my hand up toward his mouth as we approached the stone steps leading up to the doorway, his lips brushing over my knuckles and blowing hot air onto my fingertips. A shiver slid down my spine. Not from the cold, not from the winter chill, but the feeling of his lips dusting over my skin. His gaze met mine before I could avert my eyes, and I pulled away from him, the movement sharp and uncontrolled. The corners of his lips tilted up as he turned toward the locked door in front of us. Something in the way he looked at me felt comforting, felt good. And the feeling made my body instinctively recoil into itself. I cleared my throat, trying to shake the painful pulse from each beat of my heart as I pushed the key into the lock and turned. A sound somewhere between a squeal of joy and a painful gasp choked out of my throat as I pushed the door open to see a home. Not an empty, lonely skeleton of a house, not a prison. A home. There was love inside these walls. Standing there, in that open doorway, with the afternoon wind blowing gusts of snow against my back, a solitary tear fell down my cheek. And for the first time, I wasn't ashamed of it. Andrew's hand fell to the small of my back, his palm applying a small amount of pressure and giving me a gentle push forward, just enough for him to close the door as my eyes drank in the space. The foyer was open and round, with a staircase to the right that curved up to a den, and a second one to the left that curved toward a hallway with doors lining each side. In the center of the room sat a round black stone table, with a book propped into a stand, draped open with a dagger set across its pages. I walked closer, my fingers gliding over the walls painted in the darkest crimson I had ever seen. My eyes fell to the pages of the book, sliding over the longhand and feeling the rough texture of the pressed paper sing to every nerve in my fingertips. There was something about books, about reading, the way you could disappear into them, hide between their pages for just a moment when the pain was too much. I think books saved me these last few months. Pulling my eyes away from the page, I looked down the long corridor in front of me and stepped around the table, following it to the back house. Tapestries hung on the enclosed walls, shadow boxes of moths and butterflies with their wings pinned open, scattered between them, perfectly aligned and color-coordinated with each other. The hallway opened up into a kitchen that was brightly lit from the light pouring through 2 glass doors at the back of the house. They led out onto a covered porch that overlooked the forest and a small river cutting through the ground, twisting and turning between the trees. It was everything I had ever wanted. It was more than I had ever imagined. And it was mine. Slowly, I turned to face Andrews. He was leaning against the archway that connected the hallway to the kitchen, his hands tucked into his pockets, as he smiled softly at the awe I knew was plastered on my face. "Did you know about this? That it was going to be this?" I asked, waving my hands toward everything that was so perfectly organized. "Yes." He pushed from the wall. "Do you want to see my favorite part?" he asked, as a radiant smile broke onto his lips. He gestured his chin over his shoulder, turning to lead me back down the corridor as I followed behind him. We walked to the right of the foyer, stopping at the base of the staircase as I peeked my head through the large rounded arch that led into the sitting room. It was full of black velvet couches and chairs with crimson accent pillows and blankets strewn across them. A large fireplace was tucked into the wall with a bow and quiver hanging above it, and a silver dagger with a ruby hilt displayed on the mantel. A smile crept over my lips, thinking of all the books I was going to read in those chairs, as I turned back to the stairs to see Andrews had already climbed them. "What?" I asked, as I watched him grin down at me from the landing. He stretched his hand out to me. "Come see." I took the steps 2 at a time and followed Andrew's line of sight as I reached the second floor. A gasp left my mouth as my fingers slowly brushed over my lips, my eyes widening with each new sweep they took around the huge vaulted room. No, not a room. A library. Mahogany bookshelves that seemed to reach for the sky lined the walls, each one packed tightly with hundreds of books of all shapes and sizes, their spines adding a rainbow of color against the deep blue walls that seemed to match Andrew's eyes. The air was heavy with the rich smell of polished wood and old leather, and I filled my lungs with it. My hand slid up Andrew's arms, my fingers wrapping around his bicep as I stared into the room in disbelief. "Andrews, this is magnificent," he said, finishing the sentence as I looked up at him. Did you do this?" I whispered the question, scared that if I so much as breathed too hard, I would wake myself from whatever dream I was standing in. He didn't answer, just stared back at me with that effortlessly beautiful smile and lifted his hand to my cheek, wiping away the tears I hadn't realized were falling. The edges of his features blurred through the liquid filling my lashes as he took a step closer to me. "Dance with me?" he asked quietly, slipping his fingers through mine. My brows creased as the corners of my lips pulled up. "You're a terrible dancer." He shrugged, pulling my hand to his chest as the other slid down the curve of my back. "I may have practiced what you taught me in the safe house." "There isn't any music." His lips lowered to my ear as he pulled me closer. "If you listen close enough,
Your stories might just sing for you," he whispered. Then, in one fluid motion, he began twirling us around the room. A laugh bellowed from my chest as I pulled myself against him, a real and raw sound that felt foreign coming from my lungs. His finger slipped from mine, meeting his other hand at the small of my back as I flung my arms out, leaning back as he whirled us around and around, our laughs colliding and echoing through the air. The room spun around us, but for the first time in a long time, I felt grounded. I could finally see colors swirling in my vision, pushing against that black veil that had fallen over my world. My heart flared as I leaned back into his chest and felt the rapid pump of his heart against my cheek. The twirling slowed, turning into a gentle sway of our bodies in the silence. A tear slid down my skin as I listened to the quiet and realized it wasn't painful. I didn't know how long we'd been holding each other or when we had stopped dancing, before I felt Andrew's hand slide up the expanse of my back. My heart stilled as his fingers brushed loose strands of hair over my shoulders before trailing up both sides of my neck and caressing my jaw. There was an energy pulsating between us as I lifted my chin to find his eyes waiting to meet my gaze. I swallowed. There was something so haunting, so beautiful, swirling behind those two glittering oceans, and I knew that if I stared into them for a second longer, I would drown. "Hetalia," Andrews whispered, the sound of it almost desperate. "Yes?" I breathed, letting my hands fall to his chest to find his heart beating like a bird trapped in a cage. His eyes flickered to my lips. I think I... A fist pounded on the door and Andrews moved quickly, pulling me behind him as the fist beat for a second time and echoed throughout the house. My hand shot to my chest as my fingers clung to Andrew's forearm. "It's bloody cold out here!" Elric's voice sounded from the other side of the wood, and I let out a sigh of relief. Andrews dragged a hand over his face, the muscles across his body relaxing as he glanced down at me. That look in his eye vanished, disappearing as quickly as it had come. The moment between us was gone, I knew that. But something inside of me desperately wanted it back, wanted him to finish whatever sentence was about to fall from his lips. "Hetalia!" Elric yelled again, as I pulled my eyes away from Andrews and toward the foyer below. I flung my fingers toward the door, opening it to see a foot of snow had fallen as Elric stumbled in. "Are you trying to kill me? Any longer and I would have frozen," Elric grumbled, shaking the snow from his leathers as he looked up to us. "What do you want, Elric?" I asked, my voice annoyed but still sharper than intended as I tilted my head down at him. "Hyacinth sent me." My back straightened at his words. "She's back?" "Only just. She sent me to find Andrews," he said, cupping his hands to his mouth and blowing into them as his gaze turned toward Andrews, who was already striding down the stairs. "Landers needs you in Ithia, immediately." "Is everything all right?" I asked, following after Andrews and trying to contain anxiety that had bloomed in my chest. "As far as I know, she and Dukovich came back together." "Where is Ren?" Andrews questioned as he pushed his arms into his coat. Elric shrugged. His casual body language told me that no alarm bells were currently being raised from their trip. "She didn't give me many details. Said we would all be debriefed together once you and Landers came back from Ithia." Andrews nodded as his fingers fastened the top button of his coat and turned to me. He paused for a second, his eyes searching mine before turning back to Elric. "Can you please give us a moment?" Elric lifted his hands to his chest, taking a step toward the door as his eyes bounced between the two of us. "My job here is done. Hyacinth is in her chambers, and I will be in the war room if you need me before you leave."
He didn't wait for an answer before tethering from the room and leaving us once again in silence. But it was different now. This silence felt familiar. The same unease creeping inside of it that I'd become so used to, that I had made a home in. I could feel my shell hardening as he looked at me with worry. I hated that look. It made me angry, made me feel weak, as if everyone expected me to fall apart if left alone. "I am fine," I snapped, before he had a chance to speak. "Your shift as my wet nurse is over." My voice sounded harsh against the quiet, but he didn't flinch at it, only took a step closer. "Please, take care of yourself while I am gone, and do not go looking for trouble," he commanded softly, as his hand slid around the back of my neck, his eyes locking on mine and waiting for some kind of response. Forcing a nod, I sucked my bottom lip between my teeth, biting down to stop myself from spewing any more bitterness. He dipped his head in approval, then leaned toward me, pressing his lips to my forehead. I froze. Andrews pulled away quickly, clearing his throat as he turned to the door, wrapping his fingers around the handle before looking back at me over his shoulder. "Talk to Hyacinth, Italia. You need to make things right." Chapter 28. Italia. If this door could talk, it would have called me a coward. A coward for how long I sat in front of it, counting each of the grains in the wood. I should be running to Hyacinth, begging, pleading that somehow she could forgive me for the things I said, the things I had done. But I couldn't force myself to move. So I sat there, in the middle of the foyer, staring at the door with my legs crossed, my elbows propped up on my knees, and my chin resting on my fist as the minutes ticked by. Silo padded down the steps from the library, and I listened to each one as she approached me in cat form and slid her onyx body against my arm. I buried my fingers into her fur before pulling her into my lap and refocusing on the door. Sin had come home earlier than expected, which meant it either went terribly wrong or exactly the way they'd hoped. I was choosing to believe the latter. And like always, I'd done nothing remotely helpful while she was away. But I hadn't caused any additional issues, and I liked to think that was a win. Though it was probably due to the fact Andrews had followed me around like a second familiar the last day and a half, scaring away any fun to be had. But now that he was gone... I slapped my hands against my thighs, the sound echoing off the vaulted ceiling and making Silo jolt from my lap as I pushed myself from the floor. Tonight, I was going to get a drink. I would wear my own skin and stay as far away from even the slightest hint of trouble. Tomorrow, I would talk to Hyacinth. The sound of metal clanking against wood rang out, mixing with the lively energy filling Blackthorn in as I slapped 2 coins down on the bar and lowered my hood. It wasn't until the barkeep lifted an annoyed brow toward me as she scooped the coins into her hand that I realized I had never been here in my own skin. She didn't recognize me. "A pint of cider and a dram of brandy," I requested, turning to face the activity bustling around the room as I leaned back onto my elbows, resting them on the bar's surface. The Blackthorn Inn was tucked into a corner of Drathbane Street, and had quickly become my favorite tavern in Nethcar for many reasons, but mostly because how it seemed to attract the most vile men of this realm. It was my hunting ground. The bar stools and tables were the trees in my forest that I prowled through, stalking my prey. But not tonight. Tonight, I would behave. Tonight, I would not start a fight. Andrews had asked only one thing of me when he left, not to go looking for trouble, and I was determined to prove to myself that I could do it. Though, as I watched these grotesque men paw at the women serving them, their sweaty hands groping as the women tried to pull away. It became increasingly difficult not to sever those hands from their bodies and let them bleed out at my feet. The women who worked for the Blackthorn were not employees. They were slaves to the men that owned the establishment. Servants. Most were forced into working off the debts their husbands had racked up from bets they could not pay. If a man couldn't pay the coin owed to a bet lost at the Blackthorn, their wives paid the price. Of course, this did not stop the men. No, they kept betting, kept adding more time onto their wives' life of sentence of servitude, while they continued to live free and untouched. And that made me fucking livid. My hand twitched, a manifestation of the rage that was beginning to flood my veins as I watched them, and I clenched my fist in an effort to contain it. I should have worn a different skin, so I could wrap my fingers around their necks and watch as my nails dug into their throats, puncturing their airways and letting them drown in their own blood before my eyes. The scowl on my face deepened as I sucked in a sharp breath and turned toward the drink that had been set beside me. Choosing to come to the Blackthorn when I was trying so hard to behave was a stupid fucking idea. I knew that when I made the decision. But subconsciously, I was hoping that someone would give me a good enough reason to hit them. So when I had to explain myself to Andrews, he would agree that I had only done what was best. Unfortunately, our reasonings for inciting violence did not align, and his tolerance to debauchery was much higher than mine. Reaching for my drink, I watched as Silo skulked on the worn staircase that led to the rooms that filled by the end of each night. I'd spent my fair share of nights in those rooms, sometimes because I was too drunk or beaten to show my face in the castle. But usually it was because I was taking care of men who didn't understand that women's bodies did not belong to them. The look that crossed their face, the pure horror when they realized that no and please meant as little to me as it did them, should have been enough. But it wasn't. I wouldn't stop until I had wiped the foul, pathetic existence of these men from the face of Nimbria. Or until I was dead. Over the last 9 months, I had managed to get 5 women out from the iron grip this life had on them. I'd pulled them from Blackthorn wearing a man's skin, so when I guided them into the back alley, no one even cared to wonder why. All that was left in that dank space when their husbands came looking was sheep's blood and a tattered piece of their clothing. There were hundreds of villages scattered across Loch Dragoon, and I would fill them all with women who deserved a better life. My fingers wrapped around the small copper cup as I lifted it to my lips and let the brandy slide down my throat. A cough worked its way out of my lungs against the burning sensation as I took a swig of my cider to mute the taste it had left in my mouth. I had never tasted brandy so bitter. It was nothing like the subtle sweet taste I was used to. I took a large gulp of cider to wash away the bitterness from the brandy as I turned back toward the room and my body swayed with the movement. My eyes darted to the cup in my hand, then to the cup sitting empty on the bar. Something was wrong. There was no way in hell 1 dram of brandy would get me drunk. Sure, I hadn't drank in a few days, but this wasn't right. Slowly, I turned back to the bar, setting the cup down and grabbing onto the ledge to stabilize legs that were losing their strength at a rapid pace. Something was really fucking wrong. The edges of my vision blurred, a fuzziness creeping over everything in my line of sight, and I forced myself to focus. Focus! But it wasn't working. My eyes darted to the stairs as my tongue began to feel like a weight inside my mouth. Panic was setting in as I looked for Silo, but I couldn't make her out. I could barely make anything out as the world began to tilt around me. It wasn't until my head connected with the ground and a sharp pain flared down my neck that I realized the swirling, the room spinning around me, was a symptom of my body collapsing on the floor. My eyes blinked against the pain, but I couldn't see past the red and black spots that had consumed my sight. Every alarm in my head was screaming, ringing at a deafening volume as I tried and failed to push myself from the ground. I was losing control of my senses. Pain exploded through my head for a second time as a sharp object landed on the back of my skull. And just before consciousness fled my body, I understood what was happening. I had been poisoned. Footsteps shuffled around me. Gravel crunching below boots echoed through the room as a heavy thrum of pain pulsed through my head. A groan escaped my lips as my eyes blinked halfway open to a dimly lit space.